Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support, Mine. Roy said with a smile and a thumbs up. Humphrey. Of course. Mine replied with a smug grin, though her eyes sparkled with joy. Sayira.org, on the other side of the platform, wasn't discouraged by his knight's defeat. He looked at Roy with a burning fighting spirit. Now, let's move on to the second match. Please roll the dice. The announcer instructed. Roy and Sayira.org rolled their dice. The total is 10. So, for this round, each side must deploy servants with a total value of no more than 10 points. The announcer explained. Roy's team, who wants to go next? Roy asked the girls. With a total of 10 points, they could deploy 3 knights or bishops, all their pawns, or a combination of pawns and a knight or bishop. There were many possibilities. Who wants to show off their skills? Roy asked with a grin, his arm around Asia. Siko and Kiram shook their heads, not interested in fighting such weak opponents. Asdeeth was even less interested. Buku, let us go. Aka, Murayama, and Kates volunteered. Roy readily agreed. Go ahead. Show them what you can do. The 3 girls had trained hard in the world of bladed and of elementalers and had mastered all the techniques of water breathing. Moreover, they had formed contracts with high-ranking water spirits, raising their strength to the mid-level of high class. They were more than qualified for this match. Good luck. The girls cheered as Aka, Murayama, and Kates were teleported to the arena. The second match is about to begin. Let's see. Sayira.org's team has deployed a knight, Liban, and a rook, Gandoma. The announcer declared. And Roy's team has deployed. What? They've sent 3 pawns with a total value of only 3 points. What's going on? Is this a mistake? The announcer's surprised exclamation caused a commotion among the audience. Why did Roy-sama only send 3 pawns? With 10 points, they could have sent out much stronger servants. Could this be a strategy? Yes, it must be. He is using a dark horse tactic. Amidst the audience's chatter, both teams materialized in the arena. The battlefield was a dilapidated church. Facing Aka, Murayama, and Kates were a blonde-haired knight in shining armor and a massive, rock-like rook. I am Liban, knight of Sayira.org Baal. And this big guy is Gandoma, a rook. We shall be your opponents. The knight introduced themselves. Aka, Murayama, and Kates also introduced themselves. We are the pawns of Roy-sama. Aka Kuriulu. Murayama. Kates. Pleased to meet you. This was their first time participating in such a large-scale event, and they were a bit nervous. Then let the second match begin. Greyfire appeared and announced the start of the match. The match began. Aka, Murayama, and Kates summoned their elemental wafts. Elemental wafts were weapons formed from contracted spirits, perfectly suited to their wielders. All 3 girls were sword swamen, so their elemental wafts were naturally swords. They charged towards their opponents. This was their first time participating in such a competition, and they didn't want to disappoint Roy. They unleashed their full power. Water breathing, 8th form, waterfall basin. Water breathing, 7th form, piercing raindrop. Water breathing, 2nd form, water wheel. With a few flashes of their blades, the 3 girls appeared behind their opponents. The knight and the rook collapsed before they could even react. They had been defeated in an instant. Oh my. Another instant kill. A knight and a rook from Sayira.org Baal's team have been eliminated. The winner of the second round is Roy's team. The announcer exclaimed. The audience roared with excitement. Although there hadn't been a prolonged battle, the swift and decisive victory was still thrilling. They're quite something. Do all of Roy's servants possess sacred gears? Azazel wondered aloud. As an expert on sacred gears, he was surprised to see that almost all of Roy's servants seemed to have one. And they were sacred gears he had never seen before. He was itching to study them, but he knew it was impossible. Sirstes was also curious about where Roy had obtained so many sacred gears. So far, 3 members of Sayira.org's team have been eliminated, while Roy's team remains unscathed. Let's move on to the third round. Kings, please roll the dice again. Roy and Sayira.org rolled their dice. This time, the total was 8. Sayira.org deployed a bishop and a rook. Roy, however, sent out Shiel and Chelsea. The audience was abuzz again. He was sending out pawns again. But this time, no one questioned his decision. After all, even his weakest pawns could easily defeat Saira Org's servants. The match ended quickly. Chelsea didn't even have to fight. Sheil, the air-headed girl with the Tegu scissor blade, Extase, sliced through both opponents with a single attack. It was over before it even began. Sheil might be clumsy and air-headed in her daily life, but when it came to battle, she was decisive and merciless. So far, Saira Org's team only has their king, 1 queen, 1 bishop, and 1 pawn remaining. And Roy's team is still at full strength. This is an intense match. Let's see what happens next. Roy and Saira Org rolled the dice again. Oh. It's a 12. This means both kings can participate. The announcer's excited declaration riled up the audience. It seems Saira Org will be participating. Anyone want to volunteer? Roy asked the girls, still not planning to join the fight himself. Haha. I'll go. Leon jumped up excitedly, cracking her knuckles. She was eager to face Saira Org, who shared her love for hand-to-hand combat. Leon's strength, after contracting a high-ranking wind spirit, had reached the peak of high-class devil. Her Tegu allowed her to fight those stronger than herself. Alright, Leon, you're up. Good luck. Roy gave her a thumbs up. No problem. Leon grinned confidently, then gave Roy a playful noogie before leaving. She's so mischievous. Roy thought with a chuckle. Roy, I can do it too. Asia puffed out her cheeks, a bit jealous. I think you need to get a bit stronger first, Asia. Roy replied with a thoughtful expression. Wha? Asia's eyes welled up with tears. Haha, I'm just kidding, Asia. Don't be sad. Roy said, quickly comforting her. Both contestants had been transported to the arena. Saira Org Bale has finally entered the arena. And his opponent is a rook from Roy's team? The audience was surprised once again. Roy's team has only sent out their rook, Leon. This is incredible. A king versus a rook. Let's see how this match unfolds. After the announcer's enthusiastic commentary, Greyfire signaled the start of the match. It's a shame it's not Roy. Saira Org commented, disappointed that his opponent wasn't Roy himself. Humphrey. You're not even worth Roy's time. I'm more than enough to handle you. Leon retorted with a grin, cracking her knuckles. Is that so? Then come at me. Saira Org's fighting spirit ignited. They both charged towards each other, the ground cracking beneath their feet. Boom. Their fists collided, sending a shockwave that shattered the surrounding ground. Hey, you're pretty strong. Leon said with a grin. You too. Saira Org replied, impressed. He had underestimated her. This girl was incredibly strong. They exchanged another blow. The two fought like wild beasts, their punches and kicks devastating the arena. If Saira Org used his sacred gear, his strength would reach ultimate class. However, due to the rules of the game, he couldn't bring his sacred gear, the Regulus Nemia, which was worth 8 points, into the arena. Leon, on the other hand, had her Tegu, Lionel, which enhanced her physical abilities significantly. Combined with the power boost from her rook piece, her punches were starting to overwhelm Saira Org. After all, Leon had better regenerative abilities. Boom. They clashed again, and one of them was sent flying, crashing into the rubble. Haha, that was a good fight. Leon said, stretching and cracking her knuckles. It was Saira Org who had been sent flying. Hey, are you still alive? Leon shouted, seeing that he didn't emerge from the rubble. Boom. The rubble exploded outwards, and Saira Org emerged, completely unharmed. Leon stared at him in disbelief. How? How are you not injured? I am injured, quite severely in fact. I have almost no strength left. But I use this. Saira Org held up a small, empty vial. It was the vial that had contained the Phoenix Tears. He had used it to heal himself. Oh, I see. Then I'll just have to defeat you again. Leon said with a shrug, her confidence unwavering. Come on then. Saira Org clenched his fists. Just then, a communication magic circle appeared beside Leon's ear. What? Why? Leon looked confused as she listened to Roy's instructions. Roy explained his reasoning. Okay, fine. Leon sighed and deactivated her Tegu. I forfeit. She shouted. What? Saira Org was dumbfounded. Why would she surrender when she had the clear advantage? The rook from Roy's team has forfeited. What's going on? The announcer exclaimed, equally confused. He had never seen someone surrender while they were winning. The audience was in an uproar. Roy, why? Saira Org demanded as soon as he was teleported back to the platform. Saira Org, you haven't shown your true strength yet, have you? Roy asked with a chuckle. That's Sierra Org was speechless. He couldn't use his most powerful weapon, the Regulus Nemia, so he couldn't fight at his full potential. You've been wanting to challenge me, haven't you? Then I'll give you that chance. Roy turned to the announcer. I request that the next match be a team battle with the remaining members. Is that possible? That. The announcer was flustered. He couldn't make that decision. He was just an announcer. But then, he received a message from one of the mouse. Roy's request has been approved. He announced. The next match will be a team battle with the remaining members of both sides. Chapter 145, Beating Up Sierra Org. The match against Serafal and Suna gaining 2 fiancés. I see. Sierra Org said, understanding Roy's intentions. This way, he could fight at his full potential. Thank you. He said gratefully. I look forward to your performance. Roy replied with a smile. Their relationship had subtly shifted. It was no longer a battle between equals. It was a challenge from a subordinate to a superior. And Roy was the superior. They were then transported to the arena. It was a vast expanse of outer space, with a white, barren landscape below. Roy and Sierra Org appeared there. Roy hadn't brought any of his servants. Sierra Org, however, had his remaining queen, bishop, and pawn with him. Sierra Org, show me your full strength. Roy said with a confident smirk. Sierra Org was silent for a moment. Sierra Org-sama, please wear me. A voice suddenly pleaded. A young man with blonde hair knelt before Sierra Org. He then transformed into a golden lion. This was Sierra Org's sacred gear, the Regulus Nemia. It was a sentient sacred gear that had easily defeated Ryaz in its first appearance. Please use my power. The Lion King pleaded again. Silence. That power is only to be used in times of crisis for the underworld. Sierra Org roared. He had overcome his weakness and reached his current strength through his own efforts. He didn't want to rely on external power to win. Sierra Org, you've earned the Lion King's recognition. It's your power now. Use it. Roy urged. Sierra Org was being too stubborn. He didn't understand that the sacred gear was a part of him. Sierra Org considered Roy's words, then nodded in agreement. You're right. How could I have such foolish thoughts? I thought I would never need to use it. He shook his head, then declared, all right, then let's begin. The Lion King transformed into a golden light and merged with Sierra Org. My lion. King of Nemia. You, who has been called King of Lions. Answer my howl and turn into my armor. Balance breaker, Regulus Ray Leather Rex. Sierra Org donned a golden suit of armor. He looks like a gold saint from Saint C.E. Roy thought with amusement. Roy, thank you for allowing me to use the Regulus Nemia. I'll fight you with everything I've got. Sierra Org declared, his fighting spirit burning. Then, as a sign of respect, I'll also use my full power. Come at me. Roy replied, beckoning him with a grin. Here I come. Sierra Org roared, charging towards Roy and throwing a punch with all his might. Roy simply raised a hand to block. Boom. Their fists collided. A powerful shockwave erupted, but Roy's hand didn't budge. Sierra Org's eyes widened in surprise. Although he had been prepared for Roy's strength, he was still shocked that his full-powered attack had no effect. He didn't hesitate and attacked again. Bam. 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 His punches were incredibly fast, a blur of fists. But Roy effortlessly blocked every attack with his hand. Sierra Org felt a sense of despair. Damn it. I have to achieve my dream. I can't fall here. He roared, his determination unwavering as he continued his assault despite his exhaustion. What a strong will. Roy thought, impressed. Sierra Org's willpower was far greater than Volley's. Roy had to admit, he admired Sierra Org's spirit. He smirked. Secret Heart, Ice 1,000-armed cannon. He would show Sierra Org the respect he deserved by defeating him with his full power. A 1,000-meter-tall cannon statue materialized behind Roy. Although it was the same size as before, its power was far greater now. The cannon's countless fists rained down on Sierra Org. Boom. 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 The ground shook violently, and dust filled the air. Sierra Org's queen and bishop were forced to retreat. After a while, Roy dispelled the dust with a wave of his hand. Sierra Org lay unconscious amidst the rubble. Sierra Org Bale has lost consciousness and is eliminated. The announcer declared. The audience erupted in cheers. It had been an incredible match. After Sierra Org was teleported away, Roy looked at his queen and bishop. Do you still want to fight? He asked with a smile. And no, we surrender. They replied immediately. Their king had been defeated. They had no chance against Roy. The Bale team has surrendered. The winner of this rating game is Roy Lucifuge. Let's give him a round of applause. The audience roared their approval. We won. Roy-sama was so cool. Yes, Yes. Siko and Esdeeth were calm, but Asia and Aka were overjoyed, discussing plans for a night raid on Roy. Alright, let's head back, Roy said, returning to the platform and flicking Aka on the forehead for suggesting those interesting positions. Congratulations, Roy. You won. He met up with Ryaz and Sona, who congratulated him. They returned to the Greenery mansion. That night, after a celebratory feast, Sona led Roy to the balcony. The night sky was filled with stars, and the moon illuminated the lawn below. So, it's my turn to face you next, isn't it? Roy asked with a smile, leaning against the railing and sipping his wine. Yes. Sona replied, also leaning against the railing, her expression thoughtful. So our agreement still stands? Of course. Sona smiled at him. She wasn't wearing her glasses tonight. She looked even more beautiful without them. Then get ready to be my bride, Sona, Roy declared, pulling her into an embrace. Sona blushed, then giggled playfully. There's a surprise if you win. Oh? Roy looked at her curiously. You'll see. Sona replied with a mysterious smile. Roy didn't press further. In this raiding game tournament organized by Surges, almost every young devil would face each other in a match. Roy's opponents, however, almost always forfeited. So, he spent his time watching Ryaz and Sona's matches. Soon, it was his turn to face Sona. The match was highly anticipated. Roy, good luck. Sona, you too. Yes, Sona Kayaku, defeat the Mao? Yeah, take down the Night Demon King. Roy was a bit speechless. Aka and the others were actually cheering for Sona. The arena was packed, and the audience roared with excitement as Roy and his peerage entered. This match was a standard team battle. They were transported to the subspace arena. It was a group of islands in the ocean. Roy's team started on a small island, which served as their base. Sona's team was on another island. You guys wait here. I'll go alone, Roy said, planning to let the girls rest. Roy, go. Bring Sona Kayaku back. Asia cheered. Don't worry, I will. Roy replied with a smile, patting her head. He then flew towards Sona's island. He spotted Serafal along the way. Roy-kun, although I've agreed to share Sona-chan with you, if you want her completely, you'll have to defeat me first. Serafal declared, striking a pose with her magical girl outfit and staff. The audience was in an uproar. Oh my. Mao Serafal-sama is participating personally. What's going on? Let's see. It seems Serafal-sama is acting as Sona's queen. The announcer's enthusiastic commentary excited the audience even further. Serafal-san, can we negotiate? I'll make more magical girl manga for you if you let me pass. How about that? Roy offered. More magical girl manga? Serafal's resolve wavered. No, Sona-chan told me to stop you. If I don't, she won't talk to me for a month. Serafal said with a sigh. Fine. Roy shrugged. Then take this. Serafal shouted, unleashing her magic. An ice dragon materialized in the sky and lunged towards Roy. She specialized in ice magic. Trying to use ice against me? Roy thought, amused. He snapped his fingers. Snap. The ice dragon froze midair, then turned and attacked Serafal. What? Serafal was stunned. She quickly conjured an ice wall to block the dragon's attack. What's going on? She asked, bewildered. Roy chuckled. Because I am the master of ice. Now then, I don't have time to play with you. He appeared before Serafal in a flash and placed his hand on her shoulder. Secret Heart, Ice Prison. Serafal was encased in ice, her head the only part remaining free. Please wait here for a bit. I'll release you later, Roy said with a smile, patting her head before leaving. Damn it. I can't break free. Roy-kun, let me out. Serafal shouted, struggling in vain. But Roy was already gone. He soon found Tsubaki and the others. Since Serafal had taken the queen position, Tsubaki was participating as a pawn. If you want to see Kayaku, you'll have to defeat us first. That's right. We won't let you have her so easily. But if Kayaku becomes Roy-senpai's fiancé, will she take us with her? Idiot, why would you say that? Roy chuckled, hearing their conversation. Excuse me, ladies, but I'll be going ahead now, he announced. In the next moment, he vanished. Sona stood alone in a beautiful flower garden. Sona. Sona turned around and blushed as she saw Roy. You're here. Haha, you know they can't stop me, right? Not even your sister. Roy said with a chuckle. So, if I defeat you now, you'll become my fiancé, right? He stepped closer to Sona. Yes, that's right. Or rather, you've already won. Sona replied with a smile. She wasn't wearing her glasses today. She looked even more beautiful without them. Then, Sona, you're my bride from today onwards, Roy declared, pulling her into an embrace. Yes. Sona mumbled, her face flushed as she leaned against him. Sona Saitri and Roy Lucifuge's rating game has concluded. The winner is Roy's team. The announcer declared. The match was over. Although there hadn't been a fierce battle, the audience was still satisfied. They had witnessed the power of Serafal and the new Ma'o. With this match concluded, the rating game tournament for the young generation was also nearing its end. Roy held a grand engagement ceremony with Sona in the Ma'o territory. The young devils who had just participated in the tournament and the audience all attended, making it a lively event. The ceremony proceeded smoothly, and Roy and Sona exchanged rings under the watchful eyes of Sona's parents, Grafaya, and the Ma'os. Just then, a girl in a wedding dress rushed towards them. Sona-chan, Roy-kun, I'm here. It was Serafal. She leaped into Roy's arms. Roy was dumbfounded. This wasn't even the official wedding ceremony yet. Why was Serafal wearing a wedding dress? Roy, to prevent you from stealing Sona-chan away, I'll become your bride too. She declared. What? The devils in the hall were shocked. Her fans were devastated. But seeing that Sona and her parents weren't surprised, Roy understood. This must be the surprise Sona had mentioned. And it was quite a surprise indeed. Roy exchanged rings with Serafal as well. Thus, Roy's engagement with Sona and Serafal was officially announced. Chapter 146, Ravel presents herself? Helping Riser recover. Summer vacation was coming to an end, and Roy and the girls were preparing to return to the human world when Ravel Phoenix suddenly appeared. Roy-sama, I apologize for the unexpected visit. Ravel said, her expression serious as she stood in the living room of the Greenery mansion. What brings you here? Don't worry, if it's something I can help with, I definitely will. Roy replied with a gentle smile. Really? Of course. Relieved by his assurance, Ravel continued, it's about my brother. I wanted to talk to you about him. Oh? What about Riser? Don't tell me he's still sulking over his defeat. Roy teased. He knew what was going on, of course. Riser, just like in the original story, had taken his loss quite hard. Ravel's expression faltered. Yes, ever since that incident, he's been depressed. She confirmed. He hasn't recovered? Ryaz asked, concerned. After all, she was partly responsible for Riser's current state. No, he hasn't. I shouldn't have come here, but I thought Roy-sama might be able to help. Ravel said, her eyes pleading. Roy's heart softened. Since I'm partly responsible for this, I'll help. He agreed. This was an unavoidable obstacle if he wanted to win over Ravel. He had to help Riser. But it wasn't a difficult task. He just had to drag Riser out and give him a reality check. It was understandable for a proud and talented young devil like Riser to be depressed after being easily defeated by someone his own age. But once Riser learned that the one who defeated him was the fifth Ma'o, his perspective would likely change. After all, there was no shame in losing to a Ma'o. Thank you, Roy-sama. Ravel exclaimed, relieved. She then began to complain about her good-for-nothing brother. Honestly, he's so pathetic. Just because he lost once, he's been moping for half a year. He has the flames of the phoenix, yet he wraps himself in blankets all day, complaining about being cold. It's unbearable. Ryaz and the others chuckled at her frustrated rant. He's still your brother, Ravel. Come on, we have some free time. Let's go help him. Roy said, standing up. After informing Sona, Roy and the girls teleported to the Phoenix territory. As they walked through the castle adorned with flame emblems, Roy asked casually, so, Ravel, what has Riser been up to lately? He either shuts himself in his room, practicing rating game simulations, or plays chess with the servants. Ravel replied. He's living the life of a shut-in, huh? They arrived at a room. Riser's servants stood outside silently. Knock, knock, knock. Anii-sama, we have guests. Ravel announced. I don't want to see anyone today, Ravel. I had a terrible nightmare. I'm so cold. Riser's dejected voice came from inside. Ravel sighed. It's Ryaz and Roy-sama. She said loudly. Crash. A commotion erupted inside the room. Ryaz? It's me, Riser. Why are you here? To mock me? Riser, are you ignoring me? Open this door, or I'm coming in. Roy shouted, annoyed by Riser's selective hearing. Roy? Don't come in. Riser sounded terrified. More crashing sounds came from inside. It seems he won't open the door willingly. Roy said with a shrug, then kicked the door open. Riser, you coward. Come out here. Don't come any closer. I don't want to be reminded of that humiliation. The room was a mess, as if it had been ransacked. They found Riser hiding under the bed. Anii-sama, get out here. You're embarrassing the Phoenix family. Ravel exclaimed, her face red with anger. She couldn't believe her brother was acting so shamefully. No. I won't go out. I don't want to remember that horrible experience. Riser refused to budge. Riser has never experienced any setbacks in his life. He's never lost a rating game before. Ryaz explained. That's why he's so devastated by a single loss. It seems we have to use force. Roy said with a smirk. Force? Ravel looked at him curiously. Just watch. Roy used his magic to drag Riser out from under the bed. They took Riser outside. He was acting like a sulking child, refusing to acknowledge them. So, what's the plan? Ryaz asked with a sigh. Roy stroked his chin thoughtfully. He couldn't use the same method as in the original story to change Riser's mindset. He needed a different approach. An idea struck him. I have a plan. Roy took Riser, Ryaz, and Ravel to the edge of the Phoenix territory. There was a dense forest there, inhabited by various monsters. Roy dropped Riser 100 kilometers away from the Phoenix castle. What? What are you doing? Riser asked, scrambling to his feet and looking at Roy with fear. This is 100 kilometers away from the Phoenix territory, Riser. Roy explained with a sly grin. You'll have to find your own way back. Oh, and by the way, I saw many high-class monsters on the way here. If you don't want to be eaten, you better start running. With that, Roy vanished. Is this okay? Isn't it too easy? Ryaz asked, looking at the distant Riser. Don't worry, it's not that simple. Roy assured her. Although it had only taken them a few minutes to get here with Roy's teleportation, it would take Riser hours to fly back. And there were many monsters along the way. More importantly, Roy had another trick up his sleeve. Riser, seeing Roy disappear, immediately spread his devil wings and tried to fly back. Just then, snow began to fall, and the temperature plummeted. The once comfortable temperature dropped below freezing and continued to fall. Eku. Riser sneezed, his wings shivering. Ever since being frozen by Roy, Riser, despite possessing the flames of the Phoenix, had developed a fear of the cold. He landed on the ground, seeking shelter behind a large tree. But just then, a pack of wolves surrounded him. Their red eyes gleamed menacingly in the darkness. Get lost, you beasts. Riser roared, trying to scare them away. He didn't want to fight. It was too cold. But his shouts only provoked the wolves. They lunged at him. Although they were only at middle class, or even weaker, they still managed to overwhelm Riser. He had been depressed for months, and the cold weather further weakened him. He was soon injured, but thanks to his immortality, he wasn't seriously wounded. Forced into such a desperate situation, Riser fought back with renewed ferocity. After a long struggle, he finally defeated the wolves. He was exhausted and wanted to rest. But then, he heard the roars of more monsters. The scent of blood had attracted them. Riser gritted his teeth and continued his journey. Every time he felt like giving up, Roy would send a few monsters his way. Riser had no choice but to keep running. Fighting would only drain his magic, so he had to conserve his strength. He hunted monsters for food and drank from streams when he was thirsty. He trudged through the harsh environment for an entire day and night. At first, he cursed Roy incessantly. But now, he was silent, his resolve strengthened by the ordeal. He no longer panicked when ambushed by monsters. He had changed. And he realized that his strength had returned. He was no longer afraid of the cold. Even in this freezing weather, he could fly. Excited, he spread his wings and flew towards the Phoenix territory. After a day and night of hardship, Riser finally returned to the Phoenix castle. Roy, Ryaz, and Ravel were waiting for him. Welcome back, Onyai-sama. Ravel exclaimed, her eyes filled with joy as she saw the changed Riser. Riser looked like a beggar, his clothes tattered and his body covered in dirt. But his aura was different now. He seemed more mature and composed. Roy nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. That's more like a man. Riser looked at Roy. At first, he had cursed him. Then, he had become numb to the suffering. But now, he understood. Roy had done this to help him change. Riser was grateful. Thank you. But I won't lose next time, he declared, his eyes filled with newfound determination. I'll be waiting. Roy replied with a smile. Riser smiled back, then collapsed from exhaustion. Onyai-sama. Ravel rushed to his side. Don't worry, he's just exhausted. He'll be fine after some rest. Roy reassured her. Riser had pushed himself to his limits during his journey. Take him back and let him rest. Ravel instructed Ubeluna and the other servants. Yes, Lady Ravel. They took Riser away. Since this is settled, we should be going now, Roy announced. Roy-sama, are you leaving already? Ravel asked, her voice filled with disappointment. Yes, summer vacation is almost over. We have to go back to school. Ryaz explained. School in the human world? Ravel asked. Yes. Roy confirmed with a smile. Then goodbye, Roy-sama. After their farewells, Roy activated his teleportation magic, and they vanished. The next day, Roy, Ryaz, and Sona boarded the train back to Kwa Academy. To Roy's surprise, Rosyce and Ravel were also on the same train. Ravel? Ravel fidgeted nervously. It's mother's arrangement. She explained. What arrangement? Roy asked curiously. Well, it's... Ravel blushed and stammered, unable to say it out loud. Just then, a small magic circle appeared on the table before them. A woman with golden twin-tails, similar to Ravel's, appeared as a miniature projection. She had a beautiful face and a mature, elegant aura. Mother? Ravel exclaimed in surprise. Roy and the others were also surprised. They hadn't met Ravel's mother during their visit to the Phoenix Castle. Ravel, is Mao-sama and Ryaz there? She asked. Hello, it's been a while. Ryaz and Roy greeted her. Ravel's mother turned to them. Greetings, Mao-sama and Ryaz. I apologize for this unconventional first meeting. It's no problem. By the way, what's this arrangement Ravel mentioned? Roy asked curiously. I'd like to have Ravel attend the same school as Mao-sama. So, I'd appreciate it if you and Ryaz could look after her. Ravel's mother explained. So that's it. Roy thought. To protect her from some persistent suitors, could you please keep an eye on Ravel, Mao-sama? Of course. With me around, no one will harm her. Roy assured her, glancing at Ravel. Chapter 147, Departing for the Dragon Maid World Saving Taru. Ravel blushed and lowered her head. Ravel, you should follow Ryaz's example and learn from her. Work hard. Her mother instructed. Yes, mother. Ravel replied with a nod. Ryaz had achieved second place in the recent rating game tournament for young devils. And Roy was first, but since he was a Mao now, Ryaz was essentially the strongest among the young devils. That's why Ravel admired her so much. Roy-sama, there's one more thing. I traded for Ravel, so she's my servant now. Ravel's mother explained. But I didn't participate in the rating game, so Ravel is currently a free bishop. She winked playfully at Roy. Roy caught her drift immediately. He turned to Ravel with a smile. If you want, Ravel, you can become my bishop. Ravel blushed and lowered her head. I want. She mumbled. Then I'll leave my daughter in your care. Ravel's mother said to Roy. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her. Roy assured her. With the Mao-sama protecting her, I have nothing to worry about. Then farewell, and good luck. Ravel's mother waved goodbye, and the magic circle disappeared. Ravel, you're my bishop now. Roy said to Ravel, who was blushing furiously. Yes, please take care of me. She replied. Although Ravel was a noble lady, she didn't have a haughty personality. She was a bit sundear, but she was kind and easy to get along with. Roy couldn't resist playing with her springy pigtails. Eh? Roy-sama? Ravel was surprised by his actions, her face reddening as he gently tugged on her hair. Haha, I was just checking if they were bouncy. Roy explained with a grin, giving them another tug. They were indeed quite bouncy. Roy, honestly, you're acting like a child. Ryaz chided, pulling Ravel aside. Roy shrugged. Ravel was popular among the girls and quickly joined their conversation. Roy, feeling a bit left out, cuddled a fist, and whispered to Sona, by the way, Sona, did you manage to get that Valkyrie? Yes, Rosyce has agreed to become my rook. Sona replied with a smile. Roy had initially wanted Rosyce for himself, but considering that Sona didn't have a rook yet, he had decided to give her to Sona. After all, what belonged to Sona also belonged to him. Just like in the original story, Rosyce had been abandoned by Odin. Heartbroken, she readily accepted Sona's offer. Roy suspected that Odin's actions were mainly to gain favor with them. After all, his lecherous tendencies were no secret in the underworld. Previously, the young devils envied Riser for his harem of beautiful girls. Now, it was Roy who was the subject of their envy. After all, he had both Ryaz and Sona, the most sought-after girls of the young generation, and his peerage was filled with talented and beautiful girls. Roy glanced at Rosyce, who was playing cards with Siko and Akano. He chuckled. The clueless Valkyrie was terrible at card games, her expressions betraying her every thought. She had been losing continuously. Back at Roy's castle, the girls released their familiars and elemental spirits, filling the place with energy. Roy saw his great Teeny, which had evolved into Dragonair. But it was still too weak to be of much use in battle. It was more of a pet. Sona and her peerage also moved into the castle, making it even livelier. Summer vacation ended, and the second semester began at Kwa Academy. After the boring opening ceremony, Roy's peaceful daily life resumed. He went to school with a group of girls every day. After Claire and the others were enrolled in Kwa Academy, Roy's class couldn't accommodate them all. They had to be placed in a different class. Roy felt like his servants alone could form an entire class. After a month of this routine, Roy started to get bored. He turned his attention to the system. The world travel function had refreshed, presenting him with 3 new worlds. They were Overlord, Chunabi Udemokoi Gashitai, and Campione. Roy's mind raced. He wasn't interested in the first 2 worlds for now. But Campione was a world that intrigued him. In this world, humans had created various mythologies, which gave rise to numerous gods. These gods were supposed to play their roles in their respective mythologies, maintaining the balance of the world. But some gods, known as heretic gods, defied their roles. These heretic gods brought disaster upon the world, and as a result, powerful mages capable of defeating them emerged. Those who killed the heretic god inherited its power and became a Campione, a god slayer. Each Campione was powerful enough to rule a nation. Based on their abilities in the anime, Campiones were at least ultimate class. And in the later stages of the story, they were even said to possess planet-destroying powers. However, Roy wasn't going to the world of Campione. He was going to the world of Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. This was one of the first worlds that had appeared in the system, and he had been wanting to recruit those Dragon Maids for a while now. With his decision made, Roy prepared to depart. It was a weekend, so he didn't have to go to school. After sneaking away from the clingy Claire, Nezuko, and the others, Roy went to his room. He wasn't planning to take anyone with him this time. After all, he wouldn't be staying in that world for long. A flash of light, and Roy vanished. Where am I? Roy wondered, looking around after being transported by the system. He was high in the sky, a mountain below him and a brightly lit city in the distance. That must be the city where Kobayashi lives. Roy mused, stroking his chin. He could sense that the magic density in this world was very low. Ordinary people couldn't cultivate magic here. But this world wasn't to be underestimated. The harmonizers from another world had already infiltrated this place. Roy closed his eyes and sensed their presence. It was a magical world with various races, the world where Toru and Kana came from. Just then, Roy sensed a surge of magic nearby. A black hole appeared in the sky, and a massive figure fell through it. Boom! The figure crashed into the ground, creating a large crater. It was a green western dragon. Toru. Roy's eyes lit up. He approached Toru, who was severely injured, a divine sword protruding from her back. She had clearly just fought a god and lost. In that other world, dragons were the greatest threat to gods, so it wasn't surprising that a god would try to kill Toru. If no one had found her, she might have actually died. Kobayashi, the dragon maid from the original story, seemed to be quite capable, having been able to remove the divine sword with ease. As Roy was pondering this, Toru spoke. I didn't expect to find a devil here. It seems this is the end for me, she said, closing her eyes in resignation. Don't worry, I mean you no harm. I just happened to be passing by. Roy reassured her. By the way, what's your name? I'm Toru. Perhaps sensing his sincerity, Toru answered weakly. Hello, Toru. I'm Roy Lucifuge. Roy introduced himself with a smile. Devil, you should leave this place. Toru warned. You seem to be badly injured. Do you want me to remove that sword from your back? You can't pull out a divine sword, devil. Just leave this place. Toru insisted, worried that the god might return. But Roy knew the god wouldn't come here. This seemingly ordinary world was protected by powerful forces. Don't worry, I'll give it a try. Roy ignored her warnings and jumped onto her back. He examined the divine sword, his eyes gleaming with interest. It was a powerful weapon. He grasped the hilt and channeled his demonic power, effortlessly overcoming the divine power and pulling out the sword. He then casually tossed it into his storage magic. There, that should do it. Roy said with a grin, jumping off Toru's back. Toru looked at him gratefully. She hadn't expected him to actually remove the divine sword. Without the sword's interference, her wounds would heal quickly, thanks to her dragon regeneration abilities. Thank you. That's much better, she said, standing up. Toru, can you transform into a human? Roy asked, looking up at her. Of course. With a flash of light, Toru transformed from her massive dragon form into a young girl. She had beautiful blonde hair, 2 horns on her head, and large, captivating red eyes. A green tail swayed behind her. She was a beautiful girl with an exotic charm. This was Toru, the dragon maid. Roy, thank you for saving me, Toru said, approaching him with gratitude. It was nothing. Roy replied with a smile and a wave of his hand. By the way, Toru, you were fighting a god, weren't you? Yes, that despicable coward. I'll kill him one day. Toru growled, her anger flaring at the mention of the god. It seemed the god hadn't defeated her honorably. Roy remembered that in the original story, Kobayashi had asked Toru how strong she was. And Toru had replied that she was world-ending level. But that didn't mean she could destroy a planet. Roy estimated her strength to be around that of a high-ranking Mo. So, Toru, what are your plans now? Roy asked. Well. Toru hesitated. She hadn't fully recovered yet and couldn't challenge the god for revenge. And she was tired of her old life in the other world. As a member of the Chaos faction, she had been fighting constantly for over 10,000 years. She didn't want to continue that life anymore. She was lost. Roy smiled. Why don't you come with me to the human world, Toru? The human world? Toru looked at him curiously. Look. It's over there. The human world is very peaceful. Roy said, pointing towards the city in the distance. Toru's eyes lit up as she saw the peaceful city. She nodded eagerly. Okay, I'll go to the human world with you. Roy beamed. Then let's go. He took Toru's hand and was about to fly towards the city when he noticed a drunk woman stumbling towards them. It's Kobayashi. She had come after all. But Toru was already his. Kobayashi, you can go back to your ordinary life. Roy thought. He used his magic to subtly redirect Kobayashi back home and even healed her back pain as compensation. Roy? Toru looked at him, confused, when he didn't move. Oh, it's nothing. Let's go. Roy said, taking her hand and flying towards the city. Chapter 148, Shopping Clothes for Toru. A date in Maid Cafe. Toru blushed slightly as Roy took her hand. By the way, Roy, are you part of the Chaos faction? She asked as they flew through the air. No, I'm not. Roy replied casually. Toru's expression fell. Then you must be with the Harmony faction. She assumed. Toru was part of the Chaos faction, and the Harmony faction was their enemy. If Roy wasn't with Chaos, then he must be with Harmony. Roy, sensing her thoughts, smiled. Nope, not that either. Toru's eyes lit up. Although the two main factions in the other world were Chaos and Harmony, there were also those who didn't belong to either side and preferred peace. What's wrong? Roy asked, looking at her with a smile. Nothing. Toru shook her head happily. They soon landed on a city street. It was bustling with people and cars. A few thugs, seeing them, approached with lecherous grins. Roy knew they were up to no good. Foolish humans. Toru scoffed. As a dragon who had lived for tens of thousands of years, she was used to such encounters. She usually dealt with them by simply stepping on them, like ants. Just as she was about to do so, Roy stopped her. Don't mind them, Toru. Since we're in the human world, let me show you around. He said with a gentle smile. He glanced at the thugs. Using his magic, he subtly influenced them to walk towards a deserted alley, where they would meet their end. Okay. Toru retracted her aura and smiled at him. Roy then took her to a clothing store. Toru was still wearing her black robe from the other world, woven from her own scales. But she needed proper clothes, so Roy decided to take her shopping. Toru, choose any clothes you like. We'll buy them all. Roy declared as he led her to the women's section. Really? Toru's eyes sparkled as she looked at the beautiful clothes. Of course. Go ahead and choose. Roy chuckled, amused by her reaction. Roy, I want this one. And this one. Toru quickly picked out two outfits, a school uniform and a maid outfit. So she chose a maid outfit after all. As expected of a dragon maid. Roy thought, stroking his chin. They both look great. Go try them on. Wait a moment. Roy suddenly remembered something and went to another section of the store. He returned with a few pieces of thin fabric, which he handed to Toru. Roy, what are these? Toru asked, holding up the fabric and examining it curiously. He. The sales clerk giggled, seeing her confusion. Those are undergarments. You shouldn't hold them up like that. He whispered in her ear. Undergarments? Toru, being unfamiliar with human customs, tilted her head in confusion. It's hard to explain. I'll have the sales clerk help you put them on. I don't want a human to help me. I want Roy to help me. Toru whined. That's not appropriate. I'm a man. Let the sales clerk teach you how to wear them. Roy insisted. After some persuasion, he finally managed to get Toru into the fitting room and asked a sales clerk to assist her. Teaching a clueless dragon maid is quite a challenge. Roy sighed. Toru's puppy dog eyes were too powerful. Roy was a sucker for cute girls acting spoiled. Whenever the girls acted cute at home, he would agree to any request. Toru soon emerged from the fitting room, wearing the school uniform. How do I look, Roy? She asked with a cheerful twirl. You look great. Roy replied with a thumbs up. Toru's figure looked amazing in the school uniform, but the skirt seemed a bit too short. I guess she can only wear this at home. Roy thought. Toru, try on the other outfit. He said. Okay. Toru skipped back to the fitting room, Having learned how to change clothes, she quickly returned, now wearing the maid outfit. It was a black and white maid outfit, different from the one she wore in the original story. This one was more stylish. "You look perfect in that maid outfit, Toru," Roy praised. "Really?" "Of course." Toru beamed, pleased with his compliment. "Do you want to look at any other clothes?" "No, these two are enough," Toru replied, a bit embarrassed to ask Roy to buy more clothes. "Okay, we can come back another time," Roy said with a smile. He paid for the clothes, and they left the store. "Now, let's try some human food," Roy suggested. "Human food? Okay." Toru's eyes lit up at the mention of food. Roy stored Toru's school uniform in his spatial magic and led her to a restaurant that looked promising. "Welcome back, Master," a maid greeted them as they entered. It was a maid cafe. Roy had never been to one before, and he found it quite interesting. "Let's eat here, Toru," he said. "Okay." Toru nodded, looking around curiously. A maid led them to a private room. "Master, what would you like to order?" she asked, presenting them with a menu. "Let me see." Roy took the menu, and Toru leaned closer to look, their faces almost touching. The maid blushed, her eyes fixated on the handsome Roy. "How about this?" "Amorous," Roy suggested. It was a dish often seen in anime, and he was curious about its taste. "Sure, anything Roy chooses is fine with me," Toru replied with a smile. "Okay, then let's add some tempura, onigiri, menchikatsu, ramen, soba, sushi, salad. That should be enough for now." He handed the menu back to the maid, who stared at him with wide eyes. "Master, are you sure you want to order this much?" she asked cautiously. "Of course. Don't worry, we have big appetites." Roy chuckled. As a devil and a dragon, their appetites were far greater than that of humans. The maid nodded and left with the menu. "Don't worry, we can order more if it's not enough," Roy reassured Toru, who was looking at him with anticipation. "Roy, you're so kind to me," Toru said, hugging his arm. She couldn't remember anyone ever treating her so well. Even her own father hadn't shown her this much kindness. Toru was falling for Roy. Hee. Roy patted her head, amused. Soon, several maids arrived with their food, filling the table. "Wow! It looks delicious," Toru exclaimed, practically drooling. "Please wait, Master. Allow me to cast a spell to make the food even more delicious," one of the maids declared. Toru paused, her hand hovering over a dish. "Oh? Go ahead then," Roy said, intrigued. The maid made a few gestures with her hands and chanted, "Become delicious. Momo-kyun. There, the food is now even more delicious. Please enjoy, Master," she chirped. Roy burst into laughter. Toru, however, was jealous. "Liar. The food hasn't changed at all," she accused the maid. The maid cowered under Toru's intense gaze. "Toru, sit down. Don't scare her," Roy chided gently, pulling Toru back into her seat. "Making the food more delicious is just a way to enhance your enjoyment. Don't bully the maid," he explained. "Eh? Is that so?" Toru tilted her head in confusion. "Of course. Now, let's eat. Aren't you hungry?" "Yes, but wait a moment. I'm going to cast a spell to make the food more delicious." Toru stood up, a determined look on her face. "All right, go ahead." Roy sighed. "Then let me enhance the flavor of this food with my magic," Toru declared, mimicking the maid's earlier actions. But then, her demeanor changed. She became serious, and a powerful aura emanated from her. "For the Shadow Lord who rules the world. With forbidden magic, I shall create the ultimate flavor. May the people have bountiful harvests, and may his divine deeds be praised. May his name be etched in history, and may my magic, like mud, taint all things. May my will, like a plague, spread madness and turn all lies into reality." Ha! Toru unleashed a massive sphere of magic that shocked even Roy. He had no doubt this attack could destroy the entire city. Then, Toru slammed the magic sphere into the food on the table. "Become delicious. Momo-kyun." Such a powerful attack, followed by such childish words. Roy couldn't help but chuckle. Toru wiped the non-existent sweat from her brow and sighed in relief. "Roy, the food is now more delicious. Eat up," she said, presenting him with a plate of amorous. The amorous was covered in a strange purple cream. Roy gulped. "Is this even edible? Will I die from eating this?" He hesitantly took the plate. He was impressed by Toru's magic. It seemed she could turn lies into reality. She was even more powerful than he had imagined. He had to learn this overpowered magic. Seeing Toru's expectant gaze, Roy took a bite of the amorous. "Eh? How is it? How is it?" Toru asked eagerly. "It's surprisingly delicious," Roy exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. The ordinary amaris had become incredibly flavorful, the most delicious thing he had ever tasted. This must be the effect of her magic. Really? Of course. Come and eat, Roy said, pulling Toru back into her seat. It's so good. Toru also seemed surprised by the enhanced flavor. Although the purple cream made the dishes look a bit strange, the taste was undeniable. They devoured the food. The maid stared at them in disbelief as they finished every last bite. Roy and Toru then left the maid cafe and headed towards a hotel. Since Roy had just arrived in this world, he didn't have a place to stay. He decided to spend the night at a hotel with Toru. I'd like the most luxurious suite, he told the receptionist, who gave them a knowing look. The suite was lavish, with several rooms. Roy explained how to use the bathroom to Toru, then let her take a bath. He then showed her to her room. Toru, like a curious child, asked about everything. Roy patiently answered her questions. Finally, he could relax. Chapter 149, Devouring Toru. Queen of Cuteness Kana arrives. Roy was surprised to find Toru in his room when he was about to go to sleep. Roy, can I sleep with you? She asked shyly, wearing cartoon pajamas. She seemed to be seeking comfort and reassurance. Oh, all right. Come here, but no funny business, Roy warned, scooting over to make room for her. Yay! Toru beamed, snuggling up to him and hugging his arm. Roy didn't make any moves and soon fell asleep. The next day, Roy took Toru to a real estate agency and bought a luxurious apartment. They moved in. Money wasn't an issue. Toru was a fast learner and quickly adapted to human life, absorbing knowledge like a sponge. Of course, she had some strange interpretations of certain things. Since Roy had complimented her maid outfit, she had been studying how to be a proper maid. Roy, let me show you what I've learned today, Toru declared one afternoon, pushing Roy onto the living room sofa. She was dressed in her maid outfit, ready to cook. I've mastered the art of being a maid. Oh? Then I'm looking forward to it, Roy said with a smile. Leave it to me. This is my specialty. Toru struck a cute pose with a peace sign, then dashed into the kitchen. Please don't let it be roasted tail meat, Roy thought, crossing his fingers. But it's definitely going to be roasted tail meat, isn't it? Should I eat it? Or should I refuse? Here you go, Toru announced, placing a plate before him. It's my roasted tail meat, she declared proudly. She's really good at this. Does she roast her tail often? Roy wondered, staring at the dish. He glanced at Toru's back. Her tail was indeed missing. Toru, your tail? Oh, this. It grows back, Toru replied casually, and a new green tail sprouted from her back. I think you should prepare some normal food, Toru, Roy said gently. Although he didn't mind eating dragon meat, he couldn't bring himself to eat Toru's tail. Eh? Don't you like it? Are you a picky eater? Toru asked, tilting her head and making various gestures. It's not that. It's your tail, Toru. I can't eat that, Roy explained. But it's my favorite food, Toru said with a disappointed pout. So she does eat her own tail, Roy thought, sighing inwardly. Perhaps, in her simple mind, sharing her tail meat was the greatest expression of affection. In the original story, Toru had also tried to get Kobayashi to eat her tail meat. Seeing Toru's dejected expression, Roy couldn't refuse. He couldn't disappoint her. And besides, her tail had already grown back. All right, I'll try it. But just this once, Roy conceded. Yay! Toru cheered. Under her expectant gaze, Roy cautiously cut a piece of the roasted tail and took a bite. Wow! The meat was tender, juicy, and melted in his mouth. It was incredibly delicious, as expected of dragon meat. Roy even thought it was more delicious than the food enhanced by Toru's magic. He could feel a surge of energy flowing into him, strengthening his body and slightly increasing his power. How is it? Is it good? Toru asked eagerly. Yes, it's delicious. But Toru, please don't cut off your tail anymore. It must hurt, Roy said, concerned. It doesn't hurt at all, Toru replied immediately. Seeing that she didn't seem to understand, Roy put on a stern expression. Don't cut off your tail again, or I won't like you anymore. Wha? Okay, I'll listen to you. Toru relented. Under Roy's threat, she finally agreed. Roy then finished the entire plate of roasted tail meat under her watchful eyes. Now Roy is mine, Toru thought with a smug grin. Toru, what are you saying? Roy asked, noticing her muttering. Ah. Nothing. Toru shook her head frantically. All right, let's go to an amusement park this afternoon, Roy suggested. An amusement park? Yay! I saw those on the computer, Toru exclaimed excitedly. She had learned to use a computer in just a few days. Then let's get ready and go. Okay. After a fun day at the amusement park, they returned home. Roy, there's something I want to. Toru began. What is it? Roy asked curiously. Well, I'm at the age where I should be having children, so. Toru climbed on top of him, her face flushed as she looked at him with a determined gaze. After spending so much time with Roy, she had fallen deeply in love with him. And Roy also had feelings for Toru. They engaged in some adult activities. And they continued for several days. A dragon who had been single for tens of thousands of years, once her desires were awakened, was quite insatiable. Toru was over 50,000 years old, though physically, she was only around 20 in human terms. It was said that dragons had powerful desires, and a 50,000-year-old dragon was no exception. Roy could attest to that. A week later, the two finally emerged from their love nest. As they walked down a busy street, Toru clung to Roy's arm, a blissful smile on her face. They looked like a newlywed couple. They were out shopping for groceries. Many elderly people greeted Toru warmly. Toru-san, would you like some vegetables? Toru-san, are you married? You two look so happy together. I'm so envious. Toru beamed, enjoying the compliments. Roy was impressed by her ability to befriend so many people in just a few days. Dragons truly had incredible social skills. Toru, do you want to buy some snacks? Roy asked after they finished buying groceries. Really? Toru's eyes sparkled. Yes, what do you want? I want some chocolate eclairs. No problem. They entered a pastry shop. Excuse me, could we have some chocolate eclairs? Coming right up. The baker quickly packed up some eclairs for them. They continued their stroll, Toru happily munching on her eclairs while clinging to Roy's arm. Roy, have some. She offered him a half-eaten eclair. Roy took a bite without hesitation. Toru smiled. Someone stole my bag. Catch him. A woman's scream suddenly echoed through the street. Someone had snatched her bag and was running away. But the people around them didn't react. No one wanted to get involved. Roy, should I catch him? Toru asked. Roy was surprised. Toru, who usually disliked humans, was now concerned about helping someone. She was truly kind. No need for you to do that, Toru. Watch this. Roy said with a smile, then snapped his fingers. The thief suddenly stopped running, turned around, placed the bag on the ground and started crying, apologizing profusely. That should do it. Roy said with a satisfied nod. Roy, you're amazing. Toru exclaimed with admiration. They continued their walk until it was almost noon, then returned home. Toru immediately started preparing lunch. Roy offered to help, but Toru insisted that cooking was a wife's duty and pushed him onto the sofa. Roy watched TV and browsed his phone, bored. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. She's here. Roy thought, his eyes lighting up. He had noticed someone following them while they were shopping. And that person was likely. Roy opened the door. A petite girl with silver-purple hair, small white horns, large blue eyes, and adorable short legs in white stockings stood before him. Roy's heart melted. It was Kanakami. Come in. He led Kana inside, and they sat facing each other on the sofa. Kana stared at him with a blank expression, her tail swishing back and forth. Roy, feeling a bit awkward, broke the silence. I'm Roy. What's your name? Break up with Toru. Kana said flatly. What? Roy was speechless. He hadn't expected that line from the adorable Kana. I know you tricked her. You seduced her with your body. Kana continued, moving closer with each word. I'm afraid I can't do that. Roy replied with a chuckle. Kana's eyes narrowed, and she started punching him lightly on the chest. Break up with her. Give her back to me. Roy sighed and let her continue her assault. Her soft punches felt like a massage. Roy, do we have a guest? Toru called out from the kitchen, having heard the commotion. She peeked into the living room and saw a girl clinging to Roy. A powerful aura erupted from her. Kana, startled, hid in Roy's arms. Kana? Toru's anger instantly vanished as she recognized the girl. Toru-sama. Kana chirped. Toru was a great girl, but she was easily jealous. Was this the possessiveness of a dragon? He had to correct this. Otherwise, things could get messy when he brought them back to his world. They all sat down in the living room. This is Kanakami, my friend. Toru introduced her. Hello, Kana. Roy greeted her with a smile. Toru-sama, why are you here? Come back with me. I need you. Kana pleaded, ignoring Roy. It seemed this little girl missed Toru a lot. Roy felt a pang of sympathy. I'm not going back. Toru said after a moment of silence. Why? Kana asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. Because I'm Roy's wife now. Toru declared, leaning against Roy with a blissful smile. I knew it. I saw you two on a date at the market. Holding hands in broad daylight. You pervert. Kana accused, pointing at Roy. Well, Toru is my wife now. So, it's normal for us to do those things, right? Roy chuckled. Then I'll kill you and take Toru away from you. Kana declared, launching herself at Roy and resuming her punches. Toru didn't stop her. Kana's punches were too weak to cause any harm. Kana, why are you so weak? She asked curiously. Toru-sama, that's what I should be asking you. The magic density here is so low. Oh, I can replenish my own magic. Toru explained with a smile. Roy knew about this. Toru could generate her own mana. She was self-sufficient, just like Quetzalcoatl. Kana, you want Toru to go back with you because you can't return on your own, right? Roy asked with a knowing smile. That's not true. Kana denied, turning away. If you want to go back, Kana, I can have Toru send you back. Roy offered. Kana was speechless. Kana, what are you thinking? Just tell us. Toru urged. Well. Kana finally confessed. She loved playing pranks and acting spoiled to get her parents' attention. But she had made a mistake during one of her pranks and was banished to the human world as punishment. Kana, you really love your pranks, don't you? Toru sighed. Roy approached the dejected Kana, patted her head, and said with a smile, don't worry, Kana. I'm sure your parents still love you very much. They're just angry right now. They'll come back for you once they've calmed down. He was telling the truth. After all, who wouldn't love such an adorable child? And they had only banished her to the human world, which was relatively safe. Chapter 150, Toru teaches Kana Roy's bullet hell challenge. Really? Kana's eyes widened with hope, tears welling up. Of course. Since you have nowhere else to go, Kana, you can stay with us. Roy said gently. Hey, I don't agree to this. Toru protested before Kana could even reply. Toru, look how pitiful she is. If we don't take her in, she'll be homeless. Roy pleaded. Toru couldn't refute that. I don't believe you. You must have some ulterior motive. You're trying to use me. Kana accused, her voice soft but filled with suspicion. Kana, it's true that you shouldn't trust strangers in an unfamiliar world. But even if you don't trust me, you can't trust Toru, right? Kana looked at him, her expression softening. Stay with us. Toru and I will take care of you until your parents came to get you. Roy said with a warm smile, patting her head. Kana started to sob softly. Roy's kindness was a stark contrast to her father's harshness. She seemed to be releasing all her pent-up emotions, tears streaming down her face. Toru, seeing this, no longer felt jealous. She smiled at them. Oh no, my fish. Toru suddenly exclaimed, remembering the fish she had been frying. She rushed to the kitchen and found the fish burnt to a crisp. I'm sorry, Roy. She apologized, her head lowered. It's okay. We probably don't have enough food to celebrate Kana's arrival anyway. Roy said with a smile. So, let's just skip cooking and eat. He didn't blame Toru and led her and Kana to the dining room. Toru looked at him expectantly. She knew Roy could use magic to summon a feast. They had been doing that for the past few days while staying indoors. Roy's storage magic contained a vast amount of food. More than enough for them. He opened a portal and retrieved dish after dish, filling the table. Wow! It smells so good! Kana exclaimed, drooling at the sight of the delicious food. Even Toru, who had enjoyed Roy's cooking many times, couldn't help but drool. Alright, Toru, Kana, dig in. Roy said with a chuckle. Itadakimasu. Itadakimasu. They wasted no time and started devouring the food. No one knew how much a dragon could eat. After depleting most of Roy's food reserves, Toru and Kana finally declared themselves full. Roy looked at the two girls with round bellies, wondering if he could afford to feed them. That afternoon, Roy took Toru and Kana to an amusement park. His main goal was to teach Kana about the human world. And he would be the one teaching her. He didn't let Toru teach her. Who knew what kind of strange things she might say? Like that's awesome or something. Sorry for the wait. Roy said, handing Toru and Kana the ice cream cones he had just bought. Toru-sama, what's this? Kana asked, taking the ice cream. It's called ice cream. It's very delicious. Toru explained, taking a bite and letting out a satisfied sigh. Kana also took a bite, her eyes widening in surprise. Ooh. Majiyaba-kun what? Roy's eye twitched. Kana, who taught you that? Taught me what? Kana looked at him with a confused tilt of her head. That phrase you just said. Ooh. Majiyaba-kun, yes, that. Roy couldn't believe that Kana had learned that. Interesting catchphrase in the short time he had been gone. It was me. Toru chirped, raising her hand. She thought Roy was going to praise her. Of course it was you. Roy sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. But it didn't matter. It was one of Kana's charms, after all. Back at the apartment that night, after settling Kana in her room, Roy and Toru went to their own room to play some games. But just as they were about to start, they heard a knock on the door. Kana? Toru opened the door and saw Kana standing there with a pillow. Toru-sama, can I sleep with you? No, absolutely not. Why? Because. Toru stammered, her face flushed. Kana, be a good girl and sleep in your own room. I'll let Toru sleep with you tomorrow, okay? Roy coaxed, patting Kana's head. Are you two going to do something awesome? Kana asked innocently. Roy and Toru exchanged awkward glances. They hadn't expected her to say that. Roy is a pervert. Kana declared, then ran away. Let's just ignore her. We'll apologize tomorrow. Roy said with a shrug, pulling Toru back into their room. For the next few days, Roy took Toru and Kana out to various places. Kana gradually became accustomed to the human world. But they didn't go out every day. Roy thought it was nice to spend some time at home as well. However, Kana, being an energetic child, didn't want to stay inside. I want to go out and play, she declared. We went out yesterday, didn't we? I'm bored. I want to play. Well, Kana is still a child. She needs to exercise. Toru said. Fine. Roy relented. Where do you want to go, Kana? Roy took Toru and Kana to a vast, empty grassland where they could play freely. Go on and play, you two. Roy said, sitting down on the grass. Aren't you joining us, Roy? You two play first. I'll watch. Then let's play, Toru-sama. Toru and Kana started playing. Of course, their idea of playing was a bit different from that of ordinary children. Toru and Kana faced each other, their auras flaring as they charged. They grappled with each other, their immense strength shaking the ground. Toru broke free and swung at Kana, who swiftly grabbed her arm and threw her into the air with an over-the-shoulder throw. She then charged up a Kamehameha. No, wait, it was just a regular energy blast. Toru flipped in the air, dodging the attack, then opened her mouth wide. A terrifying energy beam shot out. Kana leaped aside, narrowly avoiding the blast, but she was still thrown back by the shock wave. The beam struck the ground, creating a mushroom cloud. Their playtime was like a battle between gods. Roy, however, found it rather boring. Stop. He called out, yawning. Roy, what's wrong? Roy, are you joining us? Toru and Kana stopped fighting and looked at him curiously. No, your game is just too boring. Roy replied with a shrug. Boring? Toru and Kana exchanged glances. Do you have any fun games, Roy? Toru asked. Of course. Roy snapped his fingers. They were transported to a subspace. Ooh. Majiyaba-kun, Kana exclaimed, amazed by his magic. Roy's lips twitched. I'm going to teach you a game called Bullet Hell. Roy announced. Bullet Hell? Is that a human game? No, it's more like a yokai game. Roy replied after a moment of thought. He was referring to the Danmaku battles in U Project. The beautiful and powerful barrages of projectiles were a sight to behold. Watch this. Roy demonstrated the most basic devil magic, the magic bullet. He waved his hand, and the sky filled with countless ice blue magic bullets. They were small, like twinkling stars. Wow, it's so beautiful. Ooh. Majiyaba-kun, Toru and Kana were mesmerized by the dazzling display. But Roy wasn't done yet. The magic bullets suddenly rearranged themselves, forming a smiley face. Then, they shifted into a 5-pointed star, followed by an image of Kana's head. It's Kana-chan. So cute. Roy, you're amazing. Amazing. Toru and Kana were amazed. They loved this bullet hell game. Roy could create many other patterns, of course, including various geometric shapes. But bullet hell was meant for combat. Its true beauty could only be appreciated in a fight. Want to learn it? Yes. Toru and Kana nodded eagerly. Magic bullets were a simple spell, and they quickly mastered it. In the subspace, Roy stood on one side, facing Toru and Kana. It was a 1 versus 2 battle. Roy unleashed a barrage of ice blue magic bullets. Toru and Kana also fired their own white magic bullets. Casting magic bullets was easy, but controlling a large number of them was difficult. And controlling their trajectory to attack was even harder. As beginners, Toru and Kana couldn't match Roy's control over his magic bullets. It seemed this bullet hell game could also be used for training their control over magic. Roy launched his attack. Toru and Kana countered with their own barrages. Boom. 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 Their attacks collided, creating a colorful explosion. Take this. I'll show you what I can do. Taru shouted excitedly, summoning more magic bullets. Taru-sama is amazing. I'll join in too. Kana followed suit. Humphrey. You're still too inexperienced to face me. Behold my 8 trigrams formation. Roy declared, channeling his inner Chiyunabu. Countless magic bullets formed an intricate pattern before him. Their attacks clashed once again. This time, Roy didn't hold back. His 8 trigrams formation broke through their defenses and exploded around Taru and Kana. Although the attack wasn't very powerful, it ignited their competitive spirit. Let's do this, Kana. Yes, Taru-sama. They summoned even more magic bullets. Roy also unleashed another barrage. Their bullet hell battle lasted until the afternoon. Kana's magic power was almost depleted. Unlike Taru, she couldn't generate her own mana endlessly. And Roy could easily open a portal to another dimension and absorb magic power there. They returned home. Taru-sama, that was so much fun today. Kana exclaimed, sitting on the sofa and plugging her tail into an outlet to recharge her magic. There was no need to worry about electricity bills. Kana's charging requirements were 5 volts out of 2.5A, and it took about 7 to 8 hours to fully charge her. It was quite energy efficient. I had fun too. Let's play again tomorrow. Taru replied cheerfully. As dragons, they found this kind of game more enjoyable than human games. Human games were more of a novelty. Roy had no choice but to indulge them. For the next few days, they played bullet hell every day. Although it was a fun game, Roy didn't want to play it all the time. So, he found an excuse. Taru, do you have any friends here? He asked as Taru cleaned the apartment in her maid outfit. Of course. Like Fafnir and Lukoa. Taru replied with a smile. How about inviting them over? Roy suggested. Chapter 151, Lukoa's Size's Overwhelming Dragon's Feast. No problem, I'll contact them right away. Taru replied, setting aside her chores and calling her friends. Roy, they said they'll come over tonight. She announced a moment later. Great. Then let's prepare dinner for them. Roy said with a smile. His real target was Taru's friend, Lukoa. She had lived in ancient times and was originally known as Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent god, who governed culture and knowledge. However, after being tricked into drinking cursed alcohol by her colleagues, she had gone on a drunken rampage and, well, let's just say she made a mistake with her sister. As a result, she was stripped of her godhood. Even so, she was still one of the most powerful beings in this world. She was currently responsible for maintaining balance between the other world and the human world. Roy was curious. How exactly had Lukoa, as a woman, made a mistake with her sister? That evening, as Taru was finishing dinner preparations, the doorbell rang. They're here. Taru chirped, rushing to open the door. Roy and Kana followed her. When Taru opened the door, a giant dragon head greeted them. Taru quickly shut the door and turned to Roy with an awkward smile. Please wait a moment. Fafnir-san, please transform like you did in the picture I showed you. She called out through the door. Roy wanted to tell her there was no need to be so cautious around him, but then again, Fafnir wouldn't be able to enter the apartment in his dragon form. After a flash of magic, Taru opened the door again. A man with black hair, crimson eyes, and a sharp suit stood before them. This was Fafnir, the cursed dragon. He was said to be even stronger than Taru. This world is so troublesome. Fafnir grumbled, though his tone was gentler than usual. He often helped Taru in the original story. Roy, this is Fafnir-san. Taru introduced him. Hello, I'm Roy Lucifuge. Roy greeted him. A devil. Fafnir observed, his usually cold expression softening slightly. Like Taru, Fafnir disliked humans after witnessing their greed and cruelty. But he didn't seem to mind Roy. After welcoming Fafnir inside, the doorbell rang again. Coming. Taru chirped, opening the door. This time, a blinding light filled the doorway, followed by a pair of massive assets. Roy's eyes widened. A woman with long blonde hair and a curvaceous figure, wearing a simple t-shirt, entered the apartment. It was Lukoa. Taru. She greeted her friend with a cheerful smile. Lukoa-san, long time no see. Taru replied, then turned to Roy. Roy, this is Quetzalcoatl-san. Pleased to meet you. You can call me Lukoa. Lukoa said, extending her hand towards Roy. Pleased to meet you, Lukoa-san. I'm Roy Lucifuge. Just Roy is fine. He replied, shaking her hand. After the introductions, they all gathered in the living room. Taru went to finish preparing the last few dishes. Roy gave Fafnir a game console to keep him occupied, then sat down with Lukoa for a chat. By the way, Roy-kun, which faction do you belong to? Lukoa asked with a smile. Roy had never seen her open her eyes. As expected, those with perpetually closed eyes were hiding their true nature. I'm not with the Harmony faction or the Chaos faction. I'm actually from another world. Roy admitted. Oh, another world? Lukoa didn't seem surprised. It seemed she had already sensed it. Are you curious about other worlds, Lukoa-san? Yes, very. Roy then told her about the world of high school DxD. It's similar to this world, with constant conflicts between different factions. In the last war, even God and the original Satans perished. But what? Lukoa, intrigued, opened her eyes. They were heterochromatic, her right eye green and her left eye a mix of dark brown and yellow. Her eyes were mesmerizing. Lukoa, noticing Roy's intense gaze, quickly closed her eyes again. But unlike this world, the factions in my world coexist with humans. We're inseparable. Really? Lukoa was surprised. In this world, both the Harmony and Chaos factions looked down on humans. And most of the Chaos faction members despised humans and wished to eradicate them. Yes. Roy confirmed with a nod. So, Roy-kun, what's your purpose in coming here? Lukoa finally asked the question that had been on her mind. She had sensed Roy's presence as soon as he arrived in this world. After all, if someone with his power intended to destroy this world, she, as the guardian of balance, would have to intervene. Roy, sensing her concern, chuckled. Don't worry, I'm not interested in destroying worlds. I came here by chance. But I might take Tatu with me. His half-truth reassured Lukoa. Tatu used to be such a gloomy child. It's all thanks to you that she's so cheerful now. Lukoa commented, glancing at Tatu, who was happily preparing food in the kitchen. I'm glad I met Tatu too. By the way, Lukoa-san, where are you staying now? Roy suddenly asked. I don't have a place to stay at the moment. Lukoa replied with a smile. Roy remembered that in the original story, Lukoa had been invited by Tatu. And on her way back, she had stumbled upon Shada's house while he was performing a summoning ritual. So, she was currently homeless. Roy's eyes lit up. Why don't you stay here, Lukoa-san? We have plenty of rooms. And you're good friends with Tatu. You must want to spend more time with her, right? Lukoa considered his offer for a moment, then agreed. Sure, I wouldn't mind that. After all, I don't have anywhere else to go. For a long-lived dragon like her, staying at a friend's house for a few decades was nothing. Dinner is ready. Tatu announced, bringing in the food. I'll help you with that. By the way, Tatu, I've invited Lukoa-san to stay with us for a while. Roy informed her. Eh? Tatu puffed out her cheeks, a bit jealous. Don't be jealous, Tatu. Lukoa-san doesn't have a place to stay right now. She came all the way here to see you. You can't just send her away, can you? Roy whispered in her ear. Okay. Tatu agreed after a moment of thought. I knew you were understanding, Tatu. Roy praised her. Really? Tatu blushed. Of course. Now, let's serve the food. Roy said with a nod. Okay. Lukoa-san, dinner is ready. Let's eat. Roy invited her. Sure. Lukoa smiled. Would you like some alcohol? I have some excellent wine. Roy offered. He usually didn't drink alcohol, preferring the tea Kano made. This wine was something he had taken from the Greenery mansion. Alcohol? Lukoa's smile vanished, and she opened her eyes. I wouldn't mind some, but I have to check it for curses first. She said. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. Fortunately, Tatu arrived with the food. Lukoa-san was once stripped of her godhood because of alcohol. Her colleagues tricked her into drinking cursed alcohol, and then she drunkenly. Tatu began to explain. Tatu, stop. Lukoa quickly interrupted her. Tatu really had no filter. If it were anyone else, they would have been eliminated by now. It's all right. Let Lukoa-san check it. Roy said with a wave of his hand. He wasn't worried. There was nothing wrong with his wine. The table was soon filled with food, and they all enjoyed the feast. Roy had a few drinks with Lukoa, who seemed to have a low tolerance for alcohol. After a few glasses, she was already tipsy. Of course, this was without using her magic. If she used her magic, she wouldn't get drunk no matter how much she drank. After dinner, Fafnir left first. Roy showed Lukoa to her room, then went to rest. In the middle of the night, Lukoa woke up to some interesting sounds. It was Roy and Tatu. Listening to their activities, Lukoa couldn't help but take care of herself. The next morning. Good morning, Lukoa-san. Roy greeted her with a smile as she entered the living room. Good morning. Lukoa replied cheerfully. By the way, Lukoa-san, we're going to play Bullet Hell later. Do you want to join us? Bullet Hell? Lukoa blushed, remembering last night's events. Yes, it's a very fun game. Come play with us, Lukoa-san. Tatu encouraged her. Alright. Lukoa agreed. After breakfast, they went to the grassland. Roy brought them into the subspace. Lukoa-san, watch us play first. Roy suggested. Okay. Roy, Taru, and Kana began their bullet hell game. Unlike their first time, their attacks were now more intricate and beautiful. They created various patterns with their magic bullets, filling the sky with dazzling displays. Lukoa watched with interest. Lukoa-san, come join us. Let's defeat the big bad Roy together. Taru invited her. Yes, defeat the Demon Lord. Kana added. They had yet to defeat Roy in their games and had nicknamed him the Demon Lord. It's alright, Lukoa-san. I can handle you all on my own. Roy said confidently. Is that so? Then I accept your challenge. Lukoa replied with a smile. She had grasped the concept of magic bullets after watching them play. They faced each other in the air. Roy, facing 3 opponents, was still confident. After all, he was the one who introduced them to this game. He still had many tricks up his sleeve. But then, he regretted his decision. Taru and Kana summoned countless magic bullets, though fewer than Roy. However, Lukoa's magic bullets filled half the subspace. She had summoned even more than Roy, Taru, and Kana combined. Amazing. Maji-Yaba-kun, Taru and Kana were stunned. Even after days of practice, they had only managed to increase the number of magic bullets they could control by a third. But they still couldn't match Roy. And Lukoa, on her first try, had summoned so many. It was incredible. But it made sense. Roy guessed that Lukoa, before being stripped of her godhood, was likely a being beyond the level of a super devil. Now, although her power had diminished, she was still likely at the peak of super devil. And having lived for countless years, her control over magic was far beyond theirs. Roy felt a headache coming on. Here I come, Roy-kun. Lukoa declared with a mischievous grin. She unleashed her magic bullets. Roy quickly countered with his own barrage. Chapter 152, Kana and Estate become friends. Elma appears. However, the difference in their numbers was too great. Roy's barrage was quickly overwhelmed. The magic bullets exploded around him. Taru and Kana watched with worry. But their concern was unnecessary. Lukoa's magic bullets weren't very powerful. They only managed to ruffle Roy's clothes a bit. Perhaps she was taking the opportunity to get back at him for last night's events. But this also caused Taru and Kana to switch sides. Taru, the protective dragon maid, couldn't stand seeing Roy being bullied and joined his side. Kana followed suit. The 3 of them now faced Lukoa. The bullet hell battle resumed. However, even 3 against 1, they were still no match for Lukoa. In the end, they lost. Ah, that was fun. Lukoa said with a satisfied stretch. Beings of their level rarely fought seriously. Lukoa couldn't remember the last time she had gone all out. But this bullet hell game allowed her to unleash her full power. She had to precisely control each magic bullet, which was challenging when the number of projectiles was so vast. Compared to the relaxed Lukoa, Roy, Taru, and Kana were exhausted. Humphrey. We won't lose to you next time. That's right, I won't lose either. Taru and Kana's eyes burned with competitive fire. Roy snapped his fingers, and their appearances were instantly restored. Lukoa-san, you're truly powerful. Roy said with admiration. You can just call me Lukoa, Roy. Lukoa replied with a smile. Eh? Taru puffed out her cheeks, a bit jealous. Roy chuckled and patted her head. Well then, let's head back. If you want to play more, we can continue tomorrow. Kana's magic power was completely depleted. And Taru and Roy had also consumed a significant amount of magic. They weren't as monstrous as Lukoa, who seemed completely unfazed by the intense battle. Within a few days, Lukoa had fully integrated into their household. Although she was quite lazy, often napping on the sofa, and had a habit of eavesdropping on Roy and Taru at night, she was a welcome addition to their little family. One day, they decided to stay home instead of playing bullet hell. Fafnir was coming over. Roy was watching TV when he noticed Kana staring out the window from the balcony. Kana, what are you looking at? He asked, walking over. He looked down and saw a group of kindergarten children playing. It seemed Kana was starting to feel lonely without friends her own age. Even Taru had friends. Although Roy spent time with him every day, Kana still wanted to play with other children. This was a bit troublesome. Roy wanted to take Kana with him when he left. If he let her go to school, she might form attachments and refuse to leave. And even if she agreed to leave, her friends would be sad. Roy suddenly had an idea. Kana, do you want to make a friend? He asked. Yes. Kana nodded eagerly. Then let me introduce you to a friend. Roy said, patting her head. Okay. Kana looked at him with anticipation. Look. Roy held out his hand, and the spirit seal on his arm glowed. A little girl materialized from the light. Roy, You haven't summoned me in a long time. A state said with a pout, expressing her displeasure. It hasn't been that long, has it? Roy asked, raising an eyebrow. It had been less than a month since he arrived in this world. Master, I'm angry. A state declared, turning away. All right, I'll treat you to a feast. How about that? Okay, I forgive you. A state was easily appeased by the promise of food. She's so easy to please. Roy thought with a chuckle. Roy, who's this? Toru asked curiously, approaching them. Lukoa, who had been napping on the sofa, also woke up and looked at a state with interest. This is my contracted spirit, a state. Roy introduced her. He then introduced Toru, Kana, and Lukoa to a state. Kana, this is the friend I wanted you to meet. Roy said. A state and Kana were both little girls, though a state seemed a bit older. But in terms of actual age, Kana was older. She was over 14,000 years old, while a state was only a few thousand. I don't want to be friends with her. A state declared flatly. She was a grown-up and didn't want to be friends with a child. But I want to be friends with you. Kana pleaded, her eyes wide and innocent. Kana was quite the actress. In the original story, she had easily won over the arrogant Trico Saikawa with her cuteness. A state hesitated, seeing Kana's adorable expression. She was a kind child at heart. Roy, where did you find such a spirit? Toru asked, a hint of jealousy in her voice. Lukoa also looked at him curiously. I met a state in a world of spirits. Roy explained. A world of spirits? It's another world. Didn't I tell you I came from another world? No, you didn't. Toru puffed out her cheeks. Oh. Sorry, my bad. Roy apologized, scratching his head sheepishly. Then let me tell you about the other worlds I've been to. Okay. Toru nodded, eager to learn more about Roy. Roy then recounted his adventures in various worlds to Toru and Lukoa. Even Kana and a state joined them, listening intently to his stories. His tales were captivating. They were so engrossed that they even forgot about lunch. But as dragons, they didn't need to eat every day. Roy finally finished his stories when Fafnir arrived that evening. Fafnir-san, welcome. I've prepared a game console for you. Toru greeted him, leading him to the game console. She then urged Roy to continue his stories. Roy, keep going. Tell us about the world of elementalists. Roy's adventures fascinated Toru. Even Lukoa and Kana were captivated. Toru, Fafnir-san came all the way here to see you. Are you going to let him play games alone? Roy asked. It's fine. Fafnir-san loves games. Toru replied, glancing at Fafnir, who was engrossed in his game. All right. Roy continued his stories. They didn't notice that Fafnir had also stopped playing games and was listening intently. After dinner, Fafnir finally revealed his reason for coming. I've decided to stay in this world for a while, he announced. Are you serious? I don't recommend it. Can you even live with humans? Toru asked in surprise. If you can do it, so can I. Fafnir replied flatly. Then stay at. Ahem. Roy interrupted Toru. Unlike Lukoa, he didn't want Fafnir staying with them. Fafnir-san, if you want to stay here, I can help you find an apartment. That way, you won't have to live with humans. In the original story, Fafnir had gotten along well with the otaku, Makoto Takaya. But there was no one like that here. If Fafnir lived with someone he didn't know, it could be dangerous. But Fafnir also had the potential to be an otaku. All he needed was a computer. Thank you. Fafnir said to Roy. Don't mention it. You're Toru's friend. I'm glad I could help. Roy replied with a shrug. Although Fafnir seemed cold and aloof, he was actually quite kind. He had helped Toru many times in the original story. Helping him was the least Roy could do. Roy then took Fafnir to an apartment nearby and helped him settle in. Fafnir-san, would you like to play Bullet Hell with us tomorrow? Roy asked before leaving. Bullet Hell? Sure. Fafnir agreed without hesitation, seemingly grateful for Roy's help. Then we'll come get you tomorrow, Roy said with a smile. He had finally understood how Toru and Kana felt. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't defeat Lukoa. That's why he had invited Fafnir. In the original story, Toru and the other dragons had gone wild playing a simple game of dodgeball. This bullet hell game was even more exciting, and Toru and Kana had been having a blast playing it. After all, dragons were secretly violent creatures. The next day, Roy and the others picked up Fafnir and went to the grassland. Fafnir was immediately intrigued by the game and joined their team against Lukoa. However, even with his help, they still couldn't defeat her. After all, Lukoa was incredibly powerful. In the original story, she had claimed to be stronger than all the other dragons combined. Time passed. After taking Toru and Kana to a comic convention and a beach vacation, Roy finally had some time to relax. One day. Roy, I'm hungry. Kana said, climbing onto Roy, who was lounging on the sofa. Oh, then ask Taru to make lunch. Roy replied, patting her head. I want Roy to cook. Kana whined, nuzzling him. Roy chuckled. Okay, get off me so I can get up. Okay. Kana agreed cheerfully and climbed down. Roy, I want head pats too. Taru whined, seeing Kana acting cute. Alright. Just then, they all turned towards the source of a sudden commotion. Boom. Something crashed through the wall and landed before them. They all remained calm, unfazed by the sudden intrusion. As the dust settled, a girl with a trident appeared. She had dark purple hair, blue eyes, a single horn on her forehead, and a blue tail. This was Elma. I didn't expect you to escape to this place, Taru. Elma said coldly. Have you forgotten the rules? Dragons disrupt the order of this world. Come back with me. Humphrey. You're still the same stubborn old stick in the mud. But I'm not going back. Taru retorted. Taru-sama and Elma-sama don't get along. Kana explained to Roy. That's not necessarily true. Roy said with a chuckle. Chapter 153, Taru vs. Elma. Roy knew their story. Taru and Elma had once been close friends for decades. But due to differing beliefs, they had a falling out and parted ways. However, they still cared for each other deep down. Our powers are equal, but this time, we'll settle this once and for all. Elma declared, her voice filled with determination. But just as she finished speaking, an untimely sound interrupted her. Growl. Roy and the others exchanged amused glances. It was Elma's stomach rumbling. Elma blushed. Would you like something to eat first? Roy offered. Taru and Elma looked at him in surprise. Well, you should at least have a full stomach before fighting. Roy explained with a shrug. Oh, thank you. Elma bowed gratefully. Hey, I didn't agree to that. Taru protested. Taru, are you afraid you'll lose to her if she's full? Roy teased. Of course not. I won't lose to her. Taru retorted, puffing out her chest. Their strength was indeed roughly equal. Unless they fought a life-or-death battle, it would be difficult to determine a victor. Lukoa-senpai? Elma suddenly noticed Lukoa, who was watching them from the sofa. Lukoa, who maintained peace between the two worlds, was Elma's idol. Yo, Elma, long time no see. Lukoa-senpai, it's been a while. They exchanged greetings. Why are you here, Lukoa-senpai? Elma asked curiously. Taru invited me to stay for a while. Lukoa explained with a smile. I see. Elma nodded in understanding. What's going on here? I heard a commotion. Fafnir entered the room, drawn by the noise. It's Fafnir, the cursed dragon. Elma exclaimed, startled. Even she was afraid of Fafnir's infamous reputation. Are you causing trouble? Die. Fafnir glared at the unfamiliar Elma, his killing intent flaring. Elma trembled. Fafnir was much stronger than her, especially in her current weakened state. Wait, Fafnir. She's just Taru's friend. Roy quickly intervened. Oh, is that so? Fafnir's hostility vanished, and he turned to leave. Wait, Fafnir-san, stay for lunch. Those two are going to have a duel later. Roy invited him. Sure, I'll watch. Fafnir agreed. After lunch, they went to the grassland where they usually played bullet hell. Lukoa brought them into the subspace. Taru and Elma faced each other. If I win, will you come back to our world? Elma asked Taru. Why? I'm not going back. Taru replied, confused. There was no way she would leave Roy. Because you're dangerous. Elma said seriously. Dangerous? What are you talking about? Taru was bewildered by her words. Roy, however, understood. Elma was saying that Taru had already captured her heart. That's why she wanted Taru to return with her. Taru, annoyed by Elma's cryptic accusations, charged at her. Elma also charged. Boom. They collided, their immense power shaking the subspace. Crash. Taru and Elma exchanged a few blows, then Elma slammed her trident into Taru, sending her crashing into the ground. A fissure split the earth, reaching the magma layer below. Elma was physically stronger. She leaped into the fissure, following Taru. Taru burst out from the magma, punching Elma into the sky. Then, they both charged at each other again, colliding in midair. Boom. Their battle was intense, their attacks devastating the landscape. Even without transforming into their dragon forms, their destructive power was immense. She may preach about harmony and guiding humans, but that's just her facade. Fafnir commented, observing the fight. He seemed to understand Elma's situation. She was used and betrayed by humans. And now, even her best friend has left her. It's quite pitiful. Lukoa added, her voice filled with sympathy. That's why I let them fight. They'll understand each other after this," Roy said with a smile. "This battle would help them reconcile." Boom. They clashed again. "I haven't done anything wrong. I never intended to harm any humans. Why are you so persistent?" Taru roared, tearing off her maid headband and glaring at Elma. Elma also removed her coat, revealing her swimsuit-like attire. "You used to despise humans when they worshipped you. Why are you so reluctant to leave the human world now?" she retorted. They continued their argument as they fought. Elma spun her trident, unleashing a barrage of magic bullets. Taru dodged. "Because I've found my partner," she shouted. "What? You found a partner?" Elma's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yes, so I'm not going back with you. And stop bothering me," Taru declared coldly. Roy winced. Taru's words were harsh. She had bluntly rejected Elma without even knowing the reason for her pursuit. This would hurt Elma. As expected, Elma trembled, her eyes filled with tears. She charged at Taru in anger, throwing her trident. Boom. The explosion sent them both flying into the air. Elma grabbed Taru's clothes, her voice thick with emotion. "Why did you find another partner? We were so happy together. When I heard you were dead, do you know how scared I was? And when I finally found you, you were so cold to me. And you said you have a partner. Can't you come back with me? Like before?" Elma poured out her heart. Taru was stunned. She finally understood why Elma was so persistent. Their friendship had deepened into something more. Roy sighed. He hadn't expected Taru to be such a heartbreaker. She had completely captivated Elma. Taru, also surprised by Elma's confession, gently patted her head. "I'm sorry. I understand your feelings now. Let's be good friends again, like before." Elma's eyes lit up. "But let's finish our match first," Taru said with a smile. "Okay." Elma nodded. They clashed again. But this time, their fight was less destructive, a simple hand-to-hand combat. They had vented their emotions earlier. Their battle lasted for hours. Finally, as the sun began to set, they collapsed from exhaustion. Taru. "What? I won. Buy me dinner," Elma said, panting. "No, I won. You should buy me dinner," Taru retorted. "No, I won," Elma insisted, acting like a spoiled child. "No, I did." Taru also started rolling on the ground. Roy face-palmed and approached them. "How about I treat you both to dinner?" he offered. "It's you, the one who stole Taru. I won't forgive you." Elma glared at him with hostility. "Elma, don't be rude to Roy," Taru scolded. Elma looked at her with a hurt expression. "Taru, it's okay," Roy said, then turned to Elma with a smile. "Elma, I'll double the food tonight. Want to come?" Gulp. Elma swallowed hard. As a glutton, she couldn't resist the temptation of food. "For Taru's sake, I'll agree." Roy smirked. Back at the apartment, Roy prepared a feast. Elma, seeing the delicious spread, instantly forgot about her animosity towards Roy. So this is the unyielding Elma, Roy thought, amused. "Ah." Kana suddenly offered him a piece of fish. "Oh, thanks." Roy took the fish and fed Kana a piece of meat in return. Estate also tugged at his sleeve and offered him some vegetables. Roy ate the vegetables and fed Estate some meat. Then, it was Taru's turn, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "By the way, Elma, you don't have a place to stay, do you? How about staying here?" Roy asked. "I disagree." Taru immediately objected. "Why? Didn't you two make up?" Roy was surprised. "Well, yes, but. Taru stammered, unable to explain. "Elma, what do you think? Will there be delicious food every day?" Elma asked, her eyes shining. "Of course. Then I agree. But that doesn't mean I forgive you for stealing Taru," Elma declared. She couldn't resist the allure of good food. "It's all right. You can still be with Taru if you live here." "That's true." Elma nodded eagerly. "Why are we letting her stay here?" Taru grumbled. "Well, it's your fault, Taru," Roy teased. Chapter 154, New Year's Celebration Operation Lukoa. With Elma joining them, their home became even livelier. And thanks to Roy's food strategy, Elma no longer held any animosity towards him. Several months passed, and New Year's Eve was approaching. The girls seemed reluctant to leave the warmth of their cozy home in this cold weather. They were all curled up by the kudzu, enjoying the warmth. "It's New Year's Eve. Do you want to go out?" Roy asked, seeing their lazy attitudes. "It's too cold. I don't want to move." "Me neither. It's so comfortable here by the kudzu. Roy is so warm." Roy sighed. "Did dragons hibernate too? It's a shame. I bought new clothes for everyone. It seems you won't have a chance to wear them." he said, feigning disappointment. Eh? Kana, Elma, and the others looked up. New clothes? I want to go. Kana was the first to react, raising her hand eagerly. Me too. Me too. Toru also jumped up, her lethargy forgotten. Do I have a gift too? Lukoa asked with anticipation. Of course, everyone has one. Roy replied, taking out the New Year's outfits he had prepared. Wow. They're so pretty. Go and change. We'll head out once you're done. It's New Year's Eve. The streets will be lively. Roy said, handing them their clothes. This one is for you, Lukoa. Roy handed her a larger kimono. Is this just for me? Lukoa asked, surprised and pleased. Yes, I couldn't find any clothes that would fit you, so I had this one specially made. Roy explained. Lukoa's figure was exceptional. It was difficult to find clothes that fit her. Toru pouted, seeing that Lukoa had a special gift, but Roy's recent training had lessened her jealousy. Roy, I'm done. Kana was the first to emerge, wearing a beautiful kimono and her hair styled in a bun. She looked adorable. Kana, you're so cute. Roy exclaimed, pulling her into a hug. Roy, I want a hug too. Toru, who had also changed, joined them. Estate followed suit. Soon, all the girls were hugging and nuzzling Roy. Even Lukoa and Elma joined in. All right, let's go. Roy announced after a while. They headed out. The streets were crowded with people celebrating New Year's Eve. I couldn't resist the warmth of the Kotitsu these past few days. It's nice to go out for a change. Toru said, clinging to Roy's arm. Lukoa clung to his other arm. Yes, it's warm like this. She added with a smile. Lukoa-san, please let go of Roy. Toru grumbled. Why? It's fine. Lukoa replied, not letting go. It's not fine. I'm Roy's wife. Toru declared. Then I can be Roy's wife too. Lukoa said with a chuckle, leaning her head against Roy's shoulder. Roy looked at her, unsure if she was serious. No way. Roy only needs me as his wife. Toru insisted, glaring at Lukoa. That's not certain. Lukoa countered, wagging her finger. Then I can be Roy's wife too. I'm at the age where I should be finding a partner. Elma chimed in. Elma, absolutely not. Toru spread her arms protectively before Roy. Why not? Isn't it normal for strong males to have multiple partners? Elma asked, confused. From her perspective as a dragon, it was perfectly natural. Well, Toru was speechless. Elma was right. In their world, powerful males often had multiple partners. Even male dragons were like that. Anyway, I won't let you have Roy. Toru declared, tightening her grip on Roy's arm. Don't worry, Toru. We'll be together forever. Roy reassured her with a gentle smile, patting her head. Okay. Toru nodded, her worries momentarily forgotten. Roy felt that the time was ripe. If he asked Toru to form a contract with him now, she would undoubtedly agree. But he decided to wait. He glanced at Lukoa and Elma. Elma wasn't a problem, but Lukoa was a different matter. She had a responsibility to maintain balance between the two worlds. Convincing her to leave wouldn't be easy. But he was determined to have her. Not only was she a world-class beauty, but her power would also be a great asset. If he could contract her, he might even be able to break through to the next level. And even if he didn't, he could still reach that level by contracting Aphis when he returned home. Roy smirked, his mood improving. Look, they're selling sweets over there. Let's go check it out. Toru suddenly exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Elma also seemed eager. They all went to explore the stalls. It was New Year's Eve, and the streets were filled with vendors. They stopped at a stall selling a mosaic, a sweet, non-alcoholic drink. Roy bought a cup for each of them. It's so sweet. Delicious. This brings back memories. The girls enjoyed their mosaic. Lukoa, you like to drink, don't you? Roy asked casually. Yes, I used to drink a lot. It's nostalgic. Lukoa replied, opening her eyes for a rare moment, a hint of sadness in her gaze. Oh, is it because you got drunk and... Toru began. Don't say it. Lukoa quickly covered Toru's mouth. Is that what it is? Lukoa, if you don't mind sharing, we might be able to help. Roy offered with a smile. He had an idea. If he wanted to take Lukoa with him, he had to address this issue. Lukoa closed her eyes again, her expression unreadable. If I need your help, I'll let you know, she said after taking a sip of her mosaic. She had been cursed by her colleagues, causing her to make a mistake with her sister and resulting in her being stripped of her godhood and banished to the human world. She couldn't forget such a grudge. But without her divine power, she couldn't take revenge. Her enemies were gods. She didn't believe even Roy could help her. It seemed she would never be able to avenge herself. Roy smiled wryly, hearing her dismissive response. It seemed gaining Lucoa's trust wouldn't be easy. Roy, what's that? Elma asked, tugging at his sleeve and pointing to a stall. That's a Mikiji, fortune-telling. Do you want to try it? Roy explained. Sure. The girls found it interesting and each drew a fortune slip. Let me see. Kana, you got excellent luck. Roy announced, looking at Kana's slip. Ooh. Majiyaba-kun, Kana cheered, although she didn't understand what it meant. And mine. Estate also handed him her slip. Excellent luck too. Roy chuckled, patting her head. Elma and Lucoa also drew excellent luck. They were quite lucky. Roy drew a slip for himself. It was also excellent luck. Roy, look at mine. Toru exclaimed, handing him her slip. Let me see. It was great curse. Roy was surprised. It seemed Toru's father was coming. But Roy wouldn't let him take her away. Although it's a great curse, with me here, everything will be fine. He reassured her. Okay. Toru nodded, trusting his words, though she didn't understand what a great curse meant. Just then, the crowd started counting down. 20. 19. 18. 17. Roy, what are they doing? Toru asked, confused. The year is about to end. Time flies, doesn't it? Roy said with a sigh. Toru understood and joined the countdown. 4. 3. 2. 1. Everyone shouted the last few seconds together. Happy New Year, Toru. Roy said with a smile. Happy New Year. Toru replied. Roy then turned to Lucoa, Elma, and Kana. Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year. They exchanged greetings. Toru and Kana found this human custom quite interesting. It was their first time celebrating New Year's Eve. The next morning. Lucoa, have you seen Toru? Roy asked, entering the living room. She went out to buy groceries. She said she wanted to make a delicious lunch. Lucoa replied. Oh, I see. Roy sat down on the sofa and was about to turn on the TV when Lucoa suddenly approached him. She hugged his head, her ample bosom pressing against his face, making it hard for him to breathe. Thank you, Roy. She whispered. For what? Roy asked, confused, then instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. Because of what happened in the past, I was forced to leave my home. And every time I settled somewhere, I was afraid to stay too long, afraid of getting attached. Lucoa explained. Roy hugged her tighter. Are you leaving? No, Roy. I'm grateful to you. You've made me feel at home. Lucoa replied. Lucoa Nisan, we've always considered you family. Roy said. Nisan? Lucoa tilted her head, the word seeming to trigger a memory. Yes, Lucoa Nisan, you're like an older sister to us. Roy added with a smile. Lucoa nodded happily. Then, Lucoa Nisan, can you tell me about what happened in the past? Roy asked, seizing the opportunity. Lucoa's smile faltered. I can't tell you about that yet, she said, burying Roy's head in her chest. Roy didn't press further. It seemed Lucoa still didn't trust him enough. Chapter 155, Toru father is here facing the Dragon Emperor. I'm home. Toru announced, returning from her shopping trip. Welcome back. Toru, what are all those things? Roy asked, opening the door and looking at the strange items she was carrying. Ah, these. Toru placed a pile of things on the table. Kana and Estate rushed over, curious. What kind of egg is this? Kana asked, picking up an egg the size of her head. It's a griffin egg. What about this? Estate asked, holding up a bottle. That's water from the spirit world. I wanted to use it for cooking, but I had a bit of a fight with some spirits, so I kind of stole it. Toru admitted sheepishly. And this is minotaur meat and some exotic fruits. Roy's lips twitched. It seemed Toru had gone on a thieving spree. Toru, if you need ingredients, just ask me. I have a lot of food from other worlds. Roy said, retrieving some ingredients from his storage magic. What's this? Kana asked, picking up an egg. That's a chancy egg. It's delicious. Roy explained with a smile. Roy, what's this? Toru held up a large drumstick-shaped piece of meat. That's danger beast meat. It's quite tasty. Roy replied. It was the meat of a bull like danger beast he and Akam had hunted. Akam always insisted on hunting those whenever they went out. And this rice and these vegetables are from the elemental spirit world. They're offerings for the elemental lords, so they're much better quality than ordinary ones. Roy explained, showing them the last of the ingredients. Amazing. With these, I can make an amazing lunch. Toru declared, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Then go for it. Roy cheered her on. Toru started preparing the ingredients, and Elma was also recruited to help. Soon, A delicious lunch was ready. Taru was a talented cook, and she had prepared the rare ingredients perfectly. Roy also invited Fafnir, who had been staying at home all day. Just as they were about to start eating, a powerful aura suddenly erupted in the city. Ordinary people felt a sense of oppression. But Roy and the others could sense a powerful being approaching. Taru trembled, her eyes widening in fear as her expression changed rapidly. "Taru, are you alright?" Roy asked, concerned. He knew this aura likely belonged to Taru's father, the Dragon Emperor of Demise. "I'm fine," Taru replied with a forced smile. "That aura. It must be Taru's father," Fafnir said grimly. "Taru, even your father can't take you away from me," Roy declared, taking her hand and squeezing it reassuringly. Taru's anxiety subsided, replaced by determination. "Okay." She nodded. They flew into the sky. Soon, the Dragon Emperor of Demise found them. He was an old man with a stern expression and a long beard. His aura was oppressive, but it softened slightly as he noticed Lukoa. "Father. You know why I'm here, don't you?" The Dragon Emperor said coldly, not even acknowledging that Taru was still alive. In their world, it was widely believed that Taru had been killed by a god. Even Elma had come here because of that news. Taru lowered her head, remaining silent. "Come back with me, Taru. You don't belong here," her father commanded. Taru opened her mouth to speak but hesitated under her father's imposing presence. "Who says she doesn't belong here?" Roy stepped forward, shielding Taru and facing her father. "Taru is happy here. She won't go back with you." "A devil?" The Dragon Emperor glanced at Roy with disdain, then turned to Lukoa. "Lukoa-sama, you won't interfere, will you?" "Me? Of course not," Lukoa replied with a smile. The Dragon Emperor then looked at Fafnir and Elma, ignoring Kana and Estate. "You won't stop me either, will you?" he asked. "Of course not," Fafnir and Elma replied. They had agreed to this beforehand, thanks to Roy's persuasion. "Father, I want to stay here. Please understand." Taru finally spoke up. "I told you, you can't interfere in this world. Come back with me," her father said coldly. Taru, seemingly fed up with his harsh tone, retorted, "No. That's not your decision to make." The Dragon Emperor glanced at Lukoa. "You understand, don't you? She can't stay in this world. We can't let her disrupt the order here." His voice softened slightly. Although he was strict with Taru, he still cared for her. "I still want to stay here. Because I've found my home here," Taru declared, looking at Roy with a loving smile. "Taru, that's enough. Let me handle this," Roy said gently, pulling her into his arms. He had seen her determination. It was time for him, as her husband, to step up. The Dragon Emperor, witnessing this scene, glared at Roy with killing intent. "Dragon Emperor of Demise. No, I should call you father-in-law," Roy said with a smile. "Taru is my wife now. She'll be staying here with me. She won't go back with you." The Dragon Emperor's rage flared. Anyone would be angry if they suddenly learned their daughter was married. "I know I can't convince you with words. Then let's settle this with a fight," Roy declared. "If I win, you can't force Taru to go back. If you win, Taru will return with you, and I'll submit to your judgment." "Roy." Taru looked at him with worry. "It's all right, Taru," Roy reassured her, patting her head, then looked back at the Dragon Emperor. "So, what do you say? Follow me. This place is too small for us to fight," the Dragon Emperor said, his anger somewhat subdued. He opened a portal to a separate dimension and flew through it. "Roy, my father is very strong." Taru's voice was filled with concern. "This isn't wise. Even all of us together are no match for the Dragon Emperor of Demise," Fafnir warned. He was clearly excluding Lukoa from that statement. "Yes, you can't defeat him," Elma added bluntly. Roy chuckled. He knew how powerful the Dragon Emperor was. As the leader of the Chaos faction, his strength was second only to Lukoa's. But that wouldn't make Roy back down. "Don't worry, everyone," Roy reassured them, patting Taru and Kana's heads. "It's time for you to witness my true power." He glanced at Lukoa, then flew towards the portal. Taru and the others followed. In the dim subspace, the Dragon Emperor of Demise was waiting for them. "Devil, I admire your courage, but courage alone isn't enough to be worthy of my daughter," he said coldly. "My strength may not be enough yet, but it's more than enough to protect Taru in this world," Roy replied calmly. As long as no gods intervened, his statement was true. And even if they did, he could still escape this world. "Humphrey. Then prove it to me." With a flash of light, the Dragon Emperor transformed into a massive red dragon, his aura shaking the dimension. He was even larger than Taru. Roy smirked. "Ren," he called out softly. The dark purple spirit seal on his left arm glowed. A girl with black hair, golden eyes, and large black wings appeared beside him. It was Ren Ashdol, the Dark Elemental Lord. Ren, I need your power. Yes, use me. Ren replied with a smile. She transformed into the Sword of Piercing Truth. Roy grasped the sword, and a powerful aura erupted from him, causing the sky to darken and the ground to tremble. Oh? Is this your true power? The Dragon Emperor asked, finally taking Roy seriously. His eyes widened in shock as he realized that Roy was less than 20 years old. A devil, not even 20, possessing power rivaling his own. The Dragon Emperor was stunned. He had lived for millions of years to achieve his current strength. He no longer opposed Roy being his son-in-law as much. But his expression remained unchanged. There were matters to settle first. Roy. Taru and the others looked at him with worry. Roy and the Dragon Emperor charged towards each other. The Dragon Emperor opened his maw, gathering a terrifying amount of energy. A powerful beam of energy, capable of distorting space itself, shot towards Roy. Roy simply dodged the attack with a sidestep. He appeared before the Dragon Emperor in an instant and swung his sword. The seemingly simple attack seemed to tear through space itself. The Dragon Emperor didn't dare underestimate it. He conjured several magic circles for defense and charged another energy beam. Crack! Roy's sword effortlessly sliced through the magic circles. Boom! A wave of dark energy erupted from the sword, carving a deep chasm into the ground. This attack, enhanced by Ren's true darkness, was incredibly powerful. It was the first time Roy had used Ren's full power, and he was surprised by its destructive potential. Fortunately, the Dragon Emperor managed to dodge at the last moment. He was drenched in a cold sweat. That terrifying darkness had threatened his very existence. If he hadn't dodged, he would have been killed instantly. What kind of monster is this? He wondered, his heart filled with shock. He, the leader of the Chaos faction, couldn't even withstand a single attack from this young devil. Chapter 156, The Emperor of Demise's defeat. Ilyalu makes her entrance. Taru and the others, who had been watching anxiously, were stunned. He's so strong. Elma stammered, staring at the chasm in the ground. Maji Yabakun Kana could only express her shock with her usual catchphrase. That's Roy's power? Amazing. Taru exclaimed, jumping up and down excitedly. Even a god? No, it's still not enough to defeat a god. Lukoa said, her eyes filled with a mix of hope and worry. The power of gods wasn't that simple. Father-in-law, shall we continue? Roy asked with a smirk. I've lost. There's nothing more to say. The Dragon Emperor replied, turning away. Please take good care of Taru. With that, he spread his wings and flew away. Don't worry, father-in-law. I'll take good care of Taru. Roy shouted after him. The departing Dragon Emperor smiled slightly, hearing his words. Roy. Taru's joyful voice called out. Roy turned around and was immediately tackled by Taru, who wrapped her arms around him tightly. Ha ha ha. Taru giggled, burying her face in his chest. Roy couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Roy. It's what I should do, Taru. But shouldn't you change how you address me now? Eh? You can call me husband now. Roy explained. Of course, if you want to call me hubby. I wouldn't mind either. He teased, looking at the blushing Taru. Husband. Taru mumbled, her voice barely audible. If Roy didn't have such good hearing, he wouldn't have heard her. He couldn't resist kissing her. Lukoa and the others, watching from a distance, felt a pang of jealousy. Back at the apartment. The food is cold. What do we do now? Taru wailed, seeing the feast she had prepared. Of all times for father to show up, he had to came right when lunch was ready. She grumbled, blaming her father for the cold food. We'll just have to reheat it. Roy said with a sigh. Leave it to me. Lukoa offered with a smile. Eh? Taru looked at her curiously. Lukoa waved her hand over the dishes, and they instantly became warm again, as if they had just been cooked. She had used her time magic to rewind the food back to when it was freshly prepared. Amazing. As expected of Lukoa-sama. Taru and the others were impressed. Roy also marveled at her incredible power. They returned to their peaceful daily lives. Roy spent his days with Taru and Kana, going shopping, exploring the city, and occasionally playing bullet hell in the subspace. He was now waiting for the last dragon, Ilyalu, to appear so he could take them all back to his world. Elma, the ultimate glutton, had already fallen for his food strategy. Lukoa also had feelings for him. He just needed the right opportunity to make his move. One day, as Roy was relaxing on the sofa, enjoying a lap pillow from Taru, he heard a news report on TV. This morning, a large-scale mudslide occurred in the 20 district. It seems an entire mountain was partially destroyed. The screen displayed an image of a mountain with a chunk missing from its side. Roy's eyes lit up. She's here. Toru, seeing the destroyed mountain, was furious. That mountain holds precious memories for us. Who destroyed it? She roared. When I find the culprit, I'll tear them to pieces, send them to hell, and feed them to a chimera. She even extended her claws menacingly. Let's go find the culprit, Roy said, sitting up. Yes. Elma went out this morning. Could it be her? And I haven't seen Fafnir in a few days. He's suspicious too. Toru speculated. It's a good thing Lukoa is out today. Otherwise, she would have punished Ilyalu for causing such destruction. Roy thought. They went to Fafnir's apartment first. I was busy playing games. I didn't have time to destroy anything. Fafnir replied flatly when Toru questioned him. Toru gave up. She knew Fafnir wouldn't lie about such a thing. They then went to look for Elma. They found her enjoying some taiyaki. Suddenly, she was punched in the face and sent flying. Why did you hit me, Toru? Elma asked, confused. It was you. You destroyed that mountain, didn't you? Toru accused, pointing at her. Huh? Elma was bewildered. They could also see the damaged mountain from where they were. Seeing the mountain, Elma understood. I was wondering about that this morning. So it wasn't you? Toru asked. Of course not. Elma retorted. That mountain was clearly destroyed last night, the news only reported it this morning. That's true. It can't be you then. Toru agreed, stroking her chin. Of course it wasn't me. Elma grumbled, rubbing her sore cheek. All right, Elma, I'll buy you some pudding later, Roy said, patting her head to comfort her. You promise? Elma's eyes lit up. Yes, I promise. Roy chuckled. Then who did it? Toru wondered. It was me. A voice came from the sky. Toru and Elma looked up. A girl with red hair, horns, and a black robe descended from the sky. Ilyalu. Toru and Elma's expressions hardened. Hello. Ilyalu greeted them with a sweet smile that held a hint of malice. Elma quickly cast a spell to prevent humans from noticing them. Such a beautiful city, filled with happy humans. It would be fun to destroy it, wouldn't it? You're a member of the Chaos faction, yet you're friendly with humans? You must be my enemy. Ilyalu opened her robe, revealing her red claws and a large pouch on her chest. As a fire dragon, she stored her flames in that pouch. In her human form, the pouch was large and white, even larger than Lukoa's. Assets. Toru's temper flared, upon hearing Ilyalu's words. The ground beneath her feet cracked, and she charged towards Ilyalu. Ilyalu also charged. Boom. They collided with a powerful impact. Toru kicked Ilyalu high into the air, then followed her, and they began to brawl. That's Ilyalu, the most radical member of the Chaos faction. She loves destruction. She must have followed Toru here. She wants to destroy this world. Elma explained to Roy, assuming he didn't know Ilyalu. Roy, of course, knew Ilyalu. In fact, he knew her better than anyone. Ilyalu was an extremist of the Chaos faction, driven by a desire to destroy. She had once played happily with human children, but after her parents were killed by humans, she developed a deep hatred for them. She had the ability to change people's gender and had even turned Kobayashi into a man in the original story. Due to her lack of control over her powers, her hands remained dragon claws in her human form. If she forced them to transform into human hands, they would become a mass of tiny hands, like Dobermans, which could still grasp objects. Those with trypophobia, however, should avoid looking at them. In terms of strength, Ilyalu was no match for Toru. But in a city, Toru would have to hold back to avoid harming humans. Roy wouldn't let Toru get hurt like in the original story. Snap. He snapped his fingers, and they were transported to the subspace. Toru, don't hold back, Roy instructed. Toru looked around, then smiled. She could finally unleash her full power. Ilyalu flew above Toru, charging a powerful attack, her flame pouch glowing brightly. Toru also charged an energy beam in her mouth. They both fired. The two beams collided. Boom. It wasn't an even match. Toru's beam easily overpowered Ilyalu's and struck her. Boom. A massive explosion erupted. Ah! Ilyalu screamed. When the smoke cleared, Ilyalu was unconscious. Toru didn't kill her. She opened a portal and tossed Ilyalu through it. That takes care of that. Hee hee. Toru giggled, giving Roy a peace sign. Well done. Roy gave her a thumbs up. But he knew this wasn't over. Ilyalu wouldn't take this defeat lying down. And that was exactly what he wanted. That night, Roy went out alone. Where's Ilyalu? According to the original story, she should return. Roy strolled through the streets, searching for her. Then, he smirked, sensing her presence. A figure leaped down from a building and landed before him. You're the devil called Roy, right? It's because of you that I was defeated by Toru. I'll kill you. Ilyalu snarled, baring her fangs. She seemed to think she could easily defeat him. You want to fight here? Roy chuckled. I'm with the Chaos faction. I don't care about the rules. Ilyalu retorted with a grin, then charged at him. Roy shrugged. It seemed this brat needed a good beating. He pulled Ilyalu into the subspace. A subspace. Even better. Ilyalu, momentarily surprised, didn't seem to mind and continued her attack. She wanted to fight him in close combat. Chapter 157, Rescue Mission. Bringing Ilyalu home. Roy wasn't very good at close quarters combat unless he was using a sword. But he wasn't planning to fight seriously anyway. He easily dodged Ilyalu's attacks, then swiftly slapped her flame pouch. Slap. The sound echoed through the subspace as a red mark appeared on her pale skin. Damn it. Although Ilyalu wasn't particularly modest, being slapped was still humiliating. She lunged at Roy again, but he simply slapped her flame pouch again. Having been defeated by Toru earlier that day, Ilyalu hadn't fully recovered yet. That's why Roy could easily toy with her. He dodged her attacks while landing a few slaps of his own. Ilyalu was getting frustrated. Damn devil, stop dodging. She yelled, panting. Only an idiot wouldn't dodge. Alright, I'm done playing with you, little brat. See ya. Roy said with a chuckle, deciding not to bully her too much. They returned to the street. Pervert. Ilyalu shouted as Roy turned to leave, glaring at him and rubbing her sore flame pouch. Hey, don't say that. Roy exclaimed, embarrassed by the stares from the surrounding people. You're only helping Toru because you want her body, aren't you? Ilyalu accused, as if she had seen through him. How about helping me instead? If you help me defeat Toru, I'll let you do whatever you want to me. She offered with a sly grin, pressing her ample bosom against him. Your assets are quite impressive. But I won't help you defeat Toru. She's my wife. Roy replied, unfazed by her seductive offer, though he couldn't help but be impressed by her size. Up close, it was even larger than he had imagined. Wife? Ilyalu tilted her head, confused. Yes. Roy confirmed with a nod. Ilyalu pondered his words for a moment, then declared, if you help me, I'll become your wife too. Roy was taken aback. Did she even know what a wife was? He shook his head and turned to leave. Wait. But Ilyalu wouldn't give up. She followed him. Roy decided to take her to a food street. Ilyalu's mouth watered as she smelled the delicious aromas. Want some? Roy asked with a smile. I would never eat human food. Ilyalu retorted, crossing her arms and turning away with a stubborn expression. Roy chuckled. He bought some grilled skewers from a stall. Want to try some? He asked, holding the skewers before her. Ilyalu's eyes followed the skewers, and she finally couldn't resist. She took a bite, swallowing the meat and even the skewer. Roy stared at her in surprise. She's quite the glutton, he thought. Delicious. Ilyalu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the remaining skewers. Here, these are all for you. Roy said, handing her the rest of the meat. Ilyalu devoured them without hesitation. You probably don't have any friends here, do you, Ilyalu? Order whatever you want. It's my treat. Roy offered. Humphrey. I don't need friends. You can't bribe me with a few skewers. Ilyalu retorted, though she continued to accept the food he offered. Roy shook his head. He knew that Ilyalu, whose parents had been killed by humans when she was young, wouldn't trust others easily. After exploring the food street, Roy took Ilyalu to a park. I can't accept it. Ilyalu suddenly declared. Huh? Roy looked at her curiously. How can a devil be friends with humans? And Toru too. Being with humans will only bring pain due to your differences. Ilyalu explained, munching on a grilled squid skewer. That pain will turn into hatred, and eventually, humans will be destroyed. Oh? You seem to understand quite a bit. Roy commented, surprised by her insightful words. You're just fascinated by novelty. Well, that's true. Roy admitted with a chuckle. See? You agree with me. Ilyalu was pleased. But we won't be staying in the human world forever. It's just temporary. Roy explained. Eh? Ilyalu was confused. She had just argued that dragons and devils would develop hatred for humans if they stayed in the human world for too long. After all, living among humans meant forming bonds with them. And if those human friends were hurt or killed by other humans, it would naturally lead to resentment and hatred. In extreme cases, it could even lead to the destruction of the human world. So, Ilyalu's concerns weren't entirely unfounded. But Roy and the others weren't planning to stay here permanently. Roy would eventually return to the underworld, where there were no humans, only devils, angels, and fallen angels. Ilyalu's argument didn't apply to him. Seeing Ilyalu's silence, Roy stood up. Well then, I should be going now. Ilyalu reached out to stop him, but the words caught in her throat. She watched as Roy left the park, feeling a pang of loneliness. After all these years, Roy was the first person who had talked to her so openly and treated her with kindness. "I've found you, Ilyalu, the Chaos Dragon," a cold voice suddenly said. Ilyalu turned and saw a man with 2 horns standing before her. "So the harmonizers have come for me," she said, her eyes filled with hostility. "I am Clemine, from the Harmony faction. You're going to die. Remember my name when you're judged in the afterlife. It'll be a great honor." Clemine sneered. "Damn it." Ilyalu glared at him, then turned to run. At her full strength, she could easily crush this opponent. But she was injured and no match for this dragon. She had no choice but to flee. However, in her weakened state, she couldn't escape. Clemine chased after her relentlessly, like a cat toying with a mouse. He intended to finish her off when she was exhausted. They ran through the streets, ending up in a deserted alley. Ilyalu, her strength depleted, collapsed. "Chaos Dragon, you will die by my hand." "Ha ha ha." Clemine cackled, his face contorted with malice. "Is that so? I was going to say the same to you. You will die by my hand," a voice declared from behind him. "Who's there?" Clemine turned around, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Roy?" Ilyalu, seeing Roy, burst into tears of relief. Roy knelt beside her, gently wiping away her tears. "Don't cry, Ilyalu. I'm here now. No one can hurt you." Ilyalu's tears flowed even more freely. "Roy." "Wha?" She threw her arms around him, overcome with emotion. There, Ilyalu, don't cry." Roy comforted her, patting her back. Just then, he heard a whooshing sound behind him. It was Clemine, launching a sneak attack. Roy saw a flash of light out of the corner of his eye. Mahapadma. Time froze. Only Roy could move. He picked up Ilyalu, turned around, and smirked at Clemine, who was inches away from him. He then appeared behind Clemine. Snap. Time resumed. Clemine found that his target had vanished. He looked around but couldn't find Roy. "I'm behind you," Roy said calmly, his hand resting on Clemine's shoulder. Clemine's body stiffened. He tried to move, but he couldn't. Absolute zero. Ice spread from Roy's hand, encasing Clemine's lower body. It quickly reached his neck. "Please spare me. I won't do it again," Clemine pleaded. But the ice didn't stop. It reached his mouth, silencing him. Crack. Clemine's frozen body shattered into countless ice crystals. "It's all right now, Ilyalu," Roy said, patting her back. "Don't leave me again." Ilyalu clung to him, her eyes filled with fear. Roy's departure earlier had left her feeling incredibly lonely. After all, he was the first person in years who had talked to her so openly and treated her with kindness. "I won't leave you. Come home with me," Roy said gently. "Okay." Ilyalu nodded, tears streaming down her face. "You can make lots of friends when we get home," Roy said, taking her hand and leading her away. Ilyalu was lonely. She had once had human friends, but then they had been killed by other humans. She was a pitiful dragon. "Really?" Ilyalu looked at him with hope in her eyes. "Of course." Roy nodded with a smile. Back at the apartment. "Roy, you're finally back," Taru exclaimed, rushing to greet him. "Honestly, if you hadn't come back soon, Taru would have gone out to find you," Lukoa added with a playful glare. "Roy, who is she?" Kana asked, tugging at his sleeve and pointing at the girl behind him. Taru and the others also noticed Ilyalu. "Ilyalu. Why are you here?" Taru and Delma glared at Ilyalu with hostility. "Relax, I brought her back with me," Roy said calmly, patting their heads. They calmed down. "Why did you bring Ilyalu back, Roy?" Taru asked, confused. "Ilyalu was their enemy." "Let me explain." Roy chuckled and told them about Ilyalu's past and her encounter with Clemine. Hearing about her tragic past and near-death experience, Taru and the others felt sympathy for Ilyalu. Chapter 158, Ilyalu learns bad habits. Taru's father arrives suddenly. "Ahem. Then I'll make an exception and let you stay," Taru said, clearing her throat. Although she wasn't thrilled about Ilyalu staying with them, she couldn't disobey Roy's decision. "Kana, be nice to Ilyalu. And Estate, you too," Roy instructed with a smile. "Okay." Kana and Estate nodded, exchanging glances. They had become friends and got along well. It was getting late, so Roy showed Ilyalu to her room. Ilyalu was even more clueless about the human world than Taru had been when she first arrived. Roy would have to teach her many things. But it was too late now. He would start tomorrow. After settling Ilyalu in, Roy left her room. Taru was waiting for him, after all. Ilyalu lay in bed for a while, feeling a bit scared in the unfamiliar environment. She got up and went to find Roy. The living room was empty. Following Roy's scent, she arrived at his room and barged in without knocking. Roy, I can't sleep. But then, she froze, her eyes widening at the sight before her. Toru, didn't you set up a barrier? Roy asked, surprised. Toru usually set up a barrier to prevent Kana and the others from hearing them. Only Lukoa, with her superior strength, could bypass it. Of course, they didn't know that Lukoa could hear them. I did. Toru replied. Ilyalu, get out. She hissed, annoyed. What are you doing? Ilyalu, however, didn't leave. She entered the room with a curious smile. Idiot. Toru, unable to tolerate her presence any longer, appeared behind Ilyalu in a flash and chopped her on the neck. Ilyalu fainted. Toru sighed in relief, then carried Ilyalu back to her room before returning to Roy. The next morning, Roy found Ilyalu watching TV with Kana and Estate. They seemed to be getting along. Ilyalu, can't you transform your claws into hands? Roy asked curiously, sipping his tea. He didn't mind the flame pouch, but the claws and tail seemed inconvenient. Ilyalu looked at her claws, then, with a puff of smoke, they transformed into Doberman-like hands. But upon closer inspection, they were actually covered in countless tiny hands, like fur. It was a creepy sight. Hee. Ilyalu giggled, raising her hands proudly. What are you laughing at? That's disgusting. Toru exclaimed, her skin crawling. Ahem, Ilyalu, I think your claws looked better. Roy said. Eh? Really? Ilyalu asked, tilting her head. Yes. Roy confirmed with a nod. Ilyalu transformed her hands back into claws. Roy suspected that Ilyalu's poor control over her powers was due to her lack of guidance since childhood. Even Kana, who was much younger, could transform into a human form perfectly. I should have Ilyalu join our bullet hell games, he thought. Although their strength hadn't increased much from playing the game, their control over magic had improved significantly, indirectly boosting their combat abilities. After breakfast, Roy decided to take Ilyalu to their usual bullet hell training ground. But as soon as he found her, she dragged him towards the bathroom. Roy, is this where you go potty? How do you use it? She asked, pointing at the bathroom with her claws. Yes, it is. Let me teach you. Roy said, opening the door and leading her inside. But as soon as they entered, Ilyalu closed the door and erected a barrier, preventing anyone from seeing or hearing what was happening inside. Ilyalu. Roy looked at her questioningly. Ilyalu grinned mischievously. Roy, I want you to teach me. Hee. Roy was stunned. He hadn't expected such a bold move from Ilyalu. But he didn't know that after witnessing the events of the previous night, Ilyalu's dragon desires had been awakened. And those desires wouldn't be easily satisfied. Ilyalu, you're still young. Roy tried to reason with her. Eh? What do you mean, young? Ilyalu asked innocently, pressing her flame pouch against him. Roy was speechless. I mean, Toru and the others are waiting outside. We should hurry, he said, his resolve firm. He wouldn't do it in the bathroom. Besides, Ilyalu hadn't even fully transformed into her human form yet, though that made it even more tempting. Roy shook his head, then forcibly dragged Ilyalu out of the bathroom. Sorry for the wait. Let's go, he said to Toru and the others. They then set off for the grassland. At the grassland. Ilyalu, you watch first. You can join in later, Roy said, then turned to Toru. Toru, you guys start playing. You can teach her later. Toru grumbled, but she agreed. As soon as Toru and the others started their bullet hell game, Ilyalu's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a dragon who loved destruction and battle, she was instantly captivated by the game. After Toru taught her how to use magic bullets, they began their duel. However, Ilyalu, new to the game, was no match for Toru. She was quickly overwhelmed. But Ilyalu was stubborn and refused to give up. Unfortunately, her stubbornness only led to another defeat. Back at the apartment that night. Roy, I'm hurt. Ilyalu whined, clinging to Roy. Her cuteness almost made Roy's heart melt. Toru glared at her, wanting to throw her out. Kana and Estate also eyed her with jealousy. With Ilyalu joining them, their home was even livelier. Roy was considering taking all the dragon maids back to his world. But then, an unexpected visitor interrupted his thoughts. Father-in-law, what brings you here today? Roy asked the white-bearded old man who had suddenly appeared in their living room. It was the Dragon Emperor of Demise. Dragon Emperor Sama. Father. Toru and the others were surprised by his sudden visit. I want to have a word with you, the Dragon Emperor said to Roy, ignoring the others. A private conversation? Yes. Then please follow me. The Dragon Emperor glanced at Toru, then followed Roy. Toru and the others exchanged curious glances. Roy and the Dragon Emperor entered the study. Roy set up a barrier, then gestured towards the sofa. Father-in-law, please have a seat. The Dragon Emperor sat down without a word. "What brings you here?" Roy asked, pouring him a cup of tea. "Would you like to know about the dragons and Toru's past?" The Dragon Emperor asked in a deep voice. "I'm all ears," Roy replied, intrigued. He suspected there was more to this visit than just a casual chat. Dragons have always been embroiled in endless battles. We throw all our strength into every fight, constantly consuming everything. Our reason for fighting is to defeat the gods. The Dragon Emperor began, recounting the history of the dragons. To return this world to a state without rulers. We hate being controlled, so we fight for freedom. At first, the dragons were united, but gradually, some betrayed us and joined the gods. And there were those who saw the futility of war and chose to remain neutral. These two factions became known as the Harmony faction and the Observers. And we were forced to bear the name of the Chaos faction, those who bring chaos to the world. The war lasted for centuries, followed by centuries of preparation for the next war. During this endless cycle, I had a child. Her name is Toru. From the moment she was born, Toru was bound by the Dragon Society's rules. And as her father, I also pressured her. But I believe that was wrong. Perhaps I was influenced by humans. So I decided to give Toru some freedom. I let her travel and experience the world, hoping she would form her own opinions. Toru, without prejudice, learned about the things that interested her. I thought she would eventually understand why the Chaos faction despises humans. But she lost control. She went to the gods' territory alone and was severely injured. That's how she ended up in this world. As for why Toru went to the gods' territory alone. The Dragon Emperor paused. She must have thought that defeating the gods would end the war. Roy said. Having experienced the world, Toru must have understood the importance of peace. Yes, that's why she was so desperate for peace. The Dragon Emperor confirmed. So? Roy looked at him expectantly, waiting for him to reveal his true purpose. His father-in-law wouldn't have come here just for a casual chat. Toru can't avoid the war, even with your protection. The Dragon Emperor said, his gaze intense. So you want me to join the Chaos faction? Yes. I believe you can kill gods. Roy pondered his words. The Dragon Emperor wanted him to help them defeat the gods. His long speech was just a way of saying that war was inevitable. Even if he hadn't said it, Roy wouldn't let the god who had injured Toru go unpunished. Moreover, bringing peace to the world was Toru's wish. He had to agree. All right, I accept. Roy declared. The Dragon Emperor smiled. I'll be waiting for you. He opened a portal and stepped through it. Chapter 159, Reaching Super Devil Gaining Dragon Servants. Roy, what did my father say to you? Toru and the others asked as soon as he emerged from the study. Haha, don't worry, it was nothing serious. But things might get a bit hectic soon. Roy replied with a smile, patting Toru's head. Just tell us, Roy. Whatever it is, we'll face it together. Toru said, her gaze firm. Roy sighed. It seemed he couldn't hide it from them. He explained the situation. So, there's going to be a war? I'm great at those. Ilyalu exclaimed with a mischievous grin, her claws twitching. Bong. Roy flicked her on the forehead. Ilyalu pouted and shrunk back, seeing his stern expression. Honestly, the Dragon Emperor's idea is foolish. Fighting for freedom, defeating the rulers, and then becoming the ruler himself? That will never bring peace. Lukoa commented, shaking her head as she lay on a sofa. Lukoa belonged to the Observers, a faction of dragons who didn't participate in the war. Toru had once asked her why she didn't fight, but Lukoa had simply replied that fighting would only bring more chaos. Toru hadn't understood her reasoning. But that was the mindset of the Observers. Roy, however, believed that such a passive stance would eventually lead to trouble. Lukoa-san, you're strong, so you can stay out of it. But have you considered who the Harmony faction will target once the Chaos faction is defeated? He asked. Lukoa paused, her expression thoughtful. Roy knew it wouldn't be easy to convince her, so he turned to Toru. Toru, will you become my servant? He asked. Servant? But I'm already Roy's maid, aren't I? Toru tilted her head in confusion. Well. Yes, you are. Roy chuckled. He took out a Queen Evil piece and offered it to her. Toru, accept this power, and we'll overcome any obstacle. No one will be able to stop us. Toru, seeing the devil piece that radiated power similar to Roy's, accepted it without hesitation. Will this make me stronger? She asked. Roy smirked. Of course. Then use it on me now. Toru was eager to become stronger. Roy immediately began chanting the incantation. A blue magic circle appeared in the living room. By the name of Roy Lucifuge, I command thee, Toru, to become my servant devil, reborn as my queen. As he finished the incantation, the queen piece in Toru's hand merged into her body. A powerful surge of energy shook the room, distorting the space around them. Lukoa quickly teleported them to the subspace. She watched as Taru's aura grew stronger, her eyes filled with curiosity. Taru's power surged, reaching the pinnacle of Mao-class strength. It continued to increase but stopped just before reaching the peak. Roy also received a boost from Taru's power, his own strength rising to Super Devil. Taru's power. Elma gasped, stunned. They had been roughly equal in strength, but now Taru had surpassed her. Maji Yabakun Kana exclaimed, looking at Roy with admiration. I want that power too. Ilyalu declared, her eyes sparkling. She wanted to become stronger so she could get revenge on Taru for defeating her in their bullet hell games. After a while, Taru's transformation was complete. She floated in the air, a pair of massive dragon wings and a pair of devil wings extending from her back. Dragons becoming devils wasn't unheard of. For example, Tanin, one of the original 5 dragon kings, had voluntarily reincarnated as a devil. Becoming a devil didn't mean abandoning their dragon heritage. It simply meant they now possessed both bloodlines, complementing each other. Roy. Taru opened her eyes and immediately lunged at Roy, hugging him tightly. Now we'll never be apart, she declared, feeling the bond between them strengthen. Yes, of course. Roy replied with a smile, holding her close. Roy, I want that power too. Ilyalu said, tugging at his sleeve. No way. Roy only needs me as his servant. Taru retorted, glaring at Ilyalu. Ilyalu ignored her and looked at Roy with pleading eyes. Taru, I forgot to tell you. I actually have many servants already. Roy confessed. Eh? Taru pouted, but she didn't let go of him. And our enemies are gods, Taru. We need to make everyone stronger. Fine. Taru finally relented. She believed Roy was doing this for her dream of world peace. Roy breathed a sigh of relief. He then took out another queen piece and handed it to Ilyalu. Ilyalu was slightly weaker than Taru but was still a mid-Ma'au class. After becoming a devil, her strength would reach the high Ma'au class. However, she was still weaker than Taru overall. Roy's strength was also pushed to mid-super devil. Roy, what about me? Kana asked, approaching him with an expectant look. Of course, here's your piece. Roy replied with a smile, handing her a queen piece. The queen piece provided the greatest boost among all the evil pieces. Since Roy had already filled all the positions in his peerage, he decided to make all his future servants queens. After all, he was confident that no one could defeat him in the rating game now. Kana was the weakest among them. After becoming a devil, she didn't quite reach the mid-level of Ma'au class, but she was close. Now, only Elma and Lukoa remained. Elma, do you want to become my servant? Roy asked. No, I can't. I'm with the Harmony faction. Elma replied, shaking her head. Are you still hung up on the Chaos and Harmony factions? Once we defeat the gods, those factions will naturally disappear. Roy explained. But... Elma hesitated. Elma, do you think you can leave after learning about us? Roy asked with a sly grin. Eh? Elma was confused. Why was he suddenly threatening her? That's right, Elma. As a member of the Harmony faction, shouldn't we capture her? Taru chimed in. No more delicious food for a month. And we'll tempt her with food every day. Taru, Kana, and Ilyalu looked at Elma with mischievous grins. Being locked up without freedom and constantly tempted with delicious food. Elma shuddered at the thought. Elma, if you join us, you'll have delicious food every day. Roy tempted her, waving various cakes and roasted meat before her. Elma drooled, unable to resist. Fine, I agree. She finally relented. Roy chuckled and put away the food, then placed a queen piece in her hand. Elma successfully became a devil. Her strength, comparable to Taru's, and boosted by her transformation, finally broke through the limit, reaching the peak of Ma'au class. If other devils knew about his growth rate, they would be astonished. And there was indeed someone present who was shocked. Roy turned to Lukoa, who was staring at him with wide eyes. Lukoa-san, how about becoming my servant? I might even be able to help you become a god again. He offered with a smile. Although Lukoa had been surprised by Roy's rapid growth, she hadn't considered becoming his servant. But his words made her heart skip a beat. Become a god again? Would she have a chance to take revenge? She recalled the god who had framed her, and her sister, who had self-immolated after their incident, her ashes turning into flower-like feathers. A burning desire for revenge filled her heart. But could she become a god again without her godhood? Roy, is it possible to become a god without godhood? She asked. Godhood was the source of a god's power. Of course. Roy replied confidently. The rules of this world couldn't bind him. Lukoa, hearing his unwavering response, hesitated for a moment, then nodded resolutely. I'm willing to become your servant. She opened her eyes, her mismatched gaze filled with determination. Roy smiled. It seemed his persuasive skills had improved. He handed Lukoa a queen piece. Lukoa took the piece and examined it, then looked at Roy. Roy didn't waste any time and began the transformation ritual. Lukoa's strength was already at the limit of Super Devil. However, the devil piece pushed her strength beyond her limits. Pop! A sound echoed from within Lukoa's body. Then, a terrifying power erupted from her, shaking the subspace violently. Toru and the others quickly acted to stabilize the dimension. Roy's power also surged. Their breakthrough was causing havoc. If not for Toru and the others stabilizing the subspace, it would have collapsed, causing a disaster in the real world. After a while, they both broke through their limits. Their auras calmed down. Chapter 160, Preparing for Battle. Advent of the Gods. When Lukoa opened her eyes, a smile played on her lips. She was already imagining taking revenge on the god who had framed her. Lukoa-san, can you tell me about that incident with your sister now? Roy asked, looking at the lost-in-thought Lukoa. Lukoa didn't hesitate this time and recounted the events that led to her downfall. Toru, who already knew the story, listened calmly. But Ilyalu and Elma, hearing it for the first time, were filled with disgust towards the god who had wronged Lukoa. Roy, you've given me hope for revenge. I won't let that bastard go this time. Lukoa declared, her eyes filled with determination. Roy, of course, supported her desire for revenge. We'll be there with you, he said, taking her hand. Yes. Lukoa nodded, her mismatched eyes sparkling. Back at the apartment, Roy decided to waste no time. He would depart tomorrow and join forces with the Chaos faction to attack the gods' forces. The gods in this world weren't true gods. They were simply members of other races with power comparable to super devils. Roy didn't know if there were any true gods behind them. But it didn't matter. Having reached the super devil, he wasn't afraid of gods anymore. After dinner, they all prepared to rest for the upcoming battle. Good night, Roy. Kana said, hugging her teddy bear and waving from her doorway. Good night, Kana. Roy replied with a smile, patting her head. Kana nodded and went back to her room. Just as Roy was about to return to his room, Lukoa pulled him into hers. Lukoa-san? Roy looked at her questioningly. Roy, Lukoa began, her face flushed as she hugged him tightly. But I promised Toru I'd be back soon. Roy said, a bit hesitant. He was happy that Lukoa was offering herself to him, but he had promised Toru he would return to their room quickly. If Toru found out, she would be furious. Don't worry. Lukoa gave him a mysterious smile. She waved her hand, and a barrier enveloped the room. This is a time barrier. 1 minute inside is equal to a day outside, she explained. Roy's eye twitched. She had actually prepared a time barrier just for this. He couldn't refuse her now. Half an hour later, Roy emerged from Lukoa's room. Roy, you're so slow. Toru, wearing a bath towel, was waiting for him in their room. Roy remembered the month they had just spent in the time barrier. Toru, we have a battle tomorrow. Let's get some rest, he said with a cough. It's fine. Come here. Toru beckoned him with a smile, patting the space beside her on the bed. Roy gulped. Are you not feeling well? I think I saw something on TV about needing to take some medicine. Toru wondered, stroking her chin thoughtfully. What kind of TV have you been watching, Toru? Roy asked, exasperated. Are you saying you're not up for it? Toru asked innocently. Damn it, I'll show you. Roy retorted, his pride wounded. He had completely forgotten about the month he had just spent with Lukoa. The next day, as Roy and the girls were about to depart, Fafnir arrived. Where are you going? He asked curiously. We're going to save the world. Roy replied with a chuckle. Oh? A game of heroes and demon kings? I've been playing those recently. Do you need my help? Fafnir asked, seemingly understanding their intentions. No need, Fafnir-san. You can stay home and play games, Roy said, declining his offer. Alright, I understand. I wish you success. Haha, Fafnir-san, just wait for our good news, Toru said with a wave. They then activated the teleportation circle and vanished. Back in their world, Toru felt a sense of homecoming, the rich magic power invigorating her. Elma, Kana, and Ilyalu also felt energized. Toru led them to the territory of the Chaos faction. It was a valley filled with all kinds of dragons, soaring through the air and playing in the nearby sea. The entire territory was peaceful and harmonious. You're finally here. The Dragon Emperor of Demise greeted them. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Roy and the others. He couldn't see through Roy's power. And to his surprise, Toru, Elma, and the others had become much stronger in such a short time. And Lukoa, the guardian of balance between the two worlds, was also here? What was going on? Confused, The Dragon Emperor led them to his castle. "Father-in-law, are you ready?" Roy asked without wasting any time. "Yes, the dragons are ready for a battle," the Dragon Emperor replied in a deep voice. "Then let's not waste any time. Lead the dragons to attack the gods' forces." Roy instructed. "All right, I'll gather the troops." The Dragon Emperor left. "Roy, can we really succeed?" Toru asked, worried. "Don't worry, Toru. With me here, we'll definitely succeed. And then we'll go home." Roy reassured her. "Home? You mean the human world?" "No, our true home," Roy replied, holding her hand. "Oh." Toru nodded, though she didn't fully understand. Although the Chaos faction lived in this area, gathering them all would still take time. A whole day passed before the Dragon Emperor returned. "Father-in-law, have you gathered all the dragons?" Roy asked. "Yes, they're all here," the Dragon Emperor confirmed. "Good. Then let's depart." Roy and the girls followed the Dragon Emperor to the top of the valley. It was filled with all kinds of dragons, even more than they had seen the day before. "Let's go," the Dragon Emperor commanded, and the dragons took to the sky. The sight of the massive dragon army was awe-inspiring. Their movements, however, were quickly detected by the gods' forces. But they didn't react immediately, choosing to wait and defend their territory. After all, fighting on their own turf gave them an advantage. The dragon army's advance was slow. After a night of travel, they finally reached the territory of the gods. The gods' forces were ready for battle. "Roy, that giant is their leader," Toru said, pointing at a colossal figure among the enemy ranks. The giant was massive, thousands of meters tall, like a mountain. "Is that him? I'll avenge you later," Roy said with a grin, squeezing Toru's hand. "Dragon Emperor of Demise, you've made a foolish decision," the giant boomed, his voice echoing across the battlefield. His words caused some of the weaker dragons to flinch. "Today, you will all perish, and peace will return to the world," the Dragon Emperor retorted, his aura flaring. The gods' forces wavered under his powerful presence. Roy and the girls watched as the two leaders exchanged threats. "Then there's nothing more to say. Attacking us was your biggest mistake," the giant sneered. He raised his hand, and his army charged towards the dragons. The Dragon Emperor also roared, but he didn't give the order to attack. Roy stepped forward. He smirked. Secret Heart, Twilight Snowfall. Countless massive ice mountains erupted from the earth, instantly freezing the charging soldiers. The ice mountains continued to spread. "Who's there?" the giant roared, slamming his trident into the approaching ice. Boom. The ice shattered. The giant sighed in relief. But then, Roy appeared before him. "Summon your leader. Otherwise, you'll all be annihilated today," Roy declared, his arms crossed. He was certain that there was a god supporting them, a god on par with Lukoa. "Humphrey. My lord, Tezcatlipoca, will not forgive you," the giant sneered, then tore open a rift in space with his trident. "Tezcatlipoca?" Roy frowned. He didn't recognize that name. "Lukoa-san, do you know this god?" he asked. "Yes, I do," Lukoa replied. "Tezcatlipoca is known as the god of darkness and the invisible, the lord of the night, and the ruler of the north in the land of the gods. He's one of the most important deities in Aztec mythology, ruling over the first Sunday. He's a supreme god, the manipulator of human destiny. And he's the one who cursed my wine," she added, her voice filled with killing intent. "Why would he do that?" Roy asked, confused. "During the 5 suns, Tezcatlipoca ruled the first sun," Lukoa explained. "And after the first sun was destroyed, I became the second Sunday I see. So it was out of jealousy," Roy mused, stroking his chin. "Who dares summon me?" A deep, unfamiliar voice boomed across the battlefield. Everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on the spatial rift. A giant with a strange appearance emerged from the rift. He had dark skin, black and yellow stripes painted on his face, a smooth obsidian right foot, and wielded lightning. This was Tezcatlipoca, one of the Aztec gods, the first sun god. Chapter 161, Roy unleashes his power facing Tezcatlipoca. Tezcatlipoca looked around, his gaze finally settling on the giant. "Tezcatlipoca-sama, a strong being is interfering in the human world. I had no choice but to summon you," the giant explained, kneeling respectfully. "Oh? Yes, it's him." The giant pointed at Roy with a cruel smile. Tezcatlipoca, however, showed no reaction as he looked at Roy. But then, his eyes widened in shock as he saw Lukoa. "Quetzalcoatl? You're here? Ha ha ha!" he exclaimed, bursting into laughter. He completely ignored Roy. "Tezcatlipoca, I haven't forgotten that you cursed my wine. Today, I'll have my revenge," Lukoa declared, her mismatched eyes filled with killing intent. "Ha ha ha! Revenge? You, who have been stripped of your godhood, Have no right to speak of revenge. Tezcatlipoca scoffed. Humphrey. Lucoa sneered, then unleashed her powerful aura. The soldiers in the god's army were instantly forced to their knees. What? You regained your godhood? No, your power isn't as strong as it used to be. Tezcatlipoca said, surprised but quickly regaining his composure. At her peak, Lucoa was one of the strongest beings. Even Tezcatlipoca wouldn't be confident in defeating her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to such underhanded tactics as cursing her. Tezcatlipoca, today is the day you die. Lucoa declared, charging towards him, blinded by rage. Roy frowned. He hadn't expected Lucoa's enemy to be so powerful. Tezcatlipoca's strength was likely above Super Devil. Defeating him would be incredibly difficult. Ha ha ha, if you were at your peak, I might be wary. But now, you're no match for me. Tezcatlipoca laughed, unleashing his overwhelming aura. The sky darkened, and the earth cracked, crushing the soldiers beneath them. Tezcatlipoca didn't even care about his own forces. The Dragon Emperor's expression changed, and he quickly retreated with his army. Roy. Totter looked at Roy with worry. We can't participate in their fight. The Dragon Emperor said, holding Totter back. He was surprised to see Roy standing unfazed against Tezcatlipoca's aura. He hadn't expected Roy to possess the power of a true god. If we can't fight them, can I at least beat up those guys? Ilialu asked with a mischievous grin, looking at the fleeing soldiers. Totter also turned her attention towards them. Yes, we can't fall behind. She charged towards the fleeing soldiers. Totter, that's not fair. Ilialu complained, seeing Totter outspeed her. Totter-sama, wait for me. Kana transformed into her dragon form and chased after Totter. The Dragon Emperor also gave the order to attack. All dragons, follow me and eliminate the remaining enemies. Roar. The dragons roared and charged. The enemy forces, already weakened by Roy's ice attack, were quickly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, seeing Lucoa charge towards Tezcatlipoca, Roy also unleashed his power. Ren. He called out. The black spirit seal on his left arm glowed. Ren Ashdol, the Dark Elemental Lord, materialized beside him. Ren, I need your power. Yes, use me. Ren replied with a smile. She transformed into the Sword of Piercing Truth. A state. Roy called out again. The white spirit seal on his right arm glowed. A state materialized as the Demon-Slaying Sword. Roy now wielded two swords. He then activated the Transparent World. Everything seemed to slow down, even Tezcatlipoca's attack on Lucoa. He charged towards Tezcatlipoca and blocked his attack with his swords. Lucoa-san, I'll focus on attacking. You use your magic to restrain him. Roy instructed. Lucoa, having lost her godhood, couldn't use many of her divine abilities. Her offensive options were limited. And she wasn't as proficient in close combat. Having her use magic for support was the best strategy. Lucoa was momentarily surprised, then realized her mistake. She wasn't at her peak anymore. She couldn't fight Tezcatlipoca head-on. Okay. She agreed, quickly retreating. Roy focused his attention on Tezcatlipoca. As the first sun god, Tezcatlipoca commanded a wide range of powers: lightning, storms, darkness, earth, and even the stars. Tezcatlipoca unleashed bolts of lightning and summoned devastating storms. Roy, under this relentless assault, could only dodge. Lucoa enhanced his speed with her time magic. Dark lightning flash. Using his enhanced speed, Roy appeared behind Tezcatlipoca. The black lightning, capable of incinerating souls, struck Tezcatlipoca's back. Roar. Tezcatlipoca roared in pain and tried to grab Roy. But Roy was too agile. It seems this attack is effective against him. Roy thought. Tezcatlipoca, unable to catch Roy, turned his attention to Lucoa. He lunged towards her, his hand crackling with lightning. Damn it! Roy cursed. He rushed to help her. But Lucoa, empowered by her time magic, narrowly dodged the attack. Roy struck Tezcatlipoca again with dark lightning flash. He roared in pain. The dark lightning, capable of incinerating souls, only caused him pain. This showed how powerful Tezcatlipoca was. This wasn't going to work. His swords couldn't inflict significant damage. Any minor wounds would heal instantly. Even the dark lightning flash only caused him pain. Killing Tezcatlipoca seemed impossible. Roy desperately searched for a way to defeat him. The battle reached a stalemate. Tezcatlipoca was frustrated by his inability to land a hit on them. The landscape was devastated, magma spewing from the fissures in the earth. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Toru and Delma, having defeated the remaining soldiers, watched with worry. Toru-sama, Roy will win, right? Kana asked, tugging at Toru's sleeve. Yes, I believe Roy will win. Toru replied, trying to sound confident despite her own worries. Roy, please don't die. Otherwise, who will feed me? Elma's concern was a bit unusual. You can do it, Roy. I haven't had a baby with you yet. You have to win. Ilyalu cheered. She had came to see Roy as her family and didn't want to lose him. The situation was grim. Secret Heart, 9 ice dragons. Roy shouted. 9 colossal ice dragons appeared in the sky, encircling Tezcatlipoca. But Tezcatlipoca simply swatted them away with his massive hand. His brute strength nullified Roy's attack. Lightning. Tezcatlipoca roared. A storm of lightning rained down on them. The lightning was too fast and covered too wide an area. Roy and Lucoa couldn't dodge in time. If they were struck, even they would be severely injured. Roy, his vision enhanced by the transparent world, saw the lightning about to strike them. Mahapadma. He calmly declared. The world froze, encased in an icy blue domain. Even Tezcatlipoca and Lucoa were frozen in time and space. This technique was far more powerful than just stopping time. It froze both time and space. Roy, carrying Lucoa, effortlessly escaped the lightning's path. He then appeared before Tezcatlipoca. With a flurry of sword strikes, he inflicted countless wounds on the god. However, the wounds were too shallow to affect Tezcatlipoca, a giant thousands of meters tall. Mahapadma's effect was about to wear off. Roy had no choice but to unleash several dark lightning flash attacks and his dark flames of ruin. The dark flames could incinerate souls, bodies, and even shadows. Time shall resume. Tezcatlipoca, who had been smirking at the sight of Roy and Lucoa seemingly trapped in the lightning storm, suddenly roared in pain. Roar. Countless sword wounds covered his neck, and black flames engulfed his body, burning his very soul. He thrashed around in agony, causing even more destruction. At this rate, he'll destroy the world. What do we do? Lucoa asked, worried. Our attacks can't kill him. It's too difficult, unless... Roy railed off, stroking his chin. Unless what? Unless I use that technique. Roy's eyes lit up. He had an idea. Lucoa looked at him expectantly. Chapter 162, Slaying a Godflower Viewing the Wedding. It seems I have no choice but to risk it all. Roy declared, referring to his most powerful technique, Ice Emperor Dragon. It was a technique used for destruction and absorption. Anything caught in it would be frozen solid, even the surrounding space. It was incredibly destructive and could only be used against powerful opponents. However, it was also a difficult technique to master. Roy hadn't been able to use it before. But now, he had no choice. If he didn't kill Tezcatlipoca, this world would be destroyed. Lucoa-san, move back. I don't know if I can control this technique. Roy said with a serious expression. Okay. Lucoa nodded and retreated to a safe distance. Roy took a deep breath and began gathering his magic power. The temperature plummeted, and the nearby sea froze over. An icy aura swirled around him, his form gradually disappearing into the mist. The mist expanded, covering hundreds of miles. Roar. A dragon's roar echoed from within the mist. The mist dissipated, revealing a colossal ice dragon in Roy's place. Its majestic form dwarfed even Lucoa's dragon form. It was over 10,000 meters long, its body stretching beyond the horizon. Tezcatlipoca, having recovered from his injuries and extinguished the black flames, stared at the ice dragon in shock. He then threw a punch. But Roy swung his massive tail, effortlessly blocking the attack. The sight of the colossal dragon filled Tezcatlipoca with fear. But Roy showed no mercy. He lunged at Tezcatlipoca, his massive jaws wide open. Tezcatlipoca, a giant thousands of meters tall, seemed insignificant compared to Roy's 10,000-meter-long dragon form. Roy swallowed him whole. Tezcatlipoca's body instantly froze within the dragon's maw, then shattered into countless ice crystals. He was gone. He did it. Lucoa exclaimed, her eyes filled with relief and admiration as she looked at the ice dragon. The ice dragon then dissipated, revealing Roy's pale face. That technique had consumed almost all of his magic power. And he had been lucky to successfully execute it. Otherwise, defeating Tezcatlipoca would have been impossible. Roy, are you alright? Lucoa asked, rushing to his side and supporting him. I'm fine. Just a bit drained. Roy replied, shaking his head. That's good. Do you need a magic replenishment? Huh? Roy looked at her, confused. Lucoa's sudden suggestive offer caught him off guard. Are you trying to drain me dry? He asked with a playful glare. But as they were joking, something stirred within the spatial rift the giant had opened earlier. Amteotl, the creator god of the Aztec pantheon, suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed the death of his child, Tezcatlipoca, and was enraged. Creator god. Father. Several other gods appeared before Amteotl. I sense that Tezcatlipoca has perished. Go and investigate. He commanded. Yes. The gods dispersed. Roy also felt a sense of unease. He looked at the still open spatial rift, his expression grim. He could sense powerful ores beyond the rift. "Lucoa, close the rift," he said urgently. His magic power was depleted. He could only rely on Lucoa. Lucoa, sensing the danger, immediately closed the rift and erased any traces of its existence. Roy sighed in relief. He had forgotten. The Aztec mythology had a whole pantheon of gods, including the creator god, Amteotl. Now that they had killed Tezcatlipoca, the Aztec gods were undoubtedly in an uproar. But it didn't matter to him. He was leaving this world anyway. And when he returned, he would be strong enough to face the entire Aztec pantheon. "Roy, are you alright? What happened to that villain?" Taru and the others rushed over, worried. Seeing that the battle was over, they had came to check on him. "Don't worry, we defeated him," Roy reassured Taru, patting her head. "Really? That's great." Taru sighed in relief. "So, Taru, is your wish for world peace fulfilled?" Elma asked curiously. She didn't think achieving world peace was that simple. "Well, that depends on my father-in-law. I'm not getting involved in their affairs anymore," Roy replied with a shrug. "Yes, my wish has been fulfilled," Taru said with a happy smile. "And my revenge is complete." "What now?" Lucoa wondered. "Haha, now you all come home with me. We'll leave this world's problems behind," Roy declared with a grin. He would leave the rest to the Dragon Emperor. After all, even if they defeated the gods, true peace was unlikely. Roy then took Taru, Kana, and the others back to the human world. They left without a second thought, leaving the Dragon Emperor to deal with the aftermath. Back in Roy's apartment. "Ah, it's good to be home." Lucoa sighed contentedly, stretching out on the sofa. "Yes, but now that the world is at peace, we can stay here forever, right?" Taru asked, hugging a pillow and imagining their happy future. "Of course not. Didn't I say I would take you all home?" Roy reminded her. "Eh? That's right. What's Roy's home like?" Ilialu asked curiously, clinging to his arm. "It's a very big castle. And there are many children around your age, Ilialu. You can make lots of friends there. And you can go to school too," Roy explained with a smile, patting her head. "School?" Ilialu's eyes sparkled with interest. Kana also seemed excited. "MMM. As long as I have delicious food every day, I'm happy," Elma declared. "Don't worry, my storage magic is filled with food made by Siko and Shizuka. I guarantee you'll have different dishes every day," Roy assured her. Elma's eyes widened in anticipation. "Taru, what about you?" Roy asked, noticing her silence. "As long as I'm with Roy, I'll go anywhere," Taru replied with a smile. Roy was touched. Taru was truly the best. "Then we'll be leaving in a few days." He had decided to hold off on their departure because he wanted to give them a proper wedding ceremony. Taru had seen a wedding on TV and was quite envious. Roy still remembered her longing expression. It would be troublesome to hold a wedding after returning to his world. But he didn't tell them beforehand. He wanted to surprise them. The next day, Roy, having prepared everything for the wedding, gathered the girls. "Let's go hanami, flower viewing," he suggested. Japanese traditional custom of enjoying the transient beauty of flowers. "Flower viewing? Sure. There will be lots of delicious food, right? One of my acquaintances turned into a flower too." The girls readily agreed. Roy didn't even need to use his persuasive skills. "Then let's go." He teleported them to a vast grassland with a beautiful cherry blossom grove. "Wow! It's so beautiful. So many cherry blossoms." The girls were amazed by the sight. "Isn't it beautiful?" Roy asked, pleased with their reaction. "Then let's enjoy the flowers." He had prepared picnic blankets and snacks under the cherry blossom trees. Yay! The girls sat down, admiring the beautiful scenery and enjoying the snacks. They chatted happily, their hearts filled with joy. "How about some entertainment?" Taru suggested, lying on Roy's lap. "That's a good idea. I'll go first," Elma declared, standing up. "Oh?" Roy was surprised. He hadn't expected Elma to have prepared something. Elma removed her coat, revealing her belly, which had a face painted on it. "Is she going to do a belly dance?" "Wow! What are you doing?" "Hee. This is my special skill. I've been practicing," Elma declared proudly, swaying her hips. "Ha ha ha. That's hilarious." Taru burst into laughter. "Is it really that funny?" Roy wondered, looking at Taru. He didn't find it amusing at all. But Elma's figure was indeed impressive. "Alright, it's time to move on to the main event," Roy announced, standing up. "What?" The girls looked at him curiously. "Everyone, gather around." Taru and the others gathered around him. Even Estate and Ren emerged from their spirit seals. Snap. Roy snapped his fingers, and the girls' clothes transformed into beautiful white wedding dresses. His own clothes also changed into a wedding suit. Today, we're having a wedding, he declared with a smile. The girls were touched. They hadn't expected Roy to hold a wedding ceremony. Although they were dragons and didn't care much for human customs, they were still moved by his gesture. Toru, I love you. Will you stay with me forever? Roy said, facing Toru. Yes, I love you too. Toru replied, wiping away her tears and nodding earnestly. Roy smiled and placed a wedding ring on her finger. He then turned to Elma. Elma, I love you. Will you be with me forever? Elma blushed, speechless. I do. She finally managed to say. Roy put a ring on her finger. He then repeated the process with Lukoa, Ilyalu, Kana, Estate, and Renashdol. Now you're all my wives. Roy declared with a satisfied nod. Roy. Toru couldn't contain herself any longer and leaped into his arms. Lukoa and Ilyalu followed suit, tackling him to the ground. Laughter filled the air under the cherry blossom trees. Chapter 163, Returning School Trip to Kyoto. Everyone, are you ready? Roy asked the girls with a smile as they gathered in the living room. We're ready. Hurry up, I can't wait. Toru and the others were eager. All right. Roy chuckled and snapped his fingers. They vanished. For long-lived dragons, spending a few hundred years in another world was nothing. Roy had promised to bring them back here again someday. High school DxD world, Roy's castle. Roy and the girls materialized in a room within the castle. The unfamiliar presence, especially the dragon auras, alerted Aphis, who immediately appeared before them. Roy? Are they the same kind as me? Aphis asked, her eyes wide with curiosity as she looked at Toru and the others. She was particularly interested in Lukoa, sensing that she was a dragon with power comparable to her own. Aphis, let's go outside. I'll introduce you later. Roy said, scooping her up with a smile. He led them to the living room, where Siko, Asdeeth, and the other girls were waiting. They were also curious about the new arrivals but understood what had happened. That sneaky bastard. Going to another world without telling us and bringing back even more girls. Saya grumbled. He must have his reasons. Roy works hard. Asia defended Roy. Works hard? He was probably having fun. Mine scoffed. They weren't upset that Roy had brought back more girls. What bothered them was that he hadn't taken them along. Only Siko remained cheerful. Roy took her with him on almost every trip, a clear sign of his affection. Although he hadn't taken her this time, she wasn't upset. Hey, I think I heard someone bad-mouthing me. Who was it? Roy asked with a playful smirk as he entered the room with Toru and the others. Humphrey. It was us. Why didn't you take us with you this time? Saya complained. It wouldn't have been a problem to bring us along. Claire added. Most of the girls were unhappy about being left behind. Roy shrugged helplessly. There weren't any battles or opportunities to increase your strength this time, so the fight against the gods was quick, so it doesn't really count. Roy thought. But that battle had been against his strongest opponent yet. Fortunately, they had won. Even so, Chelsea began, but Suna interrupted her. You'll take us with you next time, right? Suna asked, her gaze fixed on Roy. It seemed she was also upset about being left behind. After all, he had promised to take her to another world to recruit servants. Don't worry, Suna. I'll definitely take you with me next time. Roy assured her with a pat on his chest. Okay. Suna finally smiled. Ahem, let me introduce everyone. This is Toru. Roy introduced the new arrivals. Toru had prepared herself to meet the others, and they quickly became friendly. Roy. Aphis suddenly tugged at his clothes, her eyes fixed on him. Aphis, what's wrong? Roy asked, pretending not to know what she wanted. He knew that Aphis, having sensed that his and Lukoa's power had reached her level, was curious and wanted his help in defeating Great Red. Defeating Great Red was Aphis's greatest desire. But Roy wasn't going to let her go. She was too adorable. And letting her go would be dangerous. If he remembered correctly, Great Red would soon face a dangerous enemy. A powerful being from another world would appear and decapitate him. To be able to instantly kill Great Red. Roy suspected that this being might be at the stellar level or even higher. I will refer to the VSBW tiering system to evaluate beings above Mao. Stellar level is basically Tier 4, Tier 3 is Universe, Tier 2 is Multiversal. Roy, Lukoa, Great Red, Aphis are Tier 5 Substellar. And this incident wasn't far off. They had to become stronger. Help me. Aphis pleaded. Of course I'll help you. Roy replied, patting her head. Aphis, are you happy here? I don't know what happiness is. But it's better here than with the Chaos Brigade. Aphis replied innocently. Roy couldn't resist kissing her cheek. Don't worry, Aphis. I'll definitely help you defeat Great Red. But until then, get along with everyone here, okay? Roy believed that if Aphis stayed with them long enough, she would come to love this place. Okay. Aphis nodded. Waiting wouldn't be a problem for her. After the weekend, they returned to school. Roy also enrolled Toru, Ilyalu, and Kana in Kwa Academy. Toru was placed in the 3rd year, while Ilyalu and Kana were in the 2nd year. One day, Rosais, their teacher, announced the upcoming school trip to Kyoto. The girls erupted in excitement. Since the destination is Kyoto, let's see what sites we should visit. Eika exclaimed, quickly finding a guidebook. The book listed various famous landmarks. Roy, Saya, Asia, Zenobia, and the others gathered around to discuss their itinerary. Where should we go? Irina asked, flipping through the guidebook. How about Kimizudi-ura? Asia suggested. I remember that shiny temple. Zenobia chimed in. You mean Kinkakuji, the Golden Pavilion? Of course, we have to go there, right, Buku? Eika asked, looking at Roy. Sure, you guys decide. I'm not familiar with Kyoto. Roy replied with a smile. Then it's decided. First, Kimizudi-ura then Kinkakuji. The girls continued their lively discussion. Back at the castle, Ryaz grumbled, I won't be able to see Roy for days. The school trip was only for the 2nd-year students. Roy chuckled. It's just a few days, Ryaz. I'll bring you back a souvenir. Hearing this, Ryaz's mood improved slightly, though she was still a bit disappointed. Ryaz, you can skip school and come with us if you want. Roy offered. No, it's okay. Ryaz replied, shaking her head. As long as Roy has fun, that's enough for me. Alright then. That night, Ryaz and Akano, dressed in yukatas, arrived at Roy's room as usual. Sona and Tsubaki soon joined them. Humphrey. Ryaz, I won't lose to you. Sona declared, clinging to Roy's arm and glaring at Ryaz playfully. Akano and I won't lose either. Ryaz retorted, raising her chin. Tsubaki, let's join in. Sona commanded. Tsubaki blushed. Sona had practically dragged her here. She looked quite beautiful without her glasses. The day of the school trip arrived. Roy emerged from his bed, where Ryaz and Sona had spent the night. They all went to the train station. Here are your freedom passes. Take one. Ryaz said, handing out some cards. What are these? Ilyalu asked, turning the card over and examining it curiously. They're passes. Kyoto is Yukai territory, so we need these to avoid any misunderstandings. Ryaz explained. This was a new policy implemented by Sursts to prevent unnecessary conflicts between the various factions. It had indeed reduced the number of conflicts. Roy, as the 5th Mao, also supported this policy. Everyone, check your belongings. We're about to board the train. Roy reminded them. Kuram, Akam, and the others checked their bags. Of course, they had mostly packed snacks. Ryaz, Sona, we're leaving now. Roy said, turning to them with a smile. Have a safe trip. Let us know if anything happens. We'll miss you. Come back soon. Ryaz, Sona, Toru, and the others bid farewell to Roy and his group. They boarded the train to Kyoto. As the train departed, the girls chattered excitedly. Kuram, sitting in Roy's lap, munched on snacks like a hamster, occasionally offering him a cookie. Clara and Rinslet, sitting by the window, enjoyed the scenery and chatted. Ilyalu. Kuram suddenly said, her eyes fixed on Ilyalu. Why are you so big? The other girls also looked at Ilyalu. Although they had seen it many times, they were still amazed by the size of Ilyalu's flame pouch. It was even bigger than her head. And she had such a petite figure. It was quite disproportionate and defied logic. Well. Ilyalu puffed out her chest proudly. I've actually shrunk it. Otherwise, it would be even bigger. What? The girls gasped in shock. This was already the smallest it could get? How big was it normally? They imagined it and were stunned. Chapter 164, The Missing Fox Princess Yasaka Kyoto Adventures Canoe plead. As expected of a dragon. Mine commented, unable to hide her envy. Even Claire glared at Ilyalu's chest with a hint of jealousy. After all, she was even flatter than mine. Roy chuckled, watching their reactions. We will be arriving in Kyoto shortly. The train announcement echoed through the carriage. We're here. Roy announced, standing up with Kuram in his arms. Are we there already? Kuram mumbled sleepily, rubbing her eyes. Yes, we're in Kyoto. Let's get off the train. Roy said with a smile, patting her head. They gathered their belongings and disembarked. Wow! This place is huge. Asia exclaimed, looking around the station in awe. It's so beautiful. The girls were excited, their eyes wide with wonder as they took in the unfamiliar sights. Our meeting point is the banquet hall on the 1st floor of the hotel. Hey, Asia, Zenobia, hurry up. We'll miss the afternoon free time if we don't get going. Roy called out to the girls who were lagging behind. Okay, we're coming. They hurried to catch up, their attention torn between the sights and Roy's reminder. The hotel was just a short walk from the station. They soon arrived at a magnificent building. It was called Hotel Sirst Kyoto. And across the street was Hotel Serafol Kyoto. As expected of them, Roy thought, impressed. Their businesses are top-notch even in the human world. Such luxurious hotels would require a lot of resources and manpower to build in the human world. But for devils, it was a simple task. Sirsts truly had a good business sense. A high-class hotel located right next to the station would surely be profitable. Since there were many ordinary girls in their group, they weren't given a grand welcome. After showing their student IDs at the reception, a manager politely guided them to their rooms and then led them to the banquet hall. The second-year students were divided into several groups, each led by a different teacher. Their arrival times varied. So, once everyone arrived, they would hold a roll call to ensure everyone was present. When Roy and the girls entered the banquet hall, Serafal was discussing something with Rossice. Roy, you're here. Serafal exclaimed, rushing towards him, ignoring the students' curious stares. Roy caught her in his arms. Serafal, we're here. He said with a smile. The other students were surprised. Even their teacher had been captivated by Roy. Come with me. I have something to tell you. Serafal said, pulling Roy away, unfazed by the attention. They followed her to a private room. Everyone, have a seat. Serafal said, gesturing towards the chairs. So, Serafal, what is it? Roy asked after they were all seated around a large table. He had a guess. According to a report from the local UK, the leader of the Kyoto Uchi, the nine-tailed fox, has gone missing. Serafal announced with a serious expression. As expected, it was about that incident. So you want us to find her? Roy asked. Yes. Serafal confirmed. And who kidnapped her? Most likely, it was the Kao's brigade. Serafal replied. All right, I'll handle it. Roy agreed readily. If he remembered correctly, this nine-tailed fox was named Yasaka, a beautiful, busty woman with fox ears. And she had an adorable fox daughter. I have to help them. Roy thought. I'll arrange for you to meet with the nine-tailed fox's daughter tomorrow evening. You can learn about the enemy from her. For now, enjoy yourselves. Serafal declared, unable to contain her excitement. Then let's go. Roy said, taking Serafal's hand and leading the girls out of the room. Since it was already afternoon, they decided to skip the temples and explore the streets instead. They would visit the temples tomorrow. The next day, their destination was Kimizudera Temple. They boarded the hotel's sightseeing bus early in the morning. They enjoyed the unfamiliar scenery as they rode towards the temple. The girls were excited, but Roy was a bit bored. Although the scenery was beautiful, after experiencing the breathtaking landscapes of the elemental spirit world, this seemed rather ordinary. But he maintained a cheerful facade for the girls' sake. After a day of sightseeing, Serafal informed them that they would be meeting with the Yukai that evening. Led by a few Fox Yukai girls, they passed through a hidden torii gate within Kinkakuji Temple and entered a different world. It was a dim and secluded space with old-fashioned houses. Various Yukai could be seen in the alleyways, a one-eyed, large-faced Yukai, a kappa-like creature with a plate on its head, a tanuki walking on two legs. It was a bizarre sight. They followed the fox girl through the maze-like alleyways. The only light came from the lanterns hanging along the path. Hee hee hee. A lantern suddenly came to life, its painted face grinning mischievously. The girls jumped in surprise. Is that the famous lantern ghost? Whoa. That scared me. Ah. It's creepy. Asia clung to Roy, burying her face in his chest. I apologize. The Yukai here love to play pranks. But they won't harm you. The fox girl apologized. Haha, it's all right. Roy chuckled, amused by the girls' reactions. Is this where the Yukai live? He asked the fox girl as they walked. Yes, this is the Yukai district of Kyoto. Of course, it's not as grand as the underworld. It's just a small, hidden dimension. The fox girl explained. I see. The underworld was also a separate dimension, just much larger. The fallen angels and angels also had their own pocket dimensions. They passed through the residential area, crossed a small river, and entered a forest. A large red torii gate stood before them, leading to a grand estate that exuded an aura of history and authority. Yo. You're here. You finally made it. Serafal and Rossice were already waiting for them. A young girl with blonde hair and a princess-style kimono stood between them. This must be Kanu. Roy thought, his eyes lighting up as he saw the adorable Loli. She was just as cute as Kana, Konko, and Estate, with fox ears and 9 tails. Kanu-sama, I've brought the guests. The fox girl reported. Kanu nodded, and the fox girl disappeared in a puff of flames. I am Kanu, daughter of Yasaka, pleased to meet you, she said, bowing politely. Pleased to meet you too, they replied, returning her greeting. Kanu led them inside the estate. They sat around a table, with Roy at the head. Let's hear what happened, Roy said, looking at Kanu. Then allow me to explain, Sarafal interjected. Having arrived earlier, she already knew the details. A few days ago, Yasaka, the leader of the nine-tailed foxes, chose this location to meet with a messenger from the Emperor of Heaven, Indra, who resides on Mount Meru. However, Yasaka didn't show up at the meeting. The UK, worried, investigated and found a Crotengu who had accompanied Yasaka as an attendant. He was barely alive when they found him. Before he died, he said they were attacked by unknown assailants, and Yasaka was kidnapped. Roy nodded, listening to Sarafal's explanation. I see. Ma'ozumas, please rescue Princess Yasaka. We'll assist you in any way we can. A Crotengu pleaded, prostrating himself before them. Don't worry, I've already agreed to help. I'll definitely rescue your princess, Roy assured him with a wave of his hand. The Crotengu presented a portrait. This is Princess Yasaka. The portrait depicted a beautiful woman with long blonde hair, a voluptuous figure, fox ears, and dressed in a shrine maiden outfit. She exuded an aura of authority that made Asia and the others envious. We've confirmed that Princess Yasaka is still in Kyoto. Sarafal continued. Kyoto itself is a massive barrier. If the nine-tailed fox were to leave or be killed, there would be noticeable disturbances. Since there haven't been any signs of that, it means Princess Yasaka is still alive, and those who kidnapped her are likely still here. The Crotengu added. I see. Then leave this to us, Roy said dismissively. He had already planned to intervene. Please. Please save my mother. No, please help me, Kanu suddenly pleaded, her small body trembling as tears streamed down her face. The fox girls and Crotengu also pled. Perhaps they were intimidated by Roy's casual attitude and feared he wasn't going to help. Roy approached Kanu and said with a gentle smile, Don't worry, Kanu. We'll definitely help you and rescue your mother. Really? Kanu looked at him with teary eyes. Of course. Roy patted her head, his smile widening. Kanu, seemingly reassured by his smile, wiped away her tears and nodded, a small smile appearing on her lips. Chapter 165, Sightseeing in Kyoto clash against Kao's brigade. The next day, Roy and the girls continued their sightseeing tour, with Kanu as their guide. They weren't in a hurry to rescue Yasaka. The Kao's brigade would show up eventually. So, Kanu, you said you would be our guide. What exactly are we doing? Eika asked, curious about their itinerary. I'll take you to all the famous landmarks, Kanu replied, puffing out her chest. Our first destination is Tenryuji Temple. They arrived at the temple gate. Kanu led them through the temple grounds, enthusiastically explaining the history and significance of each location. It was clear that she was reciting information she had learned from mothers, but her earnest attempts were adorable. As a Yukai princess, she rarely had the opportunity to act as a guide. She was usually the one being guided, so this was likely a novel experience for her. The garden behind the main hall was particularly beautiful. With the autumn foliage as a backdrop, the garden was a picturesque scene. Koi fish swam leisurely in the pond, adding to the serene atmosphere. After exploring the garden, Kanu led them to the Dharma Hall. As they entered and looked up at the ceiling, a magnificent painting of a dragon caught their attention. It was a slender eastern dragon. The girls were awestruck by the majestic artwork. Even Kenna and Ilyalu, who were dragons themselves, were impressed. After touring Tenryuji Temple, they stepped back outside. Alright, Kanu, where to next? Asia and Zenobia asked eagerly. Ninaji Temple. The Bamboo Forest. Jojakoji Temple. I can take you anywhere, Kanu declared, pointing in various directions. She seemed to be enjoying her role as a tour guide. Roy, holding Kana and Nezuko's hands, followed behind the group. Kanu led them on a tour of Arashiyama, visiting various temples and scenic spots. By noon, they were getting hungry, so Kanu took them to a Udafu restaurant. Try this. The Udafu here is amazing, Kanu said, serving them bowls of Udafu, a tofu dish cooked in hot broth. It's delicious. Yes, it's different from the tofu we usually eat. It's so fresh and flavorful. Tofu is so good. Zenobia, Asia, and Irina were impressed. Roy also tried it and found it quite tasty. After their meal, they took a short break, then headed towards their next destination, Tagetsuki Bridge. They walked along the tourist street for a few minutes and arrived at an old, wooden bridge. This was Tagetsuki Bridge. The view of the mountains from the bridge was breathtaking, the autumn foliage a vibrant red. Did you know that you're not supposed to look back while crossing to get Sikio Bridge? Aka suddenly said. Why not? Asia asked curiously. Legend has it that if you look back while crossing this bridge, you and your lover will break up. Aka explained. Hearing this, the girls immediately fixed their gazes forward, not daring to turn around and admire the scenery. Asia even clung tightly to Roy's arm. I won't look back, she declared. Roy chuckled. Asia was so innocent and adorable. Just then, Roy sensed several presences approaching from the other side of the bridge. A purple mist crept towards them, and the other tourists around them vanished. They had been transported to a separate dimension. What's going on? Kanu, leading the group, was flustered. Don't worry, Kanu. The ones who kidnapped your mother have come to us. We'll have them return her soon. Roy reassured her, gently patting her head. The ones who kidnapped my mother? Yes. Mother's attendant mentioned that before he lost consciousness, he was surrounded by mist. Kanu said, her voice trembling slightly as she clutched Roy's sleeve. Kanu, don't worry. No matter how strong they are, they're no match for me. Roy said confidently. Okay. Kanu nodded, reassured by his words. Greetings, Ma'o Serafal and the new Ma'o, Roy Lucifuge. A voice called out from the mist. Several figures emerged. The one who had spoken was a young man with a spear slung over his shoulder. Kanu, recognizing them as the ones who had kidnapped her mother, glared at the man with the spear. Cow. You. I have a question for you. She demanded. Princess, ask away. I'll answer any question you have. Cow replied calmly, though his words hinted that he already knew what she was going to ask. Did you kidnap my mother? Yes, we did. Cow admitted readily. What are you going to do to her? We need your mother's cooperation for our experiments. Experiments? What are you planning? I can't disclose that information. Kanu gritted her teeth, her anger rising. Roy gently patted her head, calming her down. You're the hero faction of the Kao's brigade, aren't you? Hand over Yasaka. Roy demanded. Before absolute power, schemes and tricks were meaningless. The members of the Kao's brigade behind Cow snarled at him. Has the underworld run out of competent devils? They actually made a child a Ma'o? Ha, Surge is really useless. Before Roy could react, the girls behind him were enraged. Akam and Kurom drew their Tigu. On-chan, these loudmouths deserve to die. Indeed, Kurom. The two sisters exchanged glances and charged forward. Roy didn't stop them, though he knew they couldn't defeat Cow. And Akam and Kurom had only recently reached ultimate class. Akam, wielding Morass aim, attacked Cow first. But Cow didn't move. Two figures jumped out from behind him. One was Siegfried, wielding a demon sword, who blocked Akam's path. He was a descendant of the hero Siegfried and has the subspecies Balance Breaker Dragon Hand. The demonic Emperor Sword Gram, and several other legendary swords. He could wield 3 swords simultaneously, hence his nickname, Three-Handed. The two clashed. Clang. 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 Their movements were incredibly fast, a blur of afterimages and sparks. Meanwhile, Kurom didn't attack directly. She summoned puppets controlled by her Tigu. In her battle against Loki, she had gained several powerful puppets, Fenrir, Hati, Skoll. She summoned them all at once. The bridge was filled with monstrous creatures, their powerful auras pressing down on the Kao's brigade. Even Cow's expression turned grim. He could sense the power of these beasts, especially Fenrir, which even he found threatening. Anyone who stands against Onyai-chan will die. My toys, attack. Kurom giggled, her voice filled with bloodlust. The puppets charged forward. Leonardo, create some monsters. Cow ordered. Leonardo, who has the sacred gear Annihilation Maker, could create any monster he could imagine. To buy some time, Heracles, a giant who inherited the soul of the Greek hero Heracles and wielded the sacred gear Gigantus. And Jen, a beautiful blonde girl who inherited the soul of Saint Joan of Arc and wielded the sacred gear Sword Birth, stepped forward to block the puppets. Boom. However, they were quickly overwhelmed by the combined might of the puppets. Even with the additional monsters created by Leonardo, they were no match for Kurom. Akam and Siegfried's duel was also affected. Siegfried was soon injured by Morass aim. This is. He stared at the wound on his arm, the curse spreading through his veins. You've lost, Siegfried. Akam declared calmly, sheathing her sword. Ah. The spreading curse caused Siegfried immense pain. But as a descendant of the hero Siegfried, with the blood of a dragon, he wouldn't die so easily. Cow, seeing this, finally decided to intervene. He looked at Fenrir, the greatest threat, and raised his sacred gear, True Longinus. Polar Night Longinus Chakravartana sphere of energy formed at the tip of his spear, then shot out as a powerful beam, striking Fenrir. Pierce. Fenrir was pierced through. This was a subspecies balance breaker of the true Longinus, the polar night Longinus Chakravartin, which has 7 different abilities. Each ability was incredibly powerful. However, Fenrir, despite being impaled, didn't fall. It continued to attack the monsters created by Annihilation Maker. It was already dead, a mere puppet controlled by Kurum. Cao, realizing this, turned his attention to Kurum. Horse treasure. He used the horse treasure ability to teleport. In the next instant, he appeared before Kurum. Kurum had been wary of Cao, but she hadn't expected him to teleport. She was caught off guard. Anii-chan. She cried out. I'm here. Roy appeared before Kurum, catching Cao's spear between 2 fingers. Chapter 166, Bullying Cao. Yasaka can't escape the school trip ends. Cao's expression changed drastically as he felt the immense pressure of Roy's aura bearing down on him. Thud. He was forced to his knees, the wooden planks of Togitsukyo Bridge cracking beneath him. Even Heracles, An, and the others were paralyzed, unable to move under Roy's oppressive power. Only Siegfried remained unaffected, but he was already on the verge of death, his body ravaged by Morasaim's curse. How? Did you steal all of Aphiz's power? Cao stammered, his voice filled with disbelief. Steal Aphiz's power? Is that what you think? Roy scoffed. In the original story, Cao had betrayed Aphiz and joined forces with Hades, borrowing Dragon Eater Samael from him. He had used Dragon Eater Samael to absorb most of Aphiz's power, then released a portion of it into the dimensional gap in the form of snakes. After reabsorbing some of the snakes, his power had still been higher than that of a full-powered balance breaker. Have that guy with the dimension lost teleport Yasaka here. Otherwise, none of you will leave this place alive. Cao was still reeling from the shock of Roy's aura, which was even more powerful than Aphiz's. Even the god of the Bible didn't have such power. Cao finally realized that in Roy's eyes, they were nothing but ants. He felt a wave of despair wash over him. Georg, bring Princess Yasaka here. He ordered, turning to the man with the sacred gear dimension lost. Roy then withdrew his aura. Georg felt the pressure lift and almost collapsed. Heracles and Jen also stumbled. Georg nodded and activated his sacred gear, vanishing from sight. Roy wasn't worried about him escaping. Soon, Georg returned, this time with Yasaka. Mother! Kanu cried, rushing towards Yasaka and hugging her tightly. Yasaka gently embraced Kanu, stroking her hair. What's wrong, Kanu? You're old now, yet you still cry so easily. The heartwarming reunion brought tears to the eyes of some of the more emotional girls. Yasaka seemed unharmed. It seemed Cao's plan hadn't been put into action yet. As expected of a busty MILF, Yasaka's assets were impressive, rivaling even Lukoa's. Now, get out of here. And don't ever show your faces here again, understand? Roy ordered. Heracles picked up Siegfried, and the others gathered behind Cao. Cao struggled to his feet. Don't worry, Mao-sama. We won't return until we're strong enough, he declared, still managing to sound defiant despite his defeat. Roy scoffed. Cao and his group then teleported away. Kurum, retrieve your puppets. We're leaving. Roy instructed. Okay, Anii-chan. Kurum replied, recalling her monstrous familiars. The space around them distorted. They reappeared on the bustling Togitsukyo Bridge, along with Yasaka. Having rescued the princess, there was no need to continue their sightseeing tour. They returned to the Yukai village at Yasaka's invitation. In a room within the estate, Roy sat at the head of the table, with Yasaka and Kanu on his right. Thank you for your assistance, Mao-sama. Yasaka and Kanu bowed deeply in gratitude. It was nothing. Roy replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. If there's anything we can do for you, Mao-sama, please don't hesitate to ask. Yasaka said. Yes, Mao-sama, please let us know if you need anything. The Crotango added eagerly. Yasaka's safety was crucial for the stability of the Kyoto Yukai. If anything happened to her, chaos would erupt. Seeing their insistence, Roy sighed. Then I want you to. No way. Several voices protested in unison. It was Saya, mine, and Claire. Roy, how can you make such a shameless request? Mine exclaimed indignantly. Yes, it was just a small favor. How can you ask for such a thing in return? Claire added. You pervert. Can't we satisfy your desires? Saya chided. Yasaka blushed. If that's what the Mao-sama desires, I'm willing. She offered. As a nine-tailed fox, her seductive aura was quite potent. What are you talking about? Roy rolled his eyes. I just wanted Yasaka to show us around Kyoto. What were you all thinking? The girls blushed, embarrassed. Who knows what you were thinking? Claire mumbled, still suspicious. Mao-sama, I'm willing. Yasaka said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Being more mature, she quickly regained her composure. And so, it was decided. The next day, Yasaka and Kanu took Roy and the girls on another sightseeing tour. On the last day of their school trip, the girls were exhausted from all the activities. After buying souvenirs and gifts, it was time to leave Kyoto. Kanu and Yasaka came to the train station to see them off. Mao-sama. Kanu called out with a smile, holding Yasaka's hand. Kanu, you can just call me Roy. Roy replied. Kanu blushed. Roy, will you come back to Kyoto again? She asked shyly. Of course I will. Roy assured her. You promise? I'll be waiting for you. I promise. Roy nodded with a smile. Yasaka then spoke up. Mao-sama, I want to thank you. I'm planning to meet with Leviathan-sama and Demon-sama soon. I hope we can all work together towards a better future. I want to establish a cooperative relationship and prevent those terrorists from causing any more trouble in Kyoto. You can call me Roy, Yasaka. I'll leave things here to you. Roy said, then, remembering something, he took out 2 devil pieces and handed them to Yasaka and Kanu. Devil pieces? Yasaka recognized them but was confused. Why was he giving them these? You can use these if you encounter any danger. Roy explained with a smile. Yasaka and Kanu looked at him gratefully. Thank you, Roy-sama. They bowed deeply. Roy's strength was undeniable. These 2 pieces were like protective charms. And in dire situations, they could even merge with the pieces to gain power. Of course, using the pieces meant becoming Roy's servants. But Yasaka didn't mind that at all. Well then, you 2 can head back now. I'm going to have some fun in Kyoto. Seraphal announced with a cheerful wave. As a diplomat, she still had to attend a meeting with the Yukai. Roy and the others boarded the train. Thank you, Roy. Goodbye, everyone. Kanu waved goodbye. Asia and the others also waved back. They had grown fond of Kanu during their time together. The train doors closed. Kanu continued waving until the train was out of sight. Yasaka hugged her daughter. We'll see them again, Kanu. When you're older, you can visit Roy-sama. Really? Kanu's eyes sparkled with hope. Of course. Yasaka patted her head. She looked at the devil piece in her hand. That day won't be too far off, she thought. On the train, Fiona whispered in Roy's ear, Roy, are you interested in that Yasaka MILF? Ahem, no, of course not. Don't be silly. Roy replied, his cheeks reddening slightly as he wrapped an arm around Fiona's waist. Humphrey. Don't lie to me. I even helped you, you know. Fiona said proudly. Oh? Roy was intrigued. Last night, I told Yasaka about your preferences. I told her that if she really wanted to repay you, she should use that. Fiona whispered. Why would you do that? Roy asked, surprised. Because I could tell you like that foxy MILF. Fiona replied with a giggle. Fiona was the type of girl who would do anything for the one she loved, even help him find other women. Roy was touched. He tightened his grip on her waist and whispered, I'll spoil you tonight, Fiona. Fiona blushed, then her expression changed. She suddenly remembered that she was no match for Roy alone. I'll have to call Rinslet, Claire, and Alice. She mumbled. No problem. Roy agreed readily. Hey, what are you 2 whispering about? Claire demanded, noticing their exchange. I was telling Roy about your special hobbies. Fiona replied with a mischievous grin. What? Claire blushed. You guys, what are you talking about? Alice asked, confused. I heard Claire likes to read those strange books. Roy said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Damn it. How did you know that? Claire exclaimed, her face red. Roy was referring to the romance novels she often read. He had read a few of them and found them quite interesting. But he hadn't expected her to bring them along on the trip. She really loves those books, he thought. Chapter 167, Yasaka presents herself? Preparing for Campione World. You left this book under your bed. It was easy to find. I thought it was interesting, so I showed it to Roy. Fiona explained with a mischievous grin. Claire glared at her, then pounced on Fiona, tickling her mercilessly. Ha 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 ha. Fiona burst into laughter, struggling to escape. She retaliated, and the 2 girls tumbled around playfully. The train soon arrived at their destination. Ryaz, Sona, and the others were waiting for them at the station. Roy, you're finally back. Welcome back, Unyai-chan. Hubby, you're home. Buku, you're finally here. The girls greeted them enthusiastically. Sorry for making you worry. Let's head back, Roy said with a smile. They were indeed worried, especially Ryaz and Sona, who had never been apart from him for so long. After all, Roy usually returned from his trips to other worlds instantly. Taru, Elma, and Lukoa were also worried, having just arrived in this world and then separated from him again. Back at the castle, Roy distributed the souvenirs and gifts he had brought back, easing their worries. That night, after dealing with Fianna and the others, Roy suddenly felt a strange connection. Someone had used one of his evil pieces. It had to be either Yasaka or Kanu. And considering Fianna's earlier words, Roy knew who it was. He activated a reverse summoning spell and vanished. He reappeared in an old-fashioned room. "Roy-sama, you've come." Yasaka's mature voice greeted him. He turned and saw Yasaka, dressed in a beautiful kimono. "Have you made up your mind?" Roy asked. "Yes, Roy-sama, I'm ready to become your servant." Yasaka replied with a respectful nod. "Do you know what it means to be my servant?" Roy asked, a playful glint in his eyes. Yasaka blushed. "Yes," she affirmed. Roy smirked. Life returned to its peaceful routine. But Roy suddenly remembered that he had promised to take Nezuko and the others back to their world. It had been over half a year. It was time for a visit. He also wanted to check on the situation in the Akomgakil world and see if Najunda had followed his instructions. After he had returned from that world, its time flow had synchronized with the high school DxD world. So, half a year should have passed there as well. Although the Tigu weren't very useful now, they would make nice gifts for his servants. Roy gathered the girls and told them about his plan. "Yay! I want to see Onyai-chan again." Nezuko cheered. She missed her brother. "We want to see the butterfly mansion again too." Shinobu, Kami, and Kanao chimed in. It would be nice to visit the others. Mitsuri added. Even Mikamo wanted to see Sakonji Yorakadaki again. "Then it's decided. We'll visit Shinobu and the others first, then go to Kurome's world," Roy announced with a smile. "There's nothing interesting in that world. As long as I'm with Onyai-chan, I'm happy," Kurome said, clinging to his arm. She didn't have any lingering attachments to that world. "We're just going to check if Najunda has prepared the Tigu. We won't stay long," Roy reassured her, patting her head. There wasn't much to do in the Akomgakil world, so he planned to collect the Tigu and leave. "Anyone who wants to come can join us." The girls all expressed their interest. Even Ryas and the others were curious about the world Shinobu and the others came from. With a flash of light, they vanished. They reappeared in the courtyard of the Butterfly Mansion. "Is this the Butterfly Mansion, Shinobu-san? It's so beautiful," Asia exclaimed, looking around. "Yes, this is where my sister and I grew up," Shinobu replied with a smile. The Butterfly Mansion was indeed a lovely place. "I wonder how Onyai-chan is doing," Nezuko said, worried about her brother. "Don't worry, Nezuko. Tanjiro is a smart boy. He'll be fine," Roy reassured her. Nezuko nodded, feeling a bit better. "Who are you?" A girl suddenly appeared, startled by the sight of so many people. "Are you from the Demon Slayer Corps?" Shinobu asked curiously. "Why you're Shinobu Kacho-sama, the flower Hashira?" The girl stammered in disbelief. "Yes, but there's no Demon Slayer Corps anymore," Shinobu replied with a nod. "Please come with me, Kacho-san." The girl led them inside. "Please have a seat," she said as they entered the house. However, there weren't enough cushions for everyone to sit on. The room was packed. The girl blushed, realizing the lack of seating. "It's all right. By the way, where's Tanjiro?" Roy asked. "Oh, he's out treating patients," the girl replied with a smile. "Treating patients? It seems he's putting his medical skills to good use," Roy said to Shinobu. Before leaving the Demon Slayer world, Roy had asked Shinobu to teach Tanjiro some medical skills. "Yes, he is," Shinobu replied, proud of her student. "When will he be back?" Roy asked. "He should be back soon," the girl replied. It was almost noon. Tanjiro should be returning for lunch. "Mikamo, how about we go get Sakonji-san and have a reunion?" Roy suggested. "Sure." Mikamo agreed with a smile. Roy, Mikamo, and Nezuko went to fetch Sakonji Yorakadaki. "I didn't expect to see you again, Roy-sama," Sakonji said when they arrived at the Butterfly Mansion. "Haha, Sakonji-san, you're still as lively as ever. We'll visit often," Roy replied with a chuckle. "That's wonderful. By the way, Sakonji-san, how is the Demon Slayer Corps doing?" Roy asked curiously. "The Demon Slayer Corps has been disbanded. They were originally servants of the Yubuyashiki family, formed to slay demons. Now that the demons are gone, there's no need for them anymore," Sakonji explained. "I see. And how is Tanjiro doing?" "Tanjiro? He's doing well. He's become a reliable doctor." Sakonji was clearly proud of his student. And that little girl over there was sent by the former leader to assist Tanjiro. It seems they're getting along quite well. Oh? The little girl Sakanji was referring to was the girl who had greeted them earlier. It seemed Tanjiro had found someone special. Just as they were chatting. Nezuko? A boy rushed in. It was Tanjiro. Unai-chan? Nezuko exclaimed. Nezuko, you're finally back. Tanjiro cried, his eyes filled with tears. Nezuko was his only remaining family, and they hadn't seen each other in months. Roy didn't interrupt their reunion. After a while, Tanjiro finally approached Roy. Tanjiro, you've been doing well, haven't you? Roy said with a wink. Huh? Tanjiro was confused. Roy gestured towards the girl who had been watching Tanjiro with a love-struck expression. Tanjiro blushed. He stammered. Good luck, Tanjiro. Roy said with an encouraging smile. He had brought Nezuko and the others here to reunite with their loved ones. At noon, the former Hashira and Kage Yashiki also arrived. After a joyous reunion, Roy and the girls prepared to leave. Before departing, Roy gave Tanjiro a vial of Phoenix Tears. Tanjiro, keep this safe. As long as someone isn't dead, this can heal them instantly. What? Tanjiro was shocked. Such a miraculous item. It was practically a potion of resurrection. Roy, this is too valuable. He protested. Just take it. It's nothing to me. Roy insisted. Tanjiro reluctantly accepted the gift. Goodbye, Tanjiro. Unai-chan, take care of yourself. Don't let that girl get away. They bid farewell to Tanjiro, who was blushing along with the girl beside him as Nezuko and the others teased him. With Tanjiro's reluctant gaze following them, they left the Demon Slayer world. Back in the world of high school DxD, Roy decided to go alone to the Akonga world. To his surprise, Neigenda had already created over 100 Digu. However, they were relatively weak, nowhere near as powerful as Esdeath's or Akom's Digu. But what truly surprised Roy was their exquisite craftsmanship. According to Neigenda, a young girl had created them. That explains their beauty. Roy thought. He then gave Neigenda the Tigu he no longer needed and took the newly crafted ones before leaving. Chapter 168, World of Campione Battle with Marquis Vauban. After making the necessary preparations, Roy gathered the girls to depart for the world of Campione. The threat of otherworldly gods loomed over them, so he had to increase his strength. Ahem. Ryaz, Sona, I'm planning to take everyone to the Campione world. Roy announced. Campione. The girls were curious. The name suggested a world filled with powerful beings. Yes, Campione. In this world, there are gods called heretic gods. If you kill one, you inherit its power. Roy explained. The girls were surprised. Sona's eyes lit up. She was currently at the peak of high class and needed a breakthrough to reach ultimate class. She had been envious of Ryaz, who had already reached that level. So you can gain the power of a god by killing it? Sona murmured, her eyes gleaming with ambition. Don't worry, Keiku, we'll help you kill a god. Tsubaki and the others assured her. Sona, don't worry, you'll have your chance. Roy said with a smile. He was planning to make a big move, hopefully turning everyone into campiones, or god slayers. Heretic gods varied in strength, but even the weakest were ultimate class. The more powerful ones were Mao class or even at the planetary level. If his plan succeeded, all his servants would become incredibly powerful. Having a peerage full of ultimate class. The thought made him feel invincible. Perhaps he could even conquer the world of Mundagitaki world and create the strongest community there. Is everyone ready? We're teleporting now. Roy announced. We're ready. Hurry up. I can't wait. Yes, I can't wait to become a Campione. Roy activated the teleportation magic, and they vanished. In the world of Campione, humans had created various mythologies, which gave rise to numerous gods. These gods were supposed to play their roles in their respective mythologies, maintaining the balance of the world. But some gods, known as heretic gods, defied their roles. These heretic gods brought disaster upon the world, and as a result, powerful mages capable of defeating them emerged. Those who killed the heretic god inherited its power and became a Campione, a god slayer. On an unknown island, a strange building stood tall. Its vast hall was empty, lit only by flickering torches, creating an eerie atmosphere. However, many young girls, dressed in thin clothing, were gathered there. The oldest were around 20, while the youngest were barely 12. They were praying, their bodies emanating spiritual power, seemingly performing some kind of ritual. A magic circle glowed before them. As the magic circle grew brighter, the girls' faces became paler. But they didn't stop the ritual, enduring the strain on their spiritual power. Even when some of them fainted from exhaustion, the others continued. All this was because of a figure standing near the magic circle. He looked like an elderly, wise gentleman. But he possessed a wildness, superhuman strength and agility, and a thirst for battle. He was cunning and unyielding. This was Sasha de Janstale Vauban, also known as the Duke Vauban. He was one of the most powerful campaigners. He was a king among men, a human who had slain gods. He was arrogant and accustomed to giving orders. He would do anything to satisfy his desires, even destroy humanity. And this summoning ritual, which was pushing the young girls to their limits, was his doing. This was 4 years before the main events of the story. Vauban was conducting a ritual to summon a heretic god. But just then, a bright light filled the hall. Dozens of people appeared. "Who are you?" Vauban demanded. It was Roy and the girls. Having decided to come to this world to claim the heretic god's power, this was their first stop. Roy looked at Vauban, then at the girls performing the ritual, and nodded in satisfaction. It seemed they had arrived at the perfect time. "Wretches, state your names, or face death." Vauban roared, his eyes filled with killing intent. "This guy is annoying. Can I kill him?" Ilialu asked, tugging at Roy's sleeve. Vauban's words had clearly angered her. "Sure, go ahead. But don't fight here. Take it outside." Roy replied casually, not even bothering to look at Vauban. Vauban was just a middle class. Ilialu could handle him. "Kid, you're full of yourself. There's no one in this world bold enough to stand against me." Vauban snarled, his green eyes narrowed. He was clearly enraged by their dismissive attitude. "Humphrey. I don't have time for you, old man. Let's fight," Ilialu declared, stepping forward. "Very well. You've successfully angered me," Vauban roared. "Angry? Good. Let's have a fight then." He. Ilialu grinned mischievously. As a battle maniac, although she was obedient in front of Roy, she was still a ferocious dragon. Crack. The ground beneath her feet shattered as she appeared before Vauban in an instant. Before Vauban could react, she punched him in the stomach. Boom. Vauban was sent flying out of the hall. He. Ilialu giggled and chased after him. Outside, Vauban unleashed his powerful aura, a chilling darkness that filled the air. "Brat, I'll use your life as an appetizer before I hunt that heretic god." Ha. He cackled, his eyes fixed on Ilialu with murderous intent. But Ilialu, a dragon who had lived for tens of thousands of years, was unfazed by his killing intent. Tatu then appeared and waved her hand. The three of them were transported to a subspace. Roy said we shouldn't damage the temple. Ilialu, finish this quickly. Tatu instructed. Roy had anticipated that Ilialu might get carried away and cause too much destruction, so he had Tatu intervene. Now that they were in a subspace, they could fight without worry. Okay. Ilialu grumbled. "What kind of magic is this?" Vauban's eyes widened in surprise as he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. "Don't bother trying to figure it out, old man. You can't escape. Just fight me." Ilialu taunted, her eyes gleaming with predatory excitement. She lunged at him. "You're too careless, brat." Vauban roared, unleashing his powerful magic. The ground shook, and debris floated in the air as a strange, dark aura enveloped Ilialu. Vauban's eyes glowed green. Ilialu paused, sensing something strange. It was the evil eye of Sodom, an authority Vauban had usurped from the Roman hero, Horatius Cockles. Any living creature he looked at would be turned to salt. However, Ilialu only felt a slight discomfort, then nothing happened. She charged at Vauban again. What? It had no effect? How? Vauban was stunned. Even gods and campaigners would be partially petrified by his evil eye. It shouldn't have no effect at all. But before he could recover from his shock, Ilialu was upon him. Her claws raked across his chest. Ah! Vauban cried out in pain as he was sent flying, 2 bloody gashes appearing on his chest. Although the evil eye of Sodom seemed powerful, capable of seeing for miles, even through objects, and theoretically able to petrify an entire city, it was mainly a support ability. It wasn't very effective against truly powerful opponents. I underestimated you, brat. What are you? Vauban asked, staring at the claw marks on his chest and then at Ilialu's claws with shock. Humans couldn't have claws like that. What was she? A dragon? Or something else? I'm a dragon. Ilialu declared with a mischievous grin as she flew into the air. She opened her mouth, her flame pouch glowing as she charged an attack. Then, she unleashed a barrage of fireballs. Dragon breath. It was a technique all dragons possessed. A dragon? Vauban snarled, his anger rising as he unleashed his power. He summoned a massive skull, over 60 meters tall. Wolf of Ragnarok? This was a new authority he had usurped from Fenrir, the monstrous wolf of Norse mythology. It could devour anything, a power derived from Fenrir devouring the sun during Ragnarok. Ilyalu's dragon breath was completely absorbed by the giant skull. Damn it! It devoured my flames. Then have another one. Ilyalu roared, frustrated. She opened her mouth wide, gathering a massive amount of magic power. She was preparing a powerful attack. Chapter 169, The Death of Marquis Vauban slaying the King of Swords. Vauban's expression hardened as he witnessed Ilyalu charging a powerful attack. As a Companion, he could wield divine powers. But those powers had limitations. First, he needed sufficient magical energy. Second, he could only use each power once a day. He had already used the Wolf of Ragnarok and couldn't use it again. And he could sense the immense power behind Ilyalu's attack. It was a threat to him. This attack was on a completely different level from her previous ones. Boom. Ilyalu unleashed her dragon breath, a devastating torrent of flames. Vauban also unleashed his power. Otherland's dragon. He activated the authority he had usurped from the ancient Mesopotamian goddess, Inanna. His soul separated from his body, transforming into a massive black dragon. He also unleashed a dragon breath, meeting Ilyalu's attack head-on. Two beams of energy, reaching towards the sky, collided in midair. Boom. A blinding light engulfed the area, followed by a massive explosion that shook the entire subspace. The shockwave rippled through the dimension. When the dust settled, the landscape was devastated, a crater dozens of kilometers wide marking the impact zone. Vauban was nowhere to be seen. No, wait. Taru and Ilyalu's eyes were fixed on a certain spot. A black dragon soul was hovering there. It was Vauban. He hadn't been able to withstand Ilyalu's dragon breath. His physical body had been destroyed. But he wasn't dead. His dragon-snake hybrid nature granted him immortality. Even if his body was destroyed, he could regenerate from his soul. And if his human body was killed, even if it was reduced to ashes, he could still revive it by consuming a massive amount of magical energy. This was the power of the authority, Otherland's dragon. However, this ability was useless against Taru and Ilyalu. Even in his soul form, he couldn't escape their detection. And this was a subspace. He couldn't escape. Vauban was doomed. Meanwhile, after Ilyalu and Vauban left the hall, Roy turned his attention to the shrine maidens performing the ritual. They were collapsing one by one, and their magic power was depleted. Even if they survived, they would likely suffer mental breakdowns and become useless. Roy couldn't just stand by and watch as these girls were sacrificed. He might need their help in the future. Fianna, can you help them? He asked. Fianna, having studied various ritual dances since childhood, might have a solution. Although the ritual they're performing is slightly different from the ones I learned, the principles are the same. I can connect to the Earth's veins and provide them with magic power through a ritual dance. Fianna replied after a moment of consideration. Good, let's do that. Roy agreed. We'll help too. Rubia and Linfa offered. Most of the girls knew some ritual magic. After all, it was a necessary skill for elemental princesses. With their help, the remaining shrine maidens managed to persevere. Surprisingly, the ones who seemed to be handling the ritual the best weren't the older girls. It was two young Lawless, around 11 or 12 years old. One had brown hair and a mature aura, despite her young age. The other had silver hair tied in a ponytail, delicate features, and a nervous expression. She was adorable, yet she also had a dignified air. She reminded Roy of Ellis. If I'm not mistaken, those two must be Yuri Maria and Liliana Kranjkar. Roy thought, recognizing two of the main characters from the original story. Just then, a surge of power erupted from the glowing white magic circle, shooting towards the sky like a black pillar. The two Lawless collapsed, their bodies exhausted but their eyes filled with a mix of relief and worry. They had survived, and the ritual was successful. But this also meant that a heretic god, a harbinger of disaster, was about to descend upon the world. And they were the ones who had summoned it. The heretic god has been summoned. Roy announced, looking at the magic circle with interest. Is that all it takes to summon a heretic god? I can sense a powerful presence. Suna commented, adjusting her glasses, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yes, it's a powerful one. Ryaz agreed. Of course, she wouldn't fight Suna for this heretic god. There would be others in the future. The other girls also weren't interested in competing for this one. Thank you. Who are you? The rescued shrine maidens thanked Fianna and the others. Half of them had survived. In the original story, only two had remained. If not for Fianna and the others, they would have all perished. Don't thank us. Thank Roy. Fianna said, pointing at him. The shrine maidens turned to Roy and expressed their gratitude. You're welcome. Now, please step aside. Roy said with a wave of his hand. The shrine maidens obediently moved to the side. Except for the two Lawless, Yuri and Liliana. Although we don't know who you are, and we're grateful for your help, you should leave now. Yuri said. Yes, a heretic god is about to descend. And this one is the Campione-sama's target. Liliana added. Campione-sama. The two lawless looked around but couldn't find Vauban. They had been too focused on the ritual to notice Roy and the others' arrival or the events that had transpired. He's probably dead by now, killed by Ilialu. Roy said casually. What? Yuri and Liliana were stunned. Vauban was dead? That's impossible. They couldn't believe it. Well, if you don't believe me, just stand aside and watch. Roy said, not bothering to explain. They would learn the truth soon enough. The heretic god was about to descend. He didn't have time to waste. But before that, there was still a rat lurking in the shadows. Little mouse in the shadows, come out on your own, or I'll drag you out. Roy declared, his voice amplified by his magic. The girls, having already sensed the hidden presence, weren't surprised. Ha ha, there are so many powerful individuals. I can't wait to fight you all. A voice cackled. A young man with spiky blonde hair and a cocky grin emerged from the shadows. He wore an open shirt and casual pants and carried a long box on his back, likely containing a sword. Despite his delinquent-like appearance, he had a fearsome reputation. He was the sixth Campione, the Sword King. Salvatore Doni. The Sword King? Yuri and Liliana gasped in shock. Who? What was your name again? Have we met before? Salvatore asked, not recognizing them. I am Liliana Kranjkar, a knight of the Bronze Black Cross. Liliana replied, performing a knightly salute. I'm not interested in your name. I won't remember it anyway. Salvatore said dismissively, then turned to Roy and the others. I'm here to kill this heretic god. Would you mind stepping aside? Although he could sense their power, he was a Campione, a god slayer. He had his pride. In this world ruled by Campiones, nothing could make them back down. You must be Salvatore Doni, if you don't want to die, get lost. This heretic god is ours. Roy declared. The shrine maidens in the hall paled. How could he have the audacity to anger a Campione? The last person who had done so had been annihilated, along with the entire city. They were terrified. Sword King Sama, please spare this country. Liliana pleaded, clenching her teeth. She was about to kneel and beg for mercy. But she found she couldn't. The power of a Campione was deeply ingrained in their minds. Roy sighed. So, have you decided? Leave now, or die here? He asked Salvatore, his voice laced with impatience. Ha ha, as a Campione, I won't back down so easily. Besides, I've been wanting to fight you. Salvatore replied with a bloodthirsty grin. He was a true warrior, only interested in battle. There was no way he would flee without a fight. Then you've chosen death. Roy reached out towards Salvatore. Absolute zero. Salvatore's body instantly froze. He didn't even have time to draw his sword or activate his authorities. His powerful magical energy surged, but it was useless. The ice continued to spread, encasing him completely within moments. Thus, Salvatore Doni, the sixth Campione, perished. Roy's absolute zero eradicated all forms of life. The difference in their power was too vast. Roy didn't want to waste time, so he ended the Sword King's life swiftly. This can't be true. Yuri, Liliana, and the other shrine maidens stared in disbelief. The Sword King had been frozen solid. They didn't know he was already dead, but even so, it was a shocking sight. Chapter 170, Heretic God Phobos Pandora Circle of Usurpation to Humans. Heretic gods were a disaster. And so were Campiones, those who wielded the powers of heretic gods. Campiones slew heretic gods and usurped their authorities, protecting humanity in a way. That's why they were revered as demon lords. The power of a demon lord was absolute, for they could defeat gods. But they were also feared. After all, they hold the power to destroy the world. If they were angered, the consequences could be devastating. Yet, this powerful Campione had been effortlessly frozen solid before their very eyes. The shrine maidens couldn't believe it. Is this okay? Sona asked, looking at Roy with concern, seeing that the Sword King was dead. She wasn't worried about the Sword King's death itself, but about the potential repercussions. It's fine. He came here to steal the heretic god. He deserved it. I gave him a chance. Roy replied with a shrug. He had indeed given Salvatore a chance to leave. It was his own fault for not taking it. As for the consequences, Roy hadn't considered that. But killing a Campione had both advantages and disadvantages for the world. The advantage was that if a heretic god appeared, there would be a Campione to deal with it. But the disadvantage was that if a Campione was angered, they could cause just as much destruction as a heretic god. It was a double-edged sword. But Roy didn't care about any of that. The heretic god finally descended. "Did you summon me?" A powerful aura erupted from the magic circle, and a figure materialized within the pillar of light reaching towards the sky. It was a muscular giant, hundreds of meters tall. This was Phobos, the son of Ares, the Greek god of war. In the original story, Salvatore Doni had slain him and usurped his authority. So this is a heretic god? He seems quite strong. As Deeth commented, her eyes gleaming with predatory interest. Phobos wasn't that powerful, only at the peak of ultimate class. He was a relatively weak heretic god. "Don't worry, Deeth. There will be other heretic gods," Roy said with a chuckle. "Of course. I'm not interested in this one anyway. I prefer stronger opponents," Deeth replied with a smirk. "So we can gain his authority by defeating him? But how do we even defeat him?" Sona wondered, looking at the giant with a troubled expression. She wasn't a frontline fighter. She preferred strategy and tactics. But in this situation, no strategy seemed viable. "Sona, use this." Roy summoned a massive mecha, 1,000 meters tall. It was Shikao Taser, the supreme Degu. Ryaz had used it to defeat the demonic spirit earlier. Shikao Taser could unleash power comparable to an ultimate class. But it might not be enough to defeat this heretic god. And this should help. Roy took out another item. It was a divine sword that tried to fly away as soon as it appeared, but Roy caught it. This was the sword he had pulled from Taru's back in the world of Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. It seemed to have a mind of its own and always tried to escape. "Behave yourself." Under Roy's powerful magic, the sword finally calmed down. It had been able to injure and even threaten Taru's life, so its power was undeniable. Roy explained how to control Shikao Taser to Sona, then had her enter the mecha. Shikao Taser's eyes glowed red, and it began to move. The shrine maidens were stunned. He could summon such a massive mecha so easily? This man was truly mysterious. Roy then threw the divine sword towards Shikao Taser. The sword grew larger in midair, reaching 100 meters in length. Sona, controlling Shikao Taser, caught the sword and swung it a few times. The air rippled as if space itself was being cut. Keiku is amazing. Yes, but Roy-sama is also incredible. He gave her such a powerful weapon. If Keiku defeats that guy, she'll become a campione, right? Sona's peerage cheered excitedly. "Are you my opponent?" Phobos looked at the towering Shikao Taser. "Yes, I am." Sona replied, her voice filled with excitement as she looked down from the mecha. "If you want my authority, then come and get it." Phobos roared. He then invoked his divine power. "O priestesses of the god of wine, summon the divine sun. Revel in the divine wine of madness, abandon your homes, wander the forests, and worship us, your gods." The earth trembled. Countless heavy cavalry emerged from the ground, charging towards Shikao Taser. This was Phobos's authority, Iron Stampede. He could summon cavalry charges and even control beasts of burden, carriages, cars, and any other vehicle that moved on land. They would awaken a sense of worship towards him and attack, charge, and rampage under his command. He could control tens of thousands of units. He could also equip them with steel armor, shields, battering rams, and blades. This ability was even more powerful in a city, capable of destroying one with ease. The cavalry, each over 100 meters tall, charged towards Shikao Taser. Although they were like children compared to the 1,000-meter-tall mecha, Sona didn't underestimate them. She activated all of Shikao Taser's laser cannons. A barrage of lasers rained down on the cavalry. Boom. 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 The island shook violently as if it was about to break apart. Massive waves crashed against the shore. It seemed the island was about to sink. Roy quickly transported everyone to the subspace. This way, even if Sona and the heretic god's battle intensified, it wouldn't affect the outside world. Sona continued her bombardment. The heavy cavalry couldn't get close. It wasn't that Phobos's authority was weak. It was just that the individual cavalry units weren't that strong. A large group of them together was still a threat. But against a war machine like Shikao Taser, they were helpless. "You're strong, challenger. But I won't lose," Phobos declared, seeing that his authority was ineffective. He drew a large sword and charged towards Shikao Taser. Sona raised the divine sword and blocked his attack. Although she wasn't trained in swordsmanship, she knew the basics. Clang. To everyone's surprise, Phobos's sword shattered upon contact with the divine sword. Phobos was stunned. Sona seized the opportunity and struck. Slice. Phobos's head was severed, and blood rained down. She did it. Keiku succeeded. Sona has become a campione. Tsubaki and the others cheered as they witnessed their leader slay the heretic god. Yuri, Liliana, and the shrine maidens were also amazed. Another campione was born. After witnessing Roy effortlessly defeat the Sword King, They were once again awestruck by his power. Roy, I did it! Suna exclaimed excitedly, returning to the real world and leaping into Roy's arms. Well done, Suna. Now, don't resist. Pandora will summon you soon. Roy said. Pandora? Suna was confused, and then lost consciousness. Roy, is Suna alright? Is Kayako okay? Suna? Ryaz, Tsubaki, and the others were worried. Don't worry, she's been summoned by Pandora. Roy explained, holding Suna gently. Pandora was the one who managed the Campione reincarnation ritual. Those who fought and defeated gods were usually on the verge of death. Of course, Suna's situation was different. Pandora would use the circle of usurpation to transfer the defeated gods' authority and a body capable of wielding that power to the victor, turning them into a Campione. Roy's explanation reassured the girls. The ritual would take some time, so Roy decided to find a place for them to stay. He approached Liliana. Your name is Liliana, right? Liliana bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. I am Liliana Kranjkar, a knight of the Bronze Black Cross. Don't call me sir. Just Roy is fine. Take us to your magic association. We need a quiet place to rest. Roy said. Vauban had openly summoned a heretic god here and even captured talented shrine maidens from various factions. Although they couldn't stop Vauban, those factions were undoubtedly keeping an eye on this place. The Bronze Black Cross must be nearby. Yes, Roy-sama. Liliana bowed again, glancing at the unconscious Suna in his arms. Suna had defeated a Campione and emerged unscathed. It was unbelievable. But it was the truth. And the man before her was even more scary. He had effortlessly defeated the Sword King. Even a Campione couldn't match his power. Liliana looked at Roy with a mix of awe and fear. Roy, noticing her reaction, shrugged helplessly. Then, he saw that Lukoi had healed the unconscious shrine maidens. Those girls would have suffered mental breakdowns if left alone. Even if they survived, they would be like vegetables. They would be abandoned by their factions, no different from being dead. But Lukoi had saved them. She was truly kind. Roy and the girls, along with the rescued shrine maidens, followed Liliana's directions and left the island. After they left, the island crumbled and sank into the sea. Chapter 171, Roy's plan to make everyone a Godslayer heroines trio. As Roy and the others reached the shore, a large group of people was already waiting for them. Roy landed and addressed them. Alright, let's skip the formalities. Arrange a quiet place for us to stay. He instructed, his tone leaving no room for argument. The leaders of the various factions were about to protest but held their tongues. They didn't object to Roy's commanding attitude. After all, Yuri and Liliana, along with the other shrine maidens, had reported the events that had transpired on the island. The leaders were shocked. A new Campione had been born, and Vauban had seemingly been killed by these people. The shrine maidens hadn't seen Vauban since summoning the heretic god. And since Vauban was the one who had orchestrated the summoning, it was unlikely he would remain absent. There was only one explanation: Vauban was either dead or captured. And Roy had just confirmed his death. Moreover, another Campione, Salvatore Doni, was also suspected to be dead. According to the shrine maidens, he had been frozen and then sunk into the sea along with the island. The magic association that governed southern Europe was currently searching for his body. These revelations were shocking. The leaders didn't underestimate Roy and his group. Sir, I am Diana, the leader of the Bronze Black Cross. Please follow me. Diana said respectfully. The other leaders were frustrated that the Bronze Black Cross had taken the initiative but didn't dare to speak up, afraid of angering Roy. Roy and the girls followed Diana to the headquarters of the Bronze Black Cross. After settling Suna in a room to rest, Roy turned to Tsubaki and Rosais. Please take good care of Suna. When will Kayako wake up? Tsubaki asked worriedly. It should take about 2 days. Maybe sooner. Roy replied after a moment of thought. I see. Tsubaki nodded, but her expression remained anxious. Just wait patiently for Suna to wake up. Roy reassured her. Rosais, come with me for a moment. Me? Rosais blinked in surprise. Yes, you. Roy took her hand and led her away. They arrived in the living room, where Ryaz and the others were waiting. Roy, is Suna alright? Ryaz asked with concern. She's fine. Don't worry. Roy replied with a smile. The girls were relieved. Now, it's time to put my plan into action. Roy announced. Plan? The girls were curious. Yes, I'm going to turn all of you into Campionas. What? They were stunned. They had witnessed the power of Campionas. Could Roy really make them all Godslayers? You all know how heretic gods come to be, right? Roy asked with a grin. Humans create various myths, and those myths give rise to various gods. Rosais replied. Exactly. There were no gods in this world originally. But humans created myths, and thus, gods were born. And by killing a heretic god, you can obtain its authority, and become a campione. Roy explained. Then we'll just summon all those gods. There were countless gods in mythology. If they could summon them all, there would be more than enough for every girl here to become a campione. Roy's plan was simple: summon the heretic gods and kill them. The girls were excited. This was a chance to become incredibly powerful. Even the weakest campione was an ultimate class. So how do we do it? Ryaz asked. We'll leave that to Rosyce. She's the most knowledgeable about the Norse gods, right? This was why Roy had brought Rosyce with him. There were many gods in Norse mythology, and Rosyce was the most familiar with them. Odin, Loki, and many others could be summoned. But is that really okay? Akano asked, looking at Rosyce with concern. After all, Rosyce was a Valkyrie from Norse mythology. Summoning and killing Norse gods seemed disrespectful. It's fine. After that geezer Rodin abandoned me, I don't have any good feelings towards them anymore. In fact, I'd love to summon him and beat him up. Rosyce declared, her voice filled with resentment. The girls exchanged glances. It seemed Odin had made a lasting enemy. Alright, then Rosyce will be in charge of summoning the heretic gods. Roy said. As for the shrine maidens for the summoning ritual. Roy looked at Fianna, Claire, and the others with a sly grin. As elementalists, they all knew some ritual magic. Performing a summoning ritual would be a simple task for them. And with their strength, they wouldn't suffer any backlash from the ritual. It was perfect? No problem. We'll get it done. Fianna declared confidently. Good. Then Fianna, you and the others can start preparing for the ritual. Roy said, clapping his hands. Although the ritual was simple, all the girls had to learn it. Fianna and the others left to find someone to teach them the summoning ritual. Rosyce went to prepare the necessary materials for summoning the gods. After they left, Roy turned to Ryaz and the others. Let's go meet with the leaders of the various factions. He said. They had been assigned to the headquarters of the Bronze Black Cross. The leaders of the other factions were waiting for them outside. Roy could hear their loud chatter from a distance. But as soon as they appeared, the hall fell silent. Roy-sama. Diana began. I know you're curious about us. Roy interrupted her. So I'll be blunt. I'm a Ma'awa from another world. His words caused a commotion in the hall. Campiones were also called Ma'aw. And now, this man was also claiming to be a Ma'aw? They didn't know if there was a connection, but anyone who could be called a Ma'aw was undoubtedly powerful. Then, Ma'aw-sama, what is your purpose here? Paolo blandly, the leader of the Copper Black Cross, asked respectfully. We're here to hunt heretic gods. Roy replied casually. His words shocked the faction leaders. Heretic gods, symbols of disaster, were being treated as prey? They couldn't understand this man. Ma'aw-sama, that would bring disaster upon the world. Diana exclaimed, kneeling before him. Don't worry, just find the heretic gods who have already descended upon this world. Roy said with a dismissive wave of his hand. We'll take care of the rest. After all, those heretic gods will eventually cause trouble, won't they? Not all heretic gods were evil. Some were benevolent and wouldn't cause harm. And some hadn't even descended yet, still fulfilling their roles in their respective mythologies. Forcibly summoning them and then killing them did seem a bit villainous. But Roy didn't care. These were Norse gods. He had no sympathy for them. But, just as they were about to protest, Roy released his aura. The sky darkened, and the faction leaders, their faces pale with fear, collapsed to their knees. I won't repeat myself. Understand? Roy said coldly. This wasn't a request. It was an order. Yes, Ma'aw-sama, we understand. Diana mumbled, her voice trembling. Good. I'm actually quite reasonable. Roy said with a satisfied nod, then withdrew his aura. The faction leaders didn't dare object anymore. His aura was even more scary than that of a heretic god. They dispersed, promising to gather information on the heretic gods. Roy returned to their lodging with the girls. But they weren't alone anymore. 3 young girls had joined them. Roy had specifically requested them, and Diana had immediately sent them over. They were Liliana, Yuri Maria, and Erica Blandley, 3 of the main heroines from the original story. Don't be nervous. I have something good for you. Roy said to the 3 girls, who were fidgeting nervously in the living room. He sounded like a creepy uncle trying to lure them in. Ryaz rolled her eyes. Liliana, Yuri, and Erica exchanged confused glances but didn't dare to speak. Would you like to become servants of a campione? Roy asked. Servants of a campione. The 3 girls were surprised, then their eyes lit up with excitement. Erica was the first to understand the implications. She knelt and declared, Erica Blandley is ready to serve the Ma'aw-sama. She assumed that being a servant meant serving Roy directly. Liliana and Yuri, seeing this, also knelt and swore their allegiance. Chapter 172, Pandora, Sona's authorities' arrival of the heretic god Loki. Hold on a minute. You're pledging your allegiance to the wrong person. Roy exclaimed, waving his hands. What? The three girls were dumbfounded. They had just sworn their loyalty, and now he was telling them they had the wrong person. And oaths of loyalty weren't something to be taken lightly. Once sworn, they couldn't be broken. Your new master is Sona, the one who just became a campione. Roy explained. He had brought these three girls as potential servants for Sona. After all, she still needed to fill a few pawn positions in her peerage. And he had promised to find her some suitable candidates. What do we do now? The three girls were on the verge of tears. They had sworn loyalty to the wrong demon lord. They glared at Roy accusingly. Ha, don't worry, Sona won't blame you. Roy chuckled awkwardly. Come on, I'll take you to see her. He led the three lawless to Sona's room. Tsubaki, how is she? Is Sona awake yet? Roy asked the girls gathered around Sona's bed. Although he had said it would take 2 days for her to wake up, Sona was a devil, and her constitution was much stronger than that of an ordinary human. It wouldn't be surprising if she woke up earlier. Kayaku's body seems to be changing. Tsubaki observed, adjusting her glasses. Oh? Roy approached Sona and examined her. Her body was being transformed by an unknown force. It seemed the reincarnation ritual was underway. Pandora was transferring the heretic god's authority to Sona. Don't worry, this is normal. It seems she'll be waking up soon. Roy said, stroking his chin. As expected, Sona, being a devil, was much quicker at assimilating the god's power than a human. Tsubaki and the others relaxed a bit, hearing his words. An hour later, Sona woke up. Sona, how are you feeling? Roy asked, sitting beside her bed. How long was I unconscious? Sona asked, rubbing her forehead. Less than half a day. Roy replied with a smile. I see. Sona vaguely remembered what had happened after she fainted. She had met a girl named Pandora in a white space. And with Pandora's help, she had obtained the authority of the heretic god, Phobos. I'm a campione now. Sona exclaimed, looking at her hands in disbelief. Yes, you are. How about we test out your new powers? Roy suggested. Sona nodded eagerly. They went to the training grounds. Ryaz and the others were also curious about Sona's new authority, so they came to watch. Roy waved his hand, and they were all transported to the subspace. Sona, try out your authority. Roy urged. Okay. Sona chanted an incantation. My knights, charge. Suddenly, countless heavily armored knights materialized before her. They charged forward, shaking the ground and leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Roy, however, shook his head. This authority wasn't very impressive. But then again, Phobos wasn't a powerful god. He was among the weakest of the heretic gods. The stronger the heretic god, the more powerful and numerous the authorities obtained from defeating it. Even so, Sona's strength had increased significantly. First, she had broken through to ultimate class, reaching the peak of that level. Her body had also become incredibly resilient. Even without using her powers, no one below ultimate class could harm her. And ordinary curses and magic had no effect on her. These were the benefits of becoming a campione. Sona was quite satisfied with her newfound power. This heretic god was a bit weak. I'll find you a stronger one next time, Sona. Roy said. Roy, I'm already happy with this. Sona replied with a smile. She was content with her sudden jump in power from high class to peak ultimate class. Don't worry, I'll arrange it. Roy assured her. By the way, Sona, these are the servants I found for you. He said, presenting the three lawless. Who are they? Sona asked, looking at them curiously. They're talented prodigies from various factions. They're more than qualified to be your pawns. Roy explained with a grin. Sona examined the three girls. Although they were young, she trusted Roy's judgment. Would you three like to become my pawns? She asked. Campione-sama, we are willing. Yuri, Liliana, and Erika declared, kneeling and pledging their allegiance. Sona smiled and accepted their loyalty, then used her evil pieces to reincarnate them as devils. Now, Sona's peerage was also complete. However, compared to Ryaz's peerage, Sona's was still weaker. After all, Yuri, Liliana, and Erika were still young. But they were all geniuses. Once they grew up, they would be just as powerful as Zenobia and Irina. Rosyce, Fianna, and the other elementalists were busy preparing for the summoning of the heretic god. And Diana and the other faction leaders were searching for information on heretic gods who had already descended upon this world. A few days passed. Rosyce and Fianna were the first to be ready. Rosyce had gathered the necessary materials for the summoning. and Fianna and the others had learned the summoning ritual. Roy didn't waste any time. He took them to a deserted island to perform the ritual. The bronze Black Cross had already made the necessary preparations on the island. Fianna, begin. Roy instructed. Okay. Fianna and the other girls began the summoning ritual. Even Liliana, Yuri, and Erica participated. A massive magic circle appeared before them. Rossice, which god are you summoning? Roy asked curiously. Ryaz, Sona, and the others also looked at her with interest. It's Loki. Rossice declared. Compared to the high school DxD world, the mythology in this world was slightly different, but not by much. Loki in Campione world was the Norse god of fire and trickery. Roy was surprised that Rossice was summoning Loki, a major god, on her first try. The stronger the summoned god, the greater the burden on the shrine maidens. The heretic gods Vauban had summoned with ordinary shrine maidens were among the weakest. But even those had almost caused the shrine maidens to collapse. Summoning a major god like Loki was incredibly demanding. Fortunately, it was Fianna and the others performing the ritual. Ordinary shrine maidens wouldn't be able to handle it. The magic circle glowed brighter and brighter. The girls eagerly awaited the heretic god's arrival. Who would Roy choose to become the next Campione? The magic circle reached its peak, and a pillar of light shot up into the sky, darkening the sky. Who dares summon me? A powerful voice boomed. A massive figure emerged from a rift in the sky. It was Loki, the god of fire, his face etched with cunning. Roy was surprised that Loki hadn't fully materialized. Most of his body was still in the other dimension. He could easily retreat. I can't let him escape, Roy thought. He discreetly used his magic to form an invisible hand that pulled Loki through the rift. Loki, caught off guard, was dragged into their world. The rift closed, preventing his escape. You have angered me, mortals. Loki snarled, his pride wounded. As the god of trickery and lies, he was used to being the one in control, not the other way around. He unleashed his powerful aura, shaking the earth. Roy quickly transported everyone to the subspace. Here, Loki was trapped. Who wants to be the next Campione? Roy asked the girls. They were all eager, but none of them spoke up first. Roy sighed. Since you're all so shy, I'll decide. We'll summon more heretic gods later anyway. That's a good idea. I'll follow Roy's lead. No problem. The girls readily agreed. Loki is the god of fire, trickery, and lies. So, his authorities are related to fire and illusions. Roy explained. In that case, let's have someone who's good with fire. He had already made his decision. Claire, Rubia, which one of you wants to be the next Campione? The two sisters exchanged glances. Let An-chan go first. Let Claire go first. They both offered the opportunity to the other. The girls chuckled, and Claire and Rubia blushed. Don't be shy. Claire, you go first. Roy decided. Claire and Rubia nodded in agreement. Chapter 173, Cult Leader Luo How Claire's Authorities. Meanwhile, Loki, who had been left to the side, was fuming. Seeing Roy and the others laughing and chatting, he unleashed a torrent of flames towards them. As the god of fire, his flames were no ordinary fire. Even from a distance, Roy and the others could feel the intense heat. However, the flames had no effect on Roy. He simply waved his hand, and the entire area was enveloped in an icy blue aura. Loki's flames were instantly extinguished. What? Loki was stunned. He knew the power of his flames. Anything they touched would be incinerated. Even other gods were wary of them. But his flames had been effortlessly extinguished. The difference in their strength was too vast. Roy reached out towards Loki. The moisture in the air condensed around Loki, forming ice. Crack. 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 In the blink of an eye, Loki was frozen solid. That should do it, Roy said with a satisfied nod. He then handed the divine sword to Claire. Here, Claire. Use this to kill Loki. Is that okay? Claire asked, confused. Didn't she have to defeat the god herself? It should be fine, Roy replied. Sona had defeated the heretic god with the supreme ego and the divine sword. But Roy recalled that most Campionas in history had only managed to kill heretic gods by taking advantage of opportunities. After all, it was nearly impossible for a human to defeat a god head-on. So, this method should work. Claire nodded and approached the frozen Loki, the divine sword in her hand. She took a deep breath and swung the sword. The blade glowed brightly, and Loki's head was severed effortlessly. She did it. Fianna exclaimed, envious of Claire's accomplishment. Rinslet, Claire's rival, was also envious and a bit frustrated. Why was that flat-chested girl the one to become a Campione before her? She glanced at Roy, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Roy, I did it. What do I do now? Claire asked, returning to Roy's side, unsure of what to do next. Just relax and sleep in my arms," Roy said gently, pulling her into an embrace. Claire blushed, then lost consciousness. Roy smirked. His plan had worked. Pandora, who managed the Campione reincarnation ritual, was hostile towards heretic gods. The more Campiones there were, the better it was for her. So, she would definitely help Claire with the transformation. "Alright, let's head back," Roy said, carrying Claire. Back at their lodging, news of another Campione's birth spread quickly. The previous Campione had just been born a few days ago, and the various factions were still reeling from the shock. Now, there was another one. It was unbelievable. When had becoming a Campione become so easy? Even the other Campiones were surprised by this news. The leaders of the Southern European Magic Association were also shocked and terrified. They had just retrieved the Sword King's body a few days ago. But his body was frozen solid. Despite their best efforts, they couldn't break the ice. They had to accept that the Sword King was dead. Among the Campiones, there was one who was particularly interested in Roy and his group. In the distant land of China, a young girl living in seclusion in the mountains had heard about the deaths of Vauban and the Sword King. She was intrigued by Roy and his companions. And upon learning about the birth of two new Campiones, she was eager to test her strength against them. This girl was Luo Hao, one of the Campiones. She had usurped her authority 200 years ago and had never been defeated. She was a master of martial arts, claiming to be the strongest in the world, though this only referred to physical combat. She was the only Campione who could rival Vauban in strength. She was also an exceptional beauty, with long, black hair and a kappa-like outfit. She wore a long coat with flowing sleeves, resembling a dress. If Roy saw her, he would undoubtedly agree that she was as beautiful as any of the girls in his peerage. However, Luo Hao lived in seclusion in a mountain temple and rarely ventured into the outside world. It was said that those who saw her beauty would be compelled to blind themselves. Deliver this letter to the newly born Campione. Luo Hao instructed a man outside her temple. I'll pay them a visit personally later. Her voice was clear and melodious, but the man trembled, hearing her words. Yes, master. This was Lu Yinghua, Luo Hao's student. He took the letter and left. Meanwhile, Claire had woken up from her unconscious state. They were in the subspace, and Claire was about to test her newly acquired authority. Loki, the god of fire, possessed many authorities, the most powerful being his control over fire and illusions. Claire closed her eyes, receiving the information about her new powers. When she opened her eyes, flames flickered within them. A fiery aura erupted from her, forcing the others to back away from the intense heat. Roy, my first authority is fire. Claire exclaimed excitedly. Loki's flames were incredibly powerful. If Claire used them, she could incinerate an entire nation in an instant. Calm down and put out the fire, Roy said with a chuckle. Claire, seeing how far the others had retreated, realized the intensity of her flames and quickly deactivated them. That's terrifying. It's a powerful authority. She's become so much stronger. Humphrey. I'll let you be ahead for now. My skin is getting dry from the heat. Claire rolled her eyes, hearing their comments. She already possessed the true flame, which was just as powerful as Loki's flames. Now, with the additional fire authority, her strength was on a completely different level. Claire, you said first authority. Does that mean you have another one? Roy asked with a grin. Yes, I do. Claire replied, puffing out her chest proudly. What is it? Rinslet and the others asked curiously. I'll show you. Claire turned to Rinslet with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Rinslet was confused, but then she suddenly blurted out embarrassing words. My Fenrir is just a mutt. Claire's fire cat is the best. When I take a bath, the thing I love the most with Roy is. Onsama, what are you saying? Morel exclaimed, her face flushed. You must be controlling her. Julia added, glaring at Claire. My lady is amazing. She's saying such shocking things. She'll definitely fight Claire Sama when she wakes up. Carol cried, though Roy suspected she was secretly enjoying the chaos. The other girls also blushed at Rinslet's words. Eh? What happened? Rinslet suddenly woke up, confused. Seeing everyone's flushed faces and knowing stares, she quickly realized what she had said. She blushed furiously and glared at Claire. Claire, I'll kill you. She shouted, summoning her ice bow and firing several ice shots. Claire, however, didn't dodge. She stood still, seemingly ready to take the hits. Rinslet's heart skipped a beat. It was too late to stop the attack. She hoped Roy would block them. But Roy didn't move. He simply watched with amusement. Thwack! 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 The ice arrows struck Claire, but to Rinslet's surprise, they had no effect. Claire had blocked them with her body. Rinslet, don't forget that as a Campione, attacks below ultimate class can't harm me anymore. Claire taunted with a smug grin. Rinslet finally remembered. She had been too worried and had forgotten about Claire's newfound power. But this only fueled her anger. "Don't worry, Rinslet. I'll punish Claire," Roy said, taking her hand and comforting her. Rinslet calmed down slightly. "But I'll also fulfill your request, Rinslet," Roy whispered in her ear. Rinslet blushed, her ears turning crimson. "Ahem, Claire, tell us about your authority. You used your second authority on Rinslet just now, right?" Roy asked, turning to Claire. Chapter 174, The Arrival of Heretic God Odin. Pandora is too easily deceived. "That's right. That was my second authority, deception. It grants me various abilities, such as illusions, telepathy, creating pocket dimensions, teleportation, and creating clones," Claire explained. The others were surprised. This deception authority was incredibly versatile. It seemed even more powerful than her fire authority. But then again, in mythology, Loki was more famous for his trickery than his fire. Claire's strength, after obtaining the authorities, had reached the AU level. However, she still needed to practice to fully utilize her new powers. After successfully summoning and defeating the heretic god Loki, the girls prepared for their next summoning. This time, Ross Ice decided to summon Odin, the king of the gods. Roy readily agreed when she informed him of her decision. After several days of preparation, they returned to the deserted island. "Is everyone ready?" Roy asked Fianna and the others with a serious expression. They were about to summon Odin, the king of the gods. The difficulty of this ritual was undoubtedly high. "We're ready." Fianna and Claire nodded in unison. "Then let's begin." In this tense atmosphere, the girls began the summoning ritual. A massive magic circle appeared before them. The magic circle glowed brighter and brighter, until finally, a pillar of light shot up into the sky. Rumble. Thunder roared, and the clouds churned in the sky. An oppressive aura descended, and the entire world felt its pressure. Then, darkness enveloped the world. This sudden change caused widespread panic. Even Luohao emerged from her secluded mountain temple and looked towards the source of the disturbance. She could sense the arrival of a powerful heretic god. To be able to summon such a powerful god. They're quite impressive. She mused, her interest in this mysterious group growing. Amidst the global panic, the heretic god Odin finally descended. A colossal giant, thousands of meters tall, emerged from the magic circle. He had a single eye, a long white beard, and wore a winged helmet and golden armor. He wielded the spear, Gungnir. This was Odin, the king of the gods. "Who dares summon me?" he boomed, his voice shaking the heavens and causing massive waves to crash against the island. His powerful aura pressed down on them, and the girls' expressions hardened. As expected of the king of the gods, Roy thought, observing Odin's overwhelming presence. "He's quite impressive." "I summoned you," Roy declared fearlessly, stepping forward. "Oh?" Odin looked at Roy, surprised. He couldn't see through Roy's power. "Who are you?" he asked in a deep voice. "I'm the one who's going to kill you," Roy replied with a smirk. He flew towards Odin, meeting his gaze. "So, you summoned me here just to kill me?" Odin asked, intrigued. "That's right. So let's skip the formalities and fight," Roy declared. He waved his hand, and they were all transported to the subspace. A battle between beings of Tier 5 beings could be devastating, potentially destroying the entire planet. They had to fight in a separate dimension. "You're the first one in many years who had the audacity to challenge me," Odin said, looking at Roy with a hint of admiration. "Then let me be the last," Roy replied with a smirk. He launched the first attack, swinging the sword of piercing truth. The blade, enhanced with dark lightning, sliced through the air like a crescent moon, aiming for Odin. Odin calmly raised Gungnir to block the attack. Clang! A deafening clash echoed through the subspace, shaking the very fabric of the dimension. Odin felt a powerful force course through his spear, almost causing him to lose his grip. He stumbled back. "Ha ha ha, you're quite strong, challenger." Odin laughed, regaining his footing. "The best is yet to come," Roy replied with a smirk, launching another attack. Boom! Countless crescent-shaped blades of energy flew towards Odin, who deflected them with Gungnir. "He is impressive. As expected of the king of the gods. Roy, you can do it. Defeat him. The heretic god is no match for Royani-chan." "Odin, you never thought this day would come, did you?" The girls cheered from a distance. Odin, as the king of the gods, possessed many authorities: prophecy, kingship, wisdom, healing, magic, poetry, war, and death. He was incredibly powerful. But his strength was only at the early stage of Tier 5 substellar. Once again, this is based on Versus Battles Wiki, it's comparable to Great Red and Great Aphis. Roy was also at the early stage, but with the Sword of Piercing Truth, formed from Renashdol, He could unleash power comparable to a mid-stage Tier 5 substellar. Moreover, he had various powerful and unique techniques. Mahapadma, Roy declared after exchanging a few blows with Odin. As soon as he uttered the word, time and space within the subspace froze. Roy approached Odin and extended his hand. Absolute zero. An icy aura erupted from his palm. Odin's massive body was instantly encased in ice. Roy tapped the frozen Odin lightly. Crack. The ice shattered, and Odin, the colossal god, crumbled into dust. The king of the gods, the most powerful heretic god, had been slain by Roy. Roy hadn't initially intended to become a campione. He believed that the authorities of heretic gods wouldn't significantly increase his strength. And using those authorities was troublesome, requiring incantations and having limitations, such as being usable only once a day. To gain a significant power boost, he would need to defeat a major god at Tier 5. He hadn't expected Odin, the god he had summoned, to be at that level. But since he was, Roy had taken the opportunity to kill him and usurp his authority. Just then, he felt a familiar sensation. Here it comes. The summons from Pandora. Roy said with a smirk. He didn't resist. He lost consciousness. The girls rushed forward and caught him before he could fall. In a white void, devoid of any features, a young girl stood before Roy. You're such an exceptional child. To achieve this feat in such a short time. You're truly amazing. A sweet, gentle voice praised him. Roy turned and saw a young girl with beautiful purple hair styled and pigtails and an adorable, doll-like face. She wore a thin white dress and had a surprisingly mature aura despite her small stature. You're Pandora, aren't you? Roy recognized her as the one who managed the Campione reincarnation ritual. Yes, I'm your mommy. Roy chuckled. Pandora, you're not suited to be a mother. Eh? Why not? Pandora was taken aback. Although many Campiones had questioned her, she was still curious about Roy's opinion. Because if you were a mother, you'd starve your child. Roy explained with a serious expression. Pandora blinked, then looked down at her flat chest. You can't tease your mommy like that. She pouted, trying to look imposing. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Roy laughed, then suggested, how about this? I'll call you mommy. And you call me daddy. That way, we both win. Okay. Pandora nodded eagerly, then her expression changed as she processed his words. She glared at him, her cheeks puffed out. Roy's heart melted at her adorable display. Ahem, let's not joke around anymore. It's time for the ritual, he said, clearing his throat. Pandora sighed, then prepared to begin the Campione transformation ritual. But Roy suddenly grabbed her hand and placed a strange chess piece in her palm. Hurry up and get ready. You can't perform the ritual without a piece. He chided. Huh? Oh. Pandora was confused. Aren't we starting the ritual? Yes, we are. Roy confirmed. Then, Pandora, would you like to become my servant? What? Pandora was dumbfounded. Wasn't she supposed to be performing the ritual for him? Why was he asking her to become his servant? So, will you become my servant? Roy repeated, leaning closer to her face. Huh? Oh, okay. Pandora nodded instinctively, caught off guard by his honest expression. Great. Then let's begin. Roy smirked and started the devil transformation ritual. By the name of Roy Lucifuge, I command thee, Pandora, to become my servant devil, reborn as my queen. Before Pandora could react, the ritual had begun. The devil piece in her hand merged into her body. A powerful energy surged through her, preventing her from resisting. After a while, the transformation was complete. Pandora opened her eyes and glared at Roy, her cheeks puffed out in anger. She had unknowingly agreed to become his servant. This was ridiculous. She was supposed to be the one performing the ritual for him. Roy chuckled inwardly. He had taken advantage of Pandora's naivety. And it had worked. Pandora was so easy to deceive. You mischievous child. Tricking your mommy like that. She huffed. I didn't trick you. You agreed yourself. Roy retorted with a shrug. No, no, no. I'm supposed to be the one performing the Campione transformation ritual for you. Pandora insisted. Well, that's not a problem either. Roy said with a grin. Chapter 175, Abducting Pandora. Heretic God Poseidon appear. Pandora was speechless. Roy chuckled inwardly, enjoying her flustered reaction. But he couldn't tease her too much. Pandora. Ahem, Mom. Don't you want to see the outside world? If you come with me, you won't have to stay in this empty void forever. Roy said, trying his best to sound persuasive. Pandora was tempted. There's a lot of delicious food in the human world. I can take you there, how about that? Roy offered, taking out some snacks from his storage magic. The delicious aroma filled the air, and Pandora couldn't help but swallow. Having lived in the border between life and death, she had never tasted human food before. Want to try some? Roy asked, taking a bite of a roasted chicken leg. Pandora, unable to resist the temptation, also took a bite. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she began devouring the food with gusto. After all, Pandora was still quite childlike, having never experienced much of the world. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so easily deceived by Roy. Food truly is a universal language, Roy thought. So, Pandora, are you ready for the Campione transformation ritual? Roy asked with a smile, seeing her enjoying the food. Yes, let's begin. Pandora replied with a nod. The ritual commenced. When Roy regained consciousness, he was back in his room. Roy, you're awake. How are you feeling? Ryaz asked, concerned. Ryaz and Sona were sitting beside his bed. How long was I out? Roy asked curiously. Sona and Claire had only been unconscious for half a day. But it seemed like he had been out for much longer. You were unconscious for a whole day. It's already evening. Sona replied. Roy was surprised. He hadn't expected to be out for so long. He must have spent some time chatting and playing with Pandora before the transformation ritual. But he didn't dwell on it. He closed his eyes and focused on the authority he had obtained. Odin had many authorities: prophecy, kingship, wisdom, healing, magic, poetry, war, and death. And Roy had inherited half of them. Although it was only half, it was still an incredible gain. He now possessed the authorities of prophecy, kingship, wisdom, and magic, significantly increasing his power. After contracting Pandora, his base strength had already reached the mid-level of Tier 5. Roy opened his eyes, a triumphant smile on his face. This rapid increase in power was exhilarating. How do you feel, Roy? What authority did you get? Ryaz and Sona asked curiously, seeing his joyful expression. Roy pulled them into an embrace. I got quite a haul this time. 4 authorities. 4 authorities. Ryaz and Sona exclaimed in surprise. Sona had only received 1 authority, and she was already incredibly powerful. Claire, having obtained 2 authorities, was also among the strongest. Even Kenna and Ilyalu might not be able to defeat her. How strong was Roy now, with 4 authorities? We can test them out tomorrow. Now it's time for bed, Roy said with a mischievous grin. Ryaz and Sona blushed. The next day, Roy gathered the girls in the living room. Roy, what's the matter? Why did you call us all here? Ryaz asked, confused. She was still exhausted from last night's activities. I want to introduce you to someone, Roy announced with a mysterious smile. Another beautiful girl? Saya scoffed. Do you think Roy would introduce anyone other than a beautiful girl? Mine added. Well, he's not wrong. Claire chimed in with a smug grin. Roy's lips twitched. He couldn't help it. It was all for the sake of becoming stronger. Roy, just bring her out already, Akano said with a giggle. Roy shrugged. They were all his girls anyway. If any of them misbehaved, he could always punish them later. Ahem. Then I'll summon her. Roy activated the summoning magic. As his servant, she could be summoned or reverse summoned regardless of her location. A nice blue magic circle appeared in the living room. A petite girl materialized within the circle. Pandora? Sona and Claire exclaimed in surprise. The others, although unfamiliar with her, could tell from Sona and Claire's reactions that she was someone important. You naughty girls. You should call me Mom, Pandora huffed. She had told them so many times, but they never listened. Mom? The girls were confused. Sona and Claire explained that this was Pandora, the one who had performed their Campione transformation rituals. But why did Roy summon Pandora? Sona asked, looking at Roy curiously. Because Pandora is also my servant now, Roy replied with a smug grin. The girls were surprised. He had even managed to win over Pandora? He tricked me, Pandora admitted, embarrassed. Tricked you? Roy-senpai, that's not very nice, Konko said, approaching Roy with a frown. Konko-chan, it's not what you think, Roy said awkwardly, patting her head. Although he had indeed tricked her, it was for a good cause. He was saving her from a boring life, after all. Pandora, don't say things that could cause misunderstandings, Roy chided. Humphrey. You should call me Mom, Pandora retorted, puffing out her cheeks. Roy rolled his eyes. There's no way I'm calling her Mom in front of all these girls, he thought. He approached Pandora and pinched her cheeks playfully. Pandora, if you're not a good girl, there will be no snacks. Wha? Okay, Pandora relented. Having been won over by delicious food, she couldn't resist Roy's threats. Roy then took Pandora and the others to the food street. After tasting the various delicacies, Pandora declared that she didn't want to go back to her lonely world anymore. Roy and the girls continued preparing to summon the next heretic god. Diana informed them that they had found a heretic god. Roy and the girls went to the meeting room, where the leaders of the various factions were already waiting. They looked at Roy and his group with a mix of awe and fear. In less than half a month, 3 campaigners had been born from Roy's group. It was frightening. They suspected that Roy's ambitions were far greater than they had initially imagined. After all, campaigners were wary of each other, often even becoming enemies. And it was unheard of for several campaigners to get along so well. Roy sat at the head of the table and turned to Diana. "Tell me, Diana, which heretic god did you find? And where is he?" "Mao-sama, please look at this." Diana turned on the screen in the meeting room. A beautiful image of the ocean appeared on the screen. But that wasn't the main point. A massive shadow was swimming beneath the surface. It was over 100 meters long. "Is that a whale?" "No, it must be a shark. Sharks aren't that big. But whales aren't that big either. Could it be a sea dragon?" "No way, it doesn't look like a dragon." Taru, Ryaz, and the others discussed the mysterious creature with curiosity. "Diana, is that whale the heretic god?" Roy asked, confused. "No, we believe that's the divine beast of a heretic god. We don't know who the god is yet." Diana replied with a wry smile. After discovering the divine beast, the various factions had searched through countless records but couldn't identify the heretic god. "It doesn't matter. Any heretic god will do," Roy said dismissively. He just needed a heretic god, any heretic god. He then had Diana lead them to the location. They soon arrived above the area shown in the picture. The sun shimmered on the beautiful ocean surface. But beneath the surface lurked a massive shadow, a chilling sight. "Is that the divine beast? I wonder what it looks like." They couldn't identify the heretic god because they didn't know what the creature looked like. "I'll catch it," Ilielu declared with a mischievous grin. She transformed her hands into claws and plunged into the ocean. The water turned violently. A moment later, Ilielu emerged, dragging the divine beast by its tail. It was a giant dolphin. "It's the divine dolphin," Erica exclaimed, the first to recognize it. "Erica, do you know this divine beast?" Sona asked curiously. "Yes, Kayaku," Erica replied. After becoming Sona's servant, she started calling her Kayaku. "If I'm not mistaken, the heretic god here must be Poseidon." "Poseidon?" the girls gasped. "Another major heretic god." Chapter 176, Seraphal Authority is a courtesy from Luohao. Poseidon was the Greek god of the sea, one of the 12 Olympians. When he rode his chariot across the sea, the waves would calm, and dolphins would follow him. That's why Erica, seeing the dolphin, was certain that the heretic god was Poseidon. "How do we lure him out?" Ryaz wondered. "I don't think we need to worry about that," Roy said, pointing towards a disturbance in the ocean. A massive whirlpool was forming, and a giant figure emerged from its depths. He wielded a trident and rode a golden chariot. It was Poseidon. "Wretched dragons, you dare capture my divine beast? Do you know your crime?" Poseidon's voice boomed across the sea. "Oh, this fish is yours? Here you go then." Ilielu grinned mischievously and tossed the giant dolphin towards Poseidon. "Damn you, dragon. You killed my divine beast." Poseidon roared, slashing at the dolphin with his trident. The dolphin was cleaved in two. Even Poseidon had to be cautious when facing a creature thrown with Ililu's strength. "Hey, you're the one who killed it." "It's none of my business," Ilielu retorted with a sly grin. "Ha ha ha." Poseidon's anger turned into a chilling laughter. He unleashed his divine power, shaking the ocean and the sky. Tsunamis raged across the sea, and underwater volcanoes erupted. It was a scene of apocalyptic destruction. In an instant, Poseidon caused disasters all over the world. Fortunately, Roy reacted quickly, transporting everyone to the subspace before the world could be destroyed. "Who are you trying to scare, old man?" Ilielu scoffed, looking at Poseidon with disdain. She then unleashed her dragon breath, a torrent of flames shooting towards Poseidon. "Humphrey! Is that all the power you dragons possess?" Poseidon sneered, raising his trident. Dozens of water pillars erupted from the sea, blocking Ililu's flames. The flames were extinguished by the water. "Try this then." Ilielu, not giving up, unleashed another, more concentrated blast of flames. This time, it pierced through the water pillars and struck Poseidon. A cloud of steam filled the air. "Did we win?" Asia asked with a worried frown. "No, it can't be that easy," Ryaz replied, shaking her head. They stared at the spot where Poseidon had been hit. A wave of heat dispersed the steam, and Ilielu grinned. "Don't play dead, old man. I know you're not finished yet." Suddenly, a waterspout erupted from the sea, spiraling towards the sky. Poseidon had finally retaliated. Ilyalu was caught off guard and swept up into the waterspout. But she quickly tore through it and emerged, unleashing another barrage of flames. Although Poseidon was one of the 12 Olympians, he wasn't at the planetary level. Roy didn't intend to intervene in this fight. He was considering who should inherit Poseidon's authority. Poseidon had many authorities: the ocean, tsunamis, earthquakes, storms, all sea creatures, horses, and more. Most of his authorities were related to water. Roy immediately thought of Seraphol, who was proficient in water magic. Of course, Sona was also skilled in water magic. He looked at Sona and Seraphol. If he let them choose, they would probably just offer the opportunity to each other. So, Roy made the decision for them. Seraphol, you can be the next campione. The girls had no objections. Seraphol squealed with delight and jumped into Roy's arms. Roy-kun, you're the best. Roy chuckled, holding her close. Of course. But you have to reward me properly tonight. Preferably in a magical girl cosplay. Seraphol blushed but nodded. Meanwhile, the battle between Ilyalu and Poseidon was intensifying. Although Poseidon had many authorities, they couldn't defeat Ilyalu. But their strength was roughly equal, so Ilyalu couldn't defeat him easily either. Roy, should I join in? Taru asked, seeing their stalemate. Well, you could. Let me go. Seraphol interrupted. Although I'm not as strong as him, with Ilyalu's help, we should be able to defeat Poseidon. Roy considered her request. Alright, Seraphol-san, you can provide support. Take this. He handed her the divine sword. With this sword, Seraphol would have a chance to kill Poseidon. Otherwise, she might not even be able to injure him. After all, there was a significant difference in their power levels. Seraphol took the sword, then kissed Roy on the cheek. Thank you, Roy-kun. She said with a smile. She then joined the battle. With their combined efforts, Poseidon was finally slain by Seraphol. Roy-kun, I did it. Seraphol cheered, hugging Roy tightly. Roy patted her head, then turned to Pandora. Pandora, it's your turn. Honestly, I told you to call me Mom. Pandora grumbled, munching on snacks. Pandora's love for food reminds me of Kurum. Roy thought. Pandora approached Seraphol. Get off him. How am I supposed to perform the ritual like this? She demanded. Pandora, aren't you going back to the border between life and death? Roy asked, surprised. Why would I go back? Are you tired of me already? Pandora retorted. Of course not. But can you perform the ritual here? Of course I can. Pandora nodded matter-of-factly. She was the one who managed the Campione transformation ritual. She could perform it anywhere. Roy was speechless. Pandora then began the ritual. Diana watched in disbelief. The powerful heretic god, Poseidon, had been defeated so easily. And a new Campione was born right before her eyes. She couldn't believe it. They waited a while for the ritual to be completed. How do you feel? What authority did you get? Sona asked. The other girls were also curious. I got the authorities of the ocean, tsunami, and storms. Seraphol explained, having received the information about her new powers. Roy clapped his hands in delight. Those were perfect for her. Did Pandora help her with that? He wondered. But that was unlikely. The authorities one received from the ritual were completely random. Regardless, Seraphol was now a Campione, her strength boosted to the super devil. She was now one of the strongest among them. A few days later, Fianna and the others prepared to summon another heretic god. This time, it was Frigg, the queen of the gods and Odin's wife in Norse mythology. She was also the goddess of the sky and earth, marriage, and family. As Roy's first wife, Ryaz naturally received Frigg's authority. They continued summoning heretic gods every week, giving Fianna, Claire, and the others time to rest in between. During their breaks, Roy took the girls out to explore and have fun. One day, Liliana approached Roy, saying that someone wanted to see him. Many faction leaders had requested an audience with Roy, but he had refused them all. He didn't have time for their formalities. However, since it was Liliana's request, he decided to meet with this person. Liliana soon brought a young man before Roy. Greetings, Campione-sama. I am Lu Yinghua, a student of the martial arts King Luo Hao. The young man said, bowing respectfully. So it's him. Roy thought. He knew about Lu Yinghua. He was a popular young man with decent skills. However, having been trained by Luo Hao since childhood, he had developed a misogynistic and twisted personality. He seemed friendly towards girls, but he harbored a deep resentment towards them, especially those who were beautiful and capable. Roy noticed that Lu Yinghua had only glanced at Shinobu and the others once, then completely ignored them. Student of Luo Hao, what brings you here? Roy asked after taking a sip of his tea. He was quite interested in Luo Hao. He hadn't expected her to approach him first. My master has entrusted me with this letter for you, Campione-sama. Lu Yingwa said, presenting a letter to Roy. Roy opened the letter. It was an invitation from Luo Hao. She expressed her desire to meet with Roy and challenge him to a martial arts duel. A duel was fine. But Roy suspected that wasn't her only motive. I accept her invitation. You can return to your master now, Roy said, setting the letter aside and dismissing Lu Yingwa with a wave of his hand. Yes, Campione-sama. I'll inform my master immediately. Lu Yingwa replied, bowing respectfully before leaving. Chapter 177, Roy vs. Luo Hao. Oh? Roy, is something the matter? Ryaz asked, noticing the departing young man and walking over to Roy. A Campione is coming to visit. Roy replied casually. A Campione. The girls exchanged surprised glances. It's Luo Hao, that was her disciple. Roy explained. Oh, it's her. I heard she's a great beauty. If she's a beauty, then she won't be able to escape the Demon King's clutches. That's right, he won't let her go. The girls giggled amongst themselves, excited about the prospect of meeting a beautiful Campione. Roy's eyes twitched, hearing their comments. Over the next few days, Roy and the girls continued summoning heretic gods. This time, they summoned Thor, the Norse god of thunder. Thor was an incredibly powerful god, wielding thunder, storms, war, and abundance. Roy decided to have Akano, who specialized in lightning magic, usurp Thor's authority. Akano had been unable to break through despite contracting a powerful lightning spirit. Although she had overcome her issues, she had missed the best opportunity for a breakthrough. This had left her feeling guilty. Now, presented with this valuable opportunity, Akano was overjoyed. She hugged Roy tightly, her gratitude overflowing. All right, Akano, go ahead, Roy said with a smile, patting her back. Yes. Akano nodded, her eyes filled with determination. Thor had already been sealed by Roy. Akano approached the immobile god, and with a single strike of the divine sword, she ended his life. That's cheating, Pandora complained. No Campione had ever helped another become a Campione before, so she hadn't considered this possibility. If this continued, wouldn't everyone be able to become a Campione? A worried expression crossed her face. She suddenly remembered an incredibly powerful heretic god. Rama, the last king. The more Campions there were, and the stronger they became, the greater the threat Rama posed. That's why Pandora was worried. She decided to keep this information to herself for now and proceeded to perform the Campione transformation ritual for Akano. How do you feel, Akano? What authority did you get? Roy and the others asked eagerly after Akano completed the ritual. I got the authorities of thunder, storms, and abundance. Akano replied with a relieved smile. She hadn't disappointed Roy. That's great, Akano. Ryaz and the others congratulated her. But what Akano truly desired was Roy's praise. Roy smiled and patted her head. Well done, Akano. Akano beamed. Let's head back now, Roy said, and they all teleported back to their base. A girl was already waiting for them in the living room. Are you Luo Hao? Roy asked, looking at the beautiful girl with black hair who was sipping tea. She wore a kapow-like dress and a long coat with flowing sleeves, giving her an ethereal, almost fairy-like appearance. This was the cult leader Luo Hao. Yes, I am Luo Hao, she confirmed, setting down her teacup. You must be Roy. Yes. What brings you here? Roy asked with a smile. Luo Hao didn't answer immediately. She looked at Ryaz and the others curiously. She could sense the auras of Campiones among them. Then, she saw Pandora and her eyes widened in shock. You're Pandora? You should call me Mom. Honestly, why won't anyone call me Mom? Pandora grumbled. Roy's lips twitched. Don't you know why? He thought. Who would call a little girl Mom? It really is Pandora. Luo Hao confirmed, recognizing her mannerisms. She was shocked. Why is Pandora here? Well, she's my servant now, Roy replied calmly. What? How did you manage that? Luo Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Pandora, the one who managed the Campione transformation ritual, had agreed to become Roy's servant? Why? Luo Hao's mind raced with questions. She had initially come here to test her skills against the new Campione. But she had stumbled upon an unexpected secret. Did you just summon a heretic god? Why was there no commotion? Luo Hao suddenly asked, realizing that Roy and the others had just returned. Yes, we did, Roy confirmed. As for why there was no commotion, that's because we fought in a separate dimension. A separate dimension? Luo Hao's curiosity grew. In this world, battles between Campiones and heretic gods were always destructive. She had never heard of fighting in a separate dimension. Would you like to see it? Roy offered. Yes. Luo Hao replied with a serious nod. Then follow me. Roy decided to show her. He snapped his fingers. They were instantly transported to the subspace. It looked similar to the real world, but Luo Hao could sense the difference. No matter how destructive the battle here, the outside world won't be affected. So we can fight freely here? Luo Hao asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes, that's right. Then I have a request. Luo Hao said, looking at Roy with a smile. Oh? I want to have a martial arts duel with you. A duel? Sure, but... Roy said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. But what? There has to be a wager. Roy had a plan. Luo Hao considered his words, then nodded. All right, what do you want to wager? If you win, I'll summon a heretic god for you. A major god. Roy offered. Luo Hao was surprised by the generous offer. And if I lose? If you lose, you become my servant. Roy declared, revealing his true motive. Servant? Luo Hao didn't quite understand the meaning. It's similar to a wife. Roy explained. Wife. Luo Hao blushed slightly. So, what do you say? Do you accept? If you become my servant, you'll be able to break through your current limitations. Roy tempted her. As a campione who excelled in martial arts, Luo Hao craved powerful opponents and battles. She also desired greater strength. A campione's strength wasn't solely determined by the number of gods they had slain. Luo Hao had killed far fewer gods than Vauban, yet their strength was comparable. And the other campiones were much weaker than them. So, it was difficult for Luo Hao to further increase her power. Roy's words struck a chord with her. She longed to become stronger. If you want me to submit, then defeat me. She declared proudly. So you agree? Roy asked with a smirk. Yes, so defeat me. Luo Hao entered a battle stance, her powerful aura flaring. Roy, however, only stood there with his arms crossed, waiting for her to attack. Humphrey. You think you can take me lightly? Luo Hao scoffed, seeing his nonchalant attitude. She then appeared before him in a flash. This was the shrinking ground, divine foot technique. A technique that allowed her to teleport. She then attacked with her bare hands. 12 divine palm strikes of the phoenix. This was a martial arts technique she had created herself. It consisted of 12 moves. Each move was a combination of hard and soft techniques, embodying the principles of yin and yang. Luo Hao's palms flew, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Roy effortlessly dodged every strike. Close combat wasn't his forte. He specialized in swordsmanship. But there was no need to use his sword. He could defeat her with his speed alone. After all, the difference in their strength was too big. After unleashing all 12 moves, Luo Hao paused. Why aren't you fighting back? She asked, frowning. Well. Roy hesitated. He couldn't tell her that he was holding back because he could end the fight with a single attack. Humphrey. Luo Hao scoffed, realizing he was still underestimating her. She activated one of her authorities. Divine Might of Vajrapani. This was an authority she had usurped from the Indian god Vajrapani. It granted her immense strength and allowed her to summon 2 Vajrapani to fight for her. 200-meter-tall Vajrapani materialized, their powerful auras shaking the ground. Roy was a bit surprised. These 2 Vajrapani were at the mid-level of Super Devil. They were quite strong. But to him, they were still like children. He blocked their attacks with 2 fingers, one for each Vajrapani. The scene was surreal, but Luo Hao's expression turned grim. She had struggled to defeat these 2 Vajrapani. Yet, Roy had blocked their attacks with just 2 fingers. Chapter 178, Capturing Luo Hao asked King Rama? Disrupting peace in Japan. Luo Hao had to admit that Roy was indeed stronger than her. But she wouldn't give up so easily. Ha! She shouted, unleashing her power. A horrifying shockwave erupted, tearing through the ground and shaking the very air. She had activated the dragon's voice. This was an authority she had usurped from the Hindu goddess Gayatri. The shockwave, accompanied by a resonating sound, possessed incredible destructive power, comparable to a powerful typhoon at its peak. Is that a dragon's roar? Roy commented with amusement. The scene resembled the effects of the dragon's roar technique from various anime, just on a much larger scale. Roy casually flipped the 2 Vajrapani aside, then gently blew at the incoming shockwave. The horrifying attack dissipated into nothingness as if it had never existed.